February 30th, 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. New World Ponka Hazade. Kais, you bastard. You secretly performed bloodline factor modification on experimental subject No. 88. Oh, and you plan to conduct such a dangerous poison gas experiment on the island. You are a lawless inhuman scum. An old man with a giant light bulb-shaped head and a long tongue angrily scolded a floating man with horns on his head. It's over. Experimental subject No. 88 is the most valued subject by the world government. I never expected that bastard Kais would kill it with his bloodline factor experiment. What do we do? What do we do? Now all of us will be punished by the world government. The other scientists and researchers of the world government science squad angrily glared at the arrogant Kais Kalong. At the same time, they were filled with fear of the impending harsh punishment from the world government. If they messed up the world government's affairs, even as the world's top scientists, they would pay a heavy price, even death and extermination of their families. How was I supposed to know subject No. 88 would die like this? You all were fine in the previous modification experiments. All I can say is it was really an accident. Kai shouted somewhat guiltily. He had only wanted to prove that he was no worse than Vegapunk. He hadn't meant to kill subject No. 88. Seeing the hostile expressions of these scientists, as if they had suffered great grievances, Kais could no longer bear the pressure. He had to present other achievements to offset the guilt of killing subject No. 88. Get out. Get out. I still have to continue my Shalemu poison gas experiment. As for the test subjects this time, they are just ordinary prisoner subjects. Dead is dead. Don't bother me with talk of humanity and danger. Kais looked impatient as if he had no time and was busy. He just wanted to leave quickly, get rid of these noisy and annoying guys, and complete his greatest experiment achievement. Kais, I will settle the matter of subject No. 88 with you later. But now you absolutely cannot conduct this poison gas experiment. It is too dangerous and will harm many innocent people. Vegapunk's face turned completely cold. With a pale expression, he continued to rebuke Kais. He could no longer tolerate this old member of the mad team. If someone gets hurt by my experiment that easily, it only shows that some people are idiots. It doesn't matter if those people die. Kai said indifferently. Since he had accidentally killed subject No. 88, he didn't care about killing a batch of experimental prisoners now, or even some ungrateful guards and researchers. Bastard. Scum. Navy. Take down this bastard immediately. I will remove Kais from the science squad. Vegapunk was so angered by the inhuman Kais that his face flushed red. He turned and shouted at the Marine officers on guard. At that moment, he had completely lost patience with Kais. He most detested such heartless bastards. Today, he would definitely punish this lawless scoundrel. Hearing Vegapunk's orders, several Marine vice admirals who had mastered armament hockey immediately picked up sea stone chains and rushed toward Kais. According to the world government's orders on this island of Ponka Hasad, they only needed to obey the orders of Vegapunk, the general person in charge. Hey, I am the world's second greatest scientist. My experimental achievements will surpass those of Vegapunk. Don't you dare mess with me. Kais shouted loudly as he saw the two Marine vice admirals charging at him fiercely. He hadn't expected Vegapunk would really make a move against him. Seeing Vegapunk's cold expression, Kais also became angry. His long-standing jealousy and resentment toward Vegapunk suddenly drove him to malice, blood rushing to his head. You leave me no choice. Frantic, Kais suddenly took out a device and pressed a button, detonating his Shalemu poison gas bomb with a loud boom. With a huge explosion and violent tremors, an enormous poisonous mushroom cloud rose over Ponka Hazade Island. Endless purple toxic gas spread rapidly in all directions. 2 of the 3 huge research institutes on this science island were instantly destroyed, reduced to ruins. The massive heat shockwave and toxic substances from the poison bomb annihilated most life on the island's surface in an instant. Kaizu, Vegapunk, and the many scientists were all frightened to the ground by the terrifying explosion. Even Kais himself was momentarily stunned. He had actually lost his mind and really pressed the detonation button. Moreover, this horrifying explosion seemed a bit too exaggerated. He hadn't expected the experimental poison gas bomb to be so powerful. It completely exceeded his expectations. The 2 Marine vice admirals were also terrified, but they quickly recovered their senses, their expressions turning extremely grim and cold. They rushed up and roughly grabbed Kais, the culprit. As the sea stone chains quickly locked Kais's hands, his gas-like floating lower body instantly turned back into legs, temporarily losing his Logia gas ability. Gulp. I didn't want this either. I really didn't mean it. Kais's body grew weak. He swallowed dryly and made an awkward excuse. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his already pale face turned even paler. He knew he might be finished. The world government would certainly not let him, the criminal who blew up the institute, off. Vo. After the violent earthquake, sharp and urgent alarm sounds of an attack rang throughout the last research institute they were in. Red emergency lights flashed everywhere, instantly causing panic among everyone present. It's bad. Doctor, hurry and leave. The poison gas outside has spread over the whole island. A fat man carrying a large axe rushed anxiously into the research room and shouted at Vegapunk. Kais, you sinner. You will go to 2A Jincheng for punishment for the rest of your life. Bastard. All personnel listen up. Quickly pack up important documents and leave everything else. Evacuate immediately. Vegapunk shouted anxiously to all the scientists and researchers while he himself was roughly pulled by Zhang Taowan and fled quickly. Kai's drooped his head, his pale face showing uncertainty. Various escape thoughts raced through his mind. He was soon escorted away quickly by the two Marine Vice Admirals. Many scientists also panicked, hurriedly packing up important documents nearby, and then hastily fled this dangerous island that was about to be submerged in poison gas. At this moment, in a special laboratory within the research institute, a cold man soaked in a transparent test chamber, showing no signs of life. Amid the huge explosion and shockwaves, his heart began to beat faintly again. His eyelids trembled continuously, as if recalling something terrifying. Amid the alarm sounds and spark flares of various scientific instruments, the man suddenly opened his eyes. The purple poison spots all over his body quickly dissipated, returning to their original flesh color, but with many light purple special patterns added to the lines of his muscles. Pain, damn it hurts. Fuck you. Kais. The man's left eye, which had scattered black pupils, regained focus. His right eye's modified pupil gathered dazzling golden light. He gritted his teeth and roared, his voice full of anger and hatred, as the effect of the super anesthetic on his body gradually faded. With a boom, a strange flame suddenly ignited on the man's body. The fierce flame crackled in the nutrient solution with dense bubbles, as if boiling water. The black-haired man clenched his fists and his arms instantly swelled up 3 times their size, blood vessels pulsing rapidly like worms. He violently ripped apart all the iron chains binding his hands, and the chains on his feet and body were also broken. With fury blazing in his eyes, the man punched through the glass of the transparent test chamber, and the full tank of nutrient solution gushed out. The sharp alarm sounds in the lab made his eyes grow redder. A golden laser shot from his right eye, instantly blowing up the annoying alarm. After a huge explosion, billowing smoke gushed out. The black-haired man jumped out of the test chamber with red eyes, stomping a huge crater into the ground. He swept his gaze around, casually picked up a white lab coat and tied it around his waist, then quickly rushed to the lab door and kicked it with a boom. Emergency order. Emergency order. Evacuate quickly. Run. At this moment, the guards and researchers inside the institute were running frantically in panic, and the purple poison gas outside had already spread in quickly. Suddenly, a steel door shot out with a bang, smashing into several passing researchers and guards. In an instant, blood-splattered screams echoed and the walls were covered with sticky flesh. Precious experiment reports and documents scattered in the air with the violent shockwave. A muscular figure appeared in the dust with fierce red and golden glints in his eyes. It's you, Subject No. 88. You're not dead. A lucky researcher who had been knocked away by the blast from the door stared in horror at Subject No. 88, who had clearly been dead, now standing alive before him. But the next moment he suddenly became excited. Subject No. 88 was the most important test subject on Hazade Island. If he could take No. 88 out, the world government would surely reward him greatly. But the next second, a hand with purple patterns grabbed his neck. I remember you, you little scum. Under an icy gaze with a crack, the researcher's head bent at a 90-degree angle, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, and left this world with a terrified expression. I told you, you will regret this. The crazy black-haired man grinned, his eyes bloodshot, and ran out quickly, his body radiating vengeful killing intent. As blood-stained experiment reports and documents fluttered to the ground, many documents were printed with the man's photo. Subject No. 88, named Donya Huanglong, male, 21 years old, belonging to the second batch of experimental prisoners. Strongest creature, Phase 2 Project Gue, Clan Bloodline Modification, Experiment Success, Sole Survivor. Person in charge, all researchers of Science Squad. Strongest creature, Phase 4 Project Shamapi Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment, failed non-mutant, Sole Survivor. Person in charge, all researchers of Science Squad. Strongest creature, Phase 7 Project Urine Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment, failed non-mutant, Sole Survivor. Person in charge, all researchers of Science Squad. Seraph Phase 1 Project Lunalia Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment Success, Special Survivor. Person in charge, Vegapunk. Giantification Phase 2 Project Yuangu Jiren Clan Bloodline Modification Experiment, failed non-mutant, Special Survivor. Person in charge, Vegapunk. Biological Weapon Project Laser Eye Modification Experiment Success, Non-Rejection, Special Survivor. Person in charge, Vegapunk. Bloodline Factor Human Modification Project Dual Modification Experiment of Venom Factor and Transparent Factor, failed test subject dead. Person in charge, Kais. Amid the urgent and piercing alarm of the research laboratory, a figure dashed about like a lost beast. Kaisa. A man who was still mentally disturbed and manic with red eyes searched everywhere in the research institute for the one he hated most. Lasers were fired wantonly, causing explosions one after another. This black-haired man with murderous intent was named Donya Huanglong. His compound surname is Donya, given name Huanglong, a native of Huasha Blue Star. 2.5 years ago, while traveling south of Rainbow, he mistakenly ate a poisonous mushroom called giant Shattering, with special patterns which allowed him to see the legendary Chinese dragon. Excited, he rushed forward to touch it. As a result, this handsome divine dragon suddenly turned into a speeding dump truck, directly sending Donya Huanglong to the world of One Piece. Donya Huanglong would never forget that red dump truck with a fake license plate, Chuanyu 9527. After crossing over, Donya Huanglong had no time to explore the world. On some island, due to his odd behavior, he was arrested by a CP agent in a black suit as a criminal and sent directly to the laboratory in Punk Hazard. In the following 2.5 years, he underwent multiple large-scale modification experiments. He survived each painful and desperate experiment with luck and difficulty. During these 2.5 years of modification, Donya Huanglong also learned the local language from the dead prisoners whose graves had grass over them, and from the scientists. Perhaps because Donya Huanglong was a perfect test subject, Dr. Vegapunk and other scientists taught him very actively. This allowed Donya Huanglong not only to learn the local language and script, but also some professional scientific knowledge and combat skills. However, the painful experiences and fearful despair of being a test subject filled Donya Huanglong with resentment and grievance toward these scientists. Some scientists, in order to test the body data of this perfect survivor, subjected Donya Huanglong to endless torment and pain. Sword slashes, blade thrusts, fire burns, lightning strikes, bullets, and cannon shots, various poisons poured down his throat. So even if Dr. Vegapunk and others had some teaching kindness, Donya Huanglong would never forget such profound suffering. There was also that individual who, just because he glanced at him once, directly activated a devil fruit ability and blew out his right eye, the Five Elders Satan. This enmity of the lost eye is irreconcilable until death. That bastard Kaisa was also extremely arrogant and cruel. A few days ago, he actually performed 2 lineage factor experiments on Donya Huanglong in one go, which nearly killed him. Fortunately, Donya Huanglong had strong fate, high luck value, and a very special constitution. He miraculously survived again. Resurrected from death, Donya Huanglong longed to personally kill that bastard Kaisa. Now finally free, Donya Huanglong was about to seek out those scientists who had given him endless suffering. Revenge for grievances, revenge for grudges. Especially that scumbag Kaisa Kalong, who smiles on the surface but is utterly inhumane. Seeing the surging purple toxic gas in the corridor, the Lunarian tribe flames on Donya Huanglong burned more intensely. He glanced at the light purple patterns on his body. He walked fearlessly into the thick purple toxic gas. Walking in the purple poisonous mist, the light purple patterns on his body writhed, as if absorbing the gas, making him feel very comfortable. Is this the lineage factor of the poison powder? Looking at these light purple patterns, the murderous look on Donya Huanglong's face gradually regained some rationality, and his crimson left eye dimmed. It seems that the 2.5 years of being a lab rat, though painful and despairing, has ultimately made me stronger. Donya Huanglong murmured in a hoarse voice. Whether it was the Lunarian tribe's super adaptability or the poison factor ability, they allowed him to move freely in the poison gas. Save me. Someone save me. Donya Huanglong strolled through the purple toxic gas, constantly trying to control his new abilities. He searched the vast research institute for an exit and the traces of those scientists. Along the way, he kept hearing people wailing and begging for help. Some guards and researchers, unable to escape in time, were submerged in the purple toxic gas. Most of the experimental prisoners in the prison were poisoned to death on the spot. On the other hand, some prisoners locked in sealed labs waiting for cruel experiments were not immediately affected by the gas. Bang! Donya Huanglong emotionlessly kicked away a poison guard grabbing his ankle and ignored the pleas of other prisoners. The big poison gas explosion incident at Punk Hazard, I finally waited for it. Donya Huanglong quickly explored the exit passages, wanting to catch Kaisa, the evil scientist who had once killed him. How could he not avenge the murder? Only he never expected that Kaisa, who had killed him, was also the one who indirectly saved him. It was Kaisa who detonated the poison gas bomb, giving him the chance to escape Punk Hazard. However, this did not affect Donya Huanglong's determination to kill Kaisa. If not for his tough life, those terrifying modification experiments would have been his doom, and like those experimental prisoners, his grave would now have grass several meters tall. Over 2 years, he watched one by one experimental prisoners twisted into grotesque forms die painfully before him. Dozens of batches of prisoners, hundreds, or even thousands of people, and only he survived. That kind of despair and fear of facing death again and again gave rise to endless darkness in the heart of this traveler. Donya Huanglong walked coldly through the purple toxic mist past guards with twisted faces dead of poisoning. After passing several confinement rooms and monitoring rooms, he saw a supply room. In the hazy purple gas, he suddenly saw a striped apple locked in a transparent glass box. Is this the artificial azure dragon form fruit? Donya Huanglong's eyes sharpened, and without a word he rushed in. But the next moment, a huge scorching flame shot towards him, blasting Donya Huanglong away. Roar! In the purple toxic mist, a huge flaming dragon roared, its foolish eyes staring intently at Donya Huanglong, the disheveled stranger. Crash! Donya Huanglong pushed away broken bricks and walls in the rubble and stood up. The Lunarian flames on his body blazed fiercely. This stupid dragon can actually survive in the poison mist. Dongya Huanglong stared coldly at the red dragon. As an important test subject of Punk Hazard, how could he not recognize this red dragon? An artificial dragon created by Vegapunk. Swish. Dongya Huanglong's modified laser right eye burst with light. A terrifying laser beam instantly shot towards the artificial dragon's head. Although Dongya Huanglong was just a test subject, having undergone so many body tests, his combat experience was fully comparable to pirates with bounties over 100 million. This was also the struggle and effort he had been making to escape Punk Hazard. Bang! After firing the laser, Dongya Huanglong instantly stomped a large crater into the ground, disappearing from his spot. He rushed forward at extreme speed, his massive arms swollen several times larger, his huge fist delivering a ferocious blow to the artificial dragon. The intellectually deficient artificial dragon, having its eye shot out by the sudden laser, flapped its wings painfully and tried to escape into the air. But just as it took off, a powerful fist slammed it down hard. Brainless waste. Dongya Huanglong, as if venting crazily, pounded the artificial dragon's head, splattering blood everywhere with continuous howls. The artificial dragon struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from his terrifying strength. Dongya Huanglong's ferocity taught it who was the strongest creature in Punk Hazard. This artificial dragon had extremely low intelligence, only able to understand a few simple commands from its creator Vegapunk. It had previously been sent to the Holy Land Mary Geos for the celestial dragons to play with. But because it was too stupid and uncontrollable, it nearly injured a celestial dragon, so it was returned to Punk Hazard. If it had any brains and could understand human speech, Dongya Huanglong might have tamed it and ridden it to escape Punk Hazard. Awesome, so strong. Dongya Huanglong stood in a pool of blood, trembling with excitement. The blood stained the white coat tied around his waist red, dripping with blood. He excitedly felt the terrifying power of this modified body, a stark contrast to his usual weakness after injections. No wonder he was the strongest test subject that even Vegapunk had to marvel at. This combat power was even stronger than future pacifistas, and the first batch of pacifistas could already deal with supernovas with bounties of 200 or 300 million. This meant that Dongya Huanglong, with just the power of this body, was already not inferior to supernovas, even stronger. If he learned hockey, he could directly rival great pirates with bounties over 500 million. He jumped off the dragon's head, delivered the final blow to the dying artificial dragon, punching straight through its head. Dongya Huanglong looked at the dragon corpse, roughly tore off a thigh, and the Lunaria flames on him burst into a blaze. Soon Dongya Huanglong hungrily tore into the half-cooked dragon meat, still oozing blood. After a full meal, having recovered most of his strength, he walked to the supply room, punched and shattered the glass box, and took the purple round-patterned apple in his hand. Artificial Azure Dragon. Dongya Huanglong held the artificial devil fruit, a hint of longing appearing on his cold face. In his original world, he so longed to become a divine dragon living freely. This was probably why, after eating the poisonous mushroom, he mistook the dump truck for a divine dragon. Because Dongya Huanglong truly loved dragons, it was genuine, not like Lord Yes' superficial love for dragons. Moreover, during his time as a test subject, he had repeatedly wanted to obtain this artificial fruit and find a chance to escape from this hell called Punk Hazard. For this, he had begged Vegapunk many times, volunteering to be the test subject for this artificial devil fruit. But in the end, he couldn't get what he wanted. Vegapunk did not allow anyone to consume this failed product. Now that Punk Hazard was in chaos, Dongya Huanglong had finally managed to obtain this fruit. But in his heart, he no longer felt the same urgency and determination. He wasn't sure how strong the potential of this artificial devil fruit was, or whether it would affect his future strength. At the same time, he didn't know if the lineage factors in his body would conflict with the devil fruit ability. But in the next moment, he thought of Plague Queen and the Seraphim, and his eyes became firm again. Now he also needed more power to take revenge on Kaisa and the Five Elders Satan. Those two. One took his life, the other blew out his right eye. If he doesn't avenge this, he is not a man. Besides, he possessed so many powerful bloodlines. Even if the artificial Azure Dragon ability had some flaws, the impact would be minimal. At worst, he could focus on physical techniques and hockey in the future. Another point was that after the Lunaria lineage modification experiment, he did not grow wings, nor did he become white-haired and brown-skinned. He only obtained the Lunaria adaptation flame. So now he needed a flying ability to escape Punk Hazard. Most importantly, the Divine Dragon was his Chinese totem. Being strong is a matter of the moment, but being cool is a matter of a lifetime. His eyes sharpened, and without further hesitation, he took a bite of the artificial Azure Dragon form fruit. Oh! Roar! Dongya Huanglong let out a furious roar. His neck elongated and a fierce dragon head appeared instantly. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his feet also became dragon claws. Oh, damn! It really is pink scales. Dongya Huanglong looked at the flashy pink dragon scales on his body and became furious. This was extremely inconsistent with the majestic and imposing image of a divine dragon. But the next moment, orange-eyed Lunaria flames erupted from his dragon body and claws, and purple poisonous patterns spread across the pink scales, turning the whole dragon a crimson color. As the dragon roared in anger, the crimson dragon began to swell violently, bursting the entire laboratory. Its horns became extremely sharp, piercing the sky, and its fangs grew long, becoming sharp and ferocious. Could this be the failed ancient giant lineage reactivating? Doesn't that mean the Crimson Dragon's body swelled continuously and the vast power of the ancient giant tribe and ogre tribe poured out endlessly? Wahaha! A crimson divine dragon over a kilometer-long burst through the research institute, appearing above Punk Hazard. Amid a burst of excited laughter, the Crimson Dragon stepped onto purpler flame clouds and soared into the sky. On the sea, the many top scientists who had evacuated from Punk Hazard heard the terrifying dragon roar from their warships, all shocked as they looked toward the island. On the sea, the many top scientists who had evacuated from Punk Hazard heard the terrifying dragon roar from their warships, all shocked as they looked toward the island. Amidst the violet toxic mist enveloping the island, the scientists beheld a colossal dragon-shaped silhouette looming in the sky, surrounded by flickering bolts of lightning that sent a chill of dread through their hearts. Caesar. Suddenly, a furious, thunderous voice echoed across the entirety of Punk Hazard, swiftly reaching the warships anchored nearby. At that moment, both Caesar and Vegapunk's expressions turned ashen, as if a shocking realization had dawned upon them. That voice. Could it be Subject 88? Subject 88 is alive. Caesar exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and elation. If that most crucial test subject had survived, perhaps there was still a sliver of hope for him to reclaim his place in the science unit. This is dire. Not only is Subject 88 alive, but it seems he has also consumed that artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk furrowed his brow, his massive cranium quickly piecing together the connection between the colossal dragon's roar and Subject 88. Didn't you claim that fruit was a failure? Caesar's eyes widened, echoed by the shocked exclamations of the other scientists and researchers of the science unit. If that artificial azure dragon Zoan fruit possessed power on par with Kaido of the beast's own ability, then hadn't they inadvertently created a monster of Yonko caliber? Panic seized the scientists. They knew Subject 88 possessed successfully modified lineages such as those of the Oni and the Lunarians, as well as failed modifications from the ancient giants, the Mink tribe, and the Fishmen. Subject 88 was the sole survivor among all test subjects, an exceptionally adaptive, perfect specimen. Moreover, Caesar had subjected him to experimental modifications involving venom and transparent bloodline factors. The emergence of this roar now indicated that Caesar's experiment had not in fact failed. Otherwise, Subject 88 would not be so lively amidst the island's pervasive poison gas. That bastard faked his death. Caesar growled through clenched teeth. He knew this perfect test subject would not perish so easily. The scoundrel had deceived him. Subject 88's feigned death had caused Caesar to momentarily lose his composure, pressing the button for the poison gas bomb and triggering an irreversible catastrophe. Damn it. It was all Subject 88's fault. That bastard had set him up. Just then, as the scientists' faces twisted in dismay, a colossal torrent of flame erupted from the swirling purple mist, hurtling directly toward the warship carrying them. Watch out. Vacuum punch. Rokushiki Renkyaku. One-sword style flying slash. Sentomaru and several vice admirals and rear admirals paled, unleashing their most potent long-range attacks in a desperate effort to intercept the fearsome dragon's breath. These top-tier scientists must not come to harm. He's already mastered such a powerful technique as the dragon's breath. Vegapunk, observing the colossal dragon-shaped shadow wreathed in lightning, rapidly began recording data on Subject 88's transformation into an artificial azure dragon. In the grip of terror, the assembled personnel glimpsed through the corridor carved in the poison mist by the flame breath, a crimson dragon bearing violet venomous patterns. Its immense body, its surging flames, the dense lightning, the eerie markings, its savage fangs and horns, all inspired profound dread. This was a true monster, a vengeful dragon of retribution. As the fiery breath drew nearer, Centomaris emitted haki, and the flying slashes of the marine officers proved insufficient to completely obliterate the attack. The remnants of the dragon's breath were about to strike the retreating vessel. Quickly unlock these seastone cuffs. Caesar screamed in terror. Seeing the dazzling flame breath, his only thought was to use the elementalization granted by his Gasu no Mi to evade this horrifying assault. The scales are pink. It seems the artificial azure dragon form is indeed a failure. Those massive horns and that abnormal physique. Could it be that the failed ancient giant lineage has been reactivated? As for those purple markings, they are likely caused by the venomous powder's bloodline factor. Vegapunk, driven by his pursuit of absolute perfection in research, showed no fear even in the face of such a terrifying attack, continuing to meticulously record all information about this artificial azure dragon. Yo, how terrifying. What kind of monster have you scientists created, Dr. Yasukani no Magatama? Just as the colossal dragon's breath was about to violently strike the warship carrying the assembly of elite scientists, a flash of dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a languid voice. A yellow-clad figure materialized within the golden light, and countless dense laser projectiles rapidly dispersed the dragon's breath. Phew. Thank goodness we're saved. It's Admiral Kizaru. The scientists on the warship, already weak with fear, cried out in relief upon seeing the familiar figure as if granted a reprieve from death. Admiral Kizaru, quickly recapture Subject 88. This is the world government's most important test subject. Some of the more zealous scientists shouted excitedly once they were certain their lives were no longer in danger. Subject 88 was too important to them. Having survived so many modifications, it was nothing short of a miracle. This was the most perfect test subject in history. And now with the addition of the artificial azure dragon form, its allure had grown even stronger. In their eyes, a Marine Admiral was an invincible force. Capturing a single test subject would be a trivial task. All my apologies, everyone. In this toxic environment, I'm afraid this old man can't last long either. Kizaru spread his hands in an exaggerated gesture. Without a clear understanding of the dire situation on the island, he was reluctant to risk a landing. After all, his body was still flesh and blood and not immune to the poison gas. Even armament hockey could not continuously defend against this poison gas, which was not generated by a devil fruit ability. He was a normal human who still needed to breathe. Nevertheless, in the next instant, Kizaru fired a terrifying laser beam toward the dragon on the island. He could inflict severe damage without setting foot on the island. The beam shot toward the dragon with astonishing speed. Fwish! A laser beam also emerged from the purple poison mist aimed at Kizaru's beam. But when the two collided, the dragon's laser was quickly overwhelmed and dispersed. Roar! With an enraged dragon's bellow, the crimson dragon on the island was struck. Blood splattered across the sky, and the dragon vanished from sight. But before it disappeared, its blood-red eye glaring through the gap in the poison mist fixed on the warship with such fury as if it sought to sear their images into its memory. The pervasive purple poison gas quickly swallowed the corridor opened by the dragon's breath, but that final glimpse of the blood-red eye sent a chill through the scientists. Is this Subject 88 reverting from his dragon form, or is it the ability of the transparent factor? That gaze was terrifying. Caesar and several other scientists swallowed hard, a creeping unease settling in their hearts. The sheer hatred in Subject 88's final look was horrifying. What? This dragon monster not only possesses my laser ability, but also the power of transparency. Kizaru's brow furrowed. A dangerous glint reflected off his orange-tinted sunglasses, and his expression grew considerably more serious. He wondered if this scientific transparency ability could evade detection by observation hockey. If so, it would be quite troublesome. I suggest we immediately employ a buster call to completely annihilate this dragon monster and this poisonous island. Kizaru stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then slowly uttered words that made the scientists' faces pale. Don't forget it can fly, Vegapunk said with a worried expression. The look in Donya Huanglong's eyes made him feel both unnerved and guilty. In truth, he disliked conducting human experiments, but under the thumb of the world government, Vegapunk had no choice but to comply. He had been forced to gradually modify Donya Huanglong into this monster following the world government's various directives. Privately, his relationship with Subject 88, Donya Huanglong, had been tolerable. They had even had amicable conversations. Subject 88 had repeatedly begged him to be allowed to consume the artificial azure dragon fruit. However, due to various considerations, Vegapunk had refused. He feared that the outcome of this experiment would compel the world government to force him to create more artificial devil fruits. Vegapunk yearned to create inventions that would benefit humanity, not merely produce more weapons of violence for the world government. There are still many important research materials and experimental equipment on Punk Hazard. Are we just going to abandon them? Some scientists protested reluctantly. In their panicked flight from the rapidly spreading poison gas, they had been unable to salvage much. If a buster call were authorized, Punk Hazard would cease to exist. All their research data and equipment would be utterly destroyed. So what do you want to do, Doctor? Kizaru shrugged nonchalantly, turning his gaze to Vegapunk. If this monster were released into the world, it would undoubtedly become a major menace. It might even become a second Kaido of the beasts. But for now, these scientists seemed reluctant to give up on this perfect test subject or the vital equipment on the island. That made things rather difficult. Sai then let the world government decide. Dr. Vegapunk said with a hint of resignation after a moment's thought. Honestly, he did not wish to kill Subject 88, but he was uncertain whether Subject 88 would seek revenge on the world, becoming a monumental threat. He quickly contacted the five elders via Den Mushi. After a detailed report and explanation of the situation, it was ultimately decided by Saint Saturn, the god of science and defense, that Kizaru should find a way to capture this monster. They had no intention of abandoning such a high-value test subject. Furthermore, the five elders had not anticipated that Vegapunk would still be so disobedient. He had labeled the artificial azure dragon zoan fruit a failure and casually discarded it on the island. It seemed they would need to reprimand him once more. The suppression and blockade of Vegapunk's homeland Baltimore would continue. The five elders could not allow the world government to waste these precious experimental products which had consumed considerable research funds. Upon hearing this decision, Kizaru could only shrug and accept the order with a grimace. He began requesting reinforcements from Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine headquarters, preparing to mount a full-scale encirclement and capture of this crucial test subject. Meanwhile, Vegapunk and the other scientists would depart under Marine protection to search for a new experimental island. As for the culprit Caesar, he was immediately taken into custody and sent to a marine prison ship to await judgment by the world government. His ultimate destination would be the sunless depths of Impel Down. As for the culprit Caesar, he was immediately taken into custody and sent to a marine prison ship to await judgment by the world government. His ultimate destination would be the sunless depths of Impel Down. On the poison-misted Punk Hazard Island. Damn, how infuriating. It's Kizaru. Donya Huanglong's face was grim, the blood holes in his body rapidly healed under his terrifying regenerative abilities and the flames of the Lunaria. The moment he recalled Kizaru's overwhelming power and terrifying speed, the killing intent and fury in Donya Huanglong's eyes swiftly extinguished. With Kizaru a Marine Admiral present, this revenge today was utterly impossible to achieve. With his current strength, how could he possibly defeat a Marine Admiral? Moreover, he had never even learned hockey. How could he deal with Kizaru, a Logia user of the glint fruit? Donya Huanglong considered it for just a moment, then turned and fled, desperate to leave Punk Hazard immediately. If this island were surrounded, he might not escape Kizaru's encirclement and interception. A wise man bides his time. Damn it, he'll remember this grudge. Without a moment's hesitation, the crimson giant dragon swiftly flew toward the other side of the island. As he flew, he rapidly familiarized himself with and mastered his newly reactivated ancient giant bloodline, shrinking his colossal dragon deity form back down to the size of a normal divine dragon. I never thought that Kizaru's giant laser cannon would frighten the ability of the transparent bloodline factor out of me. With this, the world is vast. Where can I not go? Donya Huanglong joyfully acquainted himself with his new ability, flying at extreme speed toward the other side of the island for a strategic retreat. He couldn't be stubborn and reckless now, charging headlong into a fight to the death with Kizaru. He needed more time to develop and grow stronger. Where there's life, there's hope. But he would definitely have his revenge. He would claim Caesar's wretched life sooner or later. Not even Kizaru could stop it. And Saturn was also among Donya Huanglong's ultimate revenge targets. Punk Hazard Island was not small and shrouded in purple poisonous gas. Not even Kizaru, a Marine Admiral, could cover the entire island with his observation hockey. Thus, on the other side of the island, Donya Huanglong, in his transparent state, successfully escaped this hellish island that had left him with countless dark memories. Caesar? Saturn. Just you wait. Donya Huanglong traversed the entirety of Punk Hazard, and after just flying a short distance out over the sea, he turned back to glare at the island and growled. But the next moment he saw over a dozen dazzling yellow figures instantly appear above the island, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Kizaru's light clones. Seeing these yellow figures, Donya Huanglong's muscles tensed and cold sweat broke out. It was fortunate he had left without hesitation and possessed the transparent factor ability, otherwise he might truly have been cornered by Kizaru. Donya Huanglong accelerated wildly, desperately, trying to distance himself from this seemingly lazy, yet terrifying Marine Admiral. At that moment, Kizaru suddenly seemed to sense something and looked toward the direction where Donya Huanglong had vanished. Could that monster have escaped Punk Hazard so quickly? Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru furrowed his brow and without further thought unleashed a barrage of laser beams. Seeing Kizaru's laser bullets, Donya Huanglong fled even faster, desperately treading clouds and dodging the light projectiles. But faced with such a dense volley, he was still hit. Yet even after being struck by dozens of laser bullets, Donya Huanglong desperately maintained his transparent ability, refusing to let his form be exposed. However, the splattering blood was still sensed by Kizaru's observation hockey. Oh, so you really did escape. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, and his dozen or so light clones instantly merged into one, then transformed into light elements, and pursued at extreme speed. Damn. Kizaru, you bastard, what the hell are you chasing? Seeing Kizaru in pursuit, Donya Huanglong's scalp tingled as he cursed inwardly, quickly lowering his altitude and flying close to the sea surface. He knew that without a landing point, Kizaru's glint fruit ability probably couldn't keep flying over the sea indefinitely. So Donya Huanglong had to escape far enough to shake off Kizaru's pursuit. Oh, a fine transparent ability. But for the sea to have fewer troubles, you cannot leave. Kizaru tracked the direction of the blood splatter, pinpointing the approximate location of the transparent dragon, and then resumed his large-scale laser barrage. With the sky filled with sweeping laser bullets, blood sprayed forth once more, and Kizaru quickly and accurately determined the dragon's position. Number 88, surrender now? Kizaru shouted, his expression relaxed. This experimental subject, who had gone from an ordinary person to the strongest cyborg, was no match for the New World's great pirates. If it weren't for the 5 elders' orders to capture number 88 alive, he could kill this dragon right now. Kizaru, can't you just slack off? In a year, I'll give you 10 billion berries for early retirement. Continuously struck by laser bullets, Donya Huanglong finally couldn't maintain his transparent ability, revealing his dragon form, and shouted at Kizaru with some desperation. Oh, are you trying to bribe me? But that won't do, as capturing you is an order from the highest authority in the world. Seeing Donya Huanglong reveal himself, Kizaru's expression turned a bit more serious. This divine dragon burning with special flames reminded him of the Yonko Kaido of the beasts. A golden light sword instantly materialized in his hand as he attacked at incredible speed. Kizaru, did you join the justice of the Marines just to help the celestial dragons bully civilians? Dongya Huanglong cursed loudly, his flames surging as his dragon claws lashed out at Kizaru while laser beams and fiery dragon breath swept wildly toward him. Slash. Big guy too slow. Kizaru ignored Dongya Huanglong's words, instantly turning into light elements beneath the dragon's claws, easily dodging the attack. With a flash of the laser, blood sprayed as his sword slashed and wounded Dongya Huanglong's dragon claw. Then amidst the rain of blindingly fast light, blood continuously splattered from the dragon's body as gruesome wounds appeared. Oh, truly formidable defense and regeneration. You really are a monster. Kizaru looked at the dragon, which was constantly being wounded, and then healing a hint of shock in his eyes. This experimental monster had indeed given him quite a few surprises. He hadn't expected that even with his powerful attacks, he could only breach the defense, not fully pierce through the dragon's body. Kizaru. Dongya Huanglong's eyes burned with fury and resentment. Under Kizaru's relentless speed attack, he felt the same helplessness as a lab rat in the laboratory. That despair of wanting to resist, but being powerless to struggle. With Kizaru's continuous fierce assault, Dongya Huanglong's dragon body was constantly wounded and healed rapidly, draining his stamina and turning his face pale. At this moment, Dongya Huanglong's heart sank completely. Apologies, number 88. Kizaru continued to toy with Dongya Huanglong, slashing at him with devastating speed, wounding him repeatedly to quickly exhaust his stamina, aiming to capture him alive. Off. The divine dragon that Dongya Huanglong had become simply couldn't hit the supremely fast Kizaru. All his attacks, fiery dragon breath, lasers, lightning, were easily dodged. In the end, he could only endure Kizaru's attacks while continuously fleeing. He even skimmed the sea surface using gale force winds to whip up seawater in an attempt to shake off Kizaru, but it was still ineffective. His heart grew increasingly frantic. He couldn't be captured and returned to that hell to be a lab rat. Accept reality. Kizaru burst forth with sudden power, slashing a wound so deep on the dragon's body that internal organs were visible, inflicting severe damage on Dongya Huanglong. No, Kizaru. Dongya Huanglong roared in defiance. How could he fall here? He would rather die than be captured and turned into an experiment again. Recalling those painful transformation experiences under extreme agony and hatred, a terrifyingly imposing aura erupted from Dongya Huanglong. Countless black-red lightning bolts raged and rampaged. Kizaru, caught off guard by this terrifying aura, was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Dongya Huanglong furiously fired a murderous fiery dragon breath and laser beam, blasting Kizaru apart into a sky full of light elements. Before Kizaru could even reform from his light elemental state, a pale-faced Dongya Huanglong entered his transparent state once more and fled madly. Amidst the continuous black-red lightning, Kizaru slowly recovered his expression, turning exceptionally grim. What was this? Was this Conqueror's Haki? A special type of Conqueror's Haki that could even suppress the recovery of Logia abilities. Staring at the empty sea with no land to land on, Kizaru performed Jeppo to quickly scan the area. Left with no choice, he gloomily transformed into a laser and sped back to Punk Hazard. Back on the warship, Kizaru, his face dark, quickly issued orders for all Marines to search for and capture the severely wounded number 88 experimental subject. If number 88 escaped or fell into the sea, severely wounded, and was eaten by a sea beast, Kizaru would be in serious trouble. He truly hadn't expected that this experimental subject brat could awaken Conqueror's Haki, and a special type at that, causing him to make a grave mistake. He reported the latest intelligence and the significant threat of number 88 to Marine headquarters and the world government via Den Den Mushi. He reported the latest intelligence and the significant threat of number 88 to Marine headquarters and the world government via Den Den Mushi. Before long, Huang Yuan led a fleet of warships into the sea area, continually searching for the whereabouts of Experiment No. 88, with even naval officers diving into the sea to conduct underwater searches. However, despite the arrival of reinforcements from the Navy headquarters to conduct a large-scale search, they still could not find any trace of No. 88. This left a look of worry and helplessness on Huang Yuan's sly face. As expected, the ineffective Huang Yuan was soon scolded severely by the five elders. Satan ordered Huang Yuan to continue the search and to expand the search area to the nearby islands. In any case, they must see the living or the dead. Meanwhile, Vegapunk and numerous scientists speculated that the ancient giant bloodline, which had failed to be modified in Experiment No. 88 due to its massive size, had likely been reactivated. They had to admit that this Experiment No. 88 was indeed very special, not only exhibiting strong compatibility, but also filled with miracles. Thus, the failed Fishman modification bloodline within Experiment No. 88 could also potentially be reactivated. This meant that even if No. 88 had fallen into the sea, it would not easily perish. Moreover, with the Luna Liao bloodline, Fishman bloodline, and even the abilities from the artificial fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form, these powers could enable No. 88 to survive underwater. Therefore, the Navy must find a way to bring him back. This intelligence caused both the Buddha of the war country and the great strategist Crane to furrow their brows. What kind of monster have these scientists actually created? The intelligence also indicated that this experiment subject possessed the abilities of extreme toxicity and transparency. Adding to this was the special Conqueror's Haki reported by Huang Yuan. Just thinking about it was frightening. If Experiment No. 88 truly escaped alive and grew stronger, what kind of terrifying monster would he become? The most concerning factor was that Experiment No. 88 harbored intense hatred for the world government and those scientists. Upon realizing this, the Buddha of the war country immediately elevated the mission to capture No. 88 to the highest priority. They had to recapture or eliminate him before No. 88 grew any stronger. Now they even hoped that No. 88 had been gravely injured and devoured by sea beasts to avoid the emergence of a super troublesome problem. On the vast, boundless sea. I finally escaped. Dongya Huanglong gasped for breath, the wounds on his body writhing and healing, while the severe exhaustion rendered his complexion extremely pale. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. The dragon form of Dongya Huanglong remained in a transparent state, swaying and flying unsteadily over the sea. Extremely fatigued, he only wished to find an island to land on and take refuge. If he fell into the sea now, all his struggles and efforts would be in vain. Having narrowly escaped from Huang Yuan, how could he collapse on his way of escape? After flying continuously for most of the day, darkness had already settled in. Dongya Huanglong, carrying his exhausted injuries, felt his muscles aching painfully. In the darkness, he nearly fell into the sea multiple times, his transparency ability failing again and again. However, the painful experiences over the past 2 years kept him gritting his teeth and persisting. Just when he was about to collapse, he finally spotted the silhouette of an island. He expended the last bit of his strength, and feeling a sense of relief, tumbled into a primitive forest. His fall created a massive pit in the ground, and the invisible dragon form quickly faded, restoring him to human shape. The extremely exhausted Dongya Huanglong had no strength to observe his surroundings and fell into a deep unconsciousness. Minutes later, small figures appeared among the nearby trees and bushes. These figures cautiously observed and probed this sudden adult human. Is he dead? Is he a pirate? He seems to be injured. He has lost a lot of blood. His clothes are soaked in blood. Should we let the princess save him? A series of chattering voices exchanged rapidly, each uncertain about what to do, until a small figure with golden hair appeared. The next day, the Navy headquarters launched a large-scale search operation in the Punk Hazard Sea area, deploying nearly 100 warships, which attracted the attention of many powers. Big News Morgans quickly went to follow up and investigate the truth of the matter, hoping to obtain some insider information for a major scoop. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned as he looked towards the direction of Punk Hazard. Through secret information from Virgo, he learned that the second scientist, Caesar, had been imprisoned, which made him see a chance to benefit. As for the escaped Experiment No. 88, Virgo had little information about it. However, the world government's intense interest piqued Doflamingo's great curiosity. If given the opportunity, he also wanted to find Experiment No. 88. Even if he couldn't subdue it, he could sell it to the world government for maximum profit. Other dark forces and great pirates were also probing the Navy's news, eager to learn about the intelligence regarding the Punk Hazard Sea area. Days later, on the White Soil Island of the Grand Line Dr. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, learned through some secret means that Vegapunk had moved to a new laboratory. He immediately contacted Bartholomew Kuma, who had withdrawn from the Revolutionary Army. The two reunited aboard Dragon's ship, the Grandma. Dragon informed Kuma about the capture of Ivankov and Sabo, as well as the news regarding Vegapunk. He also advised Kuma to seize the opportunity while Vegapunk's new laboratory was defenseless and Huang Yuan was not nearby to protect him. Kuma was to quickly take the 80-year-old Bonnie to the New World Egghead Island to seek Vegapunk's assistance. During their conversation, the revolutionary officer Bello Betty also gained Kuma's recognition and officially succeeded Ginny in the position of East Army Commander. Subsequently, the tyrant Kuma swiftly returned to the South Sea Sorbet Kingdom with Vegapunk and Egghead Island news, placing the ailing Bonnie in a light-proof box and embarking on the journey to the New World. As the pawpaw fruit cannot directly transport one to places they have not visited, Kuma could only take Bonnie to islands in the New World he had been to before, trying to find a small sailboat to make their way to the mysterious Egghead Island. To cure Bonnie's terminal illness, Kuma was willing to pay any price, even his own life. This was his endless guilt towards Ginny. Back then, Ginny had proposed to Kuma, but he, due to the bloodline of the Barcania tribe, cowardly chose to escape and rejected her. Yet Ginny remained steadfastly by his side and joined the Revolutionary Army with him, only to later be captured by the Celestial Dragons, suffering inhumane experiences and giving birth to Bonnie. Failing to protect Ginny, this feeling of guilt was something Kuma could never atone for in his lifetime. Therefore, Bonnie, who was now suffering from a terminal illness, was the entirety of his lives, meaning more important than the Revolutionary Army. Failing to protect Ginny, this feeling of guilt was something Kuma could never atone for in his lifetime. Therefore, Bonnie, who was now suffering from a terminal illness, was the entirety of his lives, meaning more important than the Revolutionary Army. On the island of Green Bit adjacent to the New World's Dressrosa, several colossal trees collapsed with a thunderous crash beneath the fist of a dark silhouette, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. It would be a waste not to master hockey with such a formidable body. With his jet black hair, Tono Aritatsu had, after days of adaptation, gained preliminary control over his various abilities, granting him considerable means of self-preservation. At this moment, Tono Aritatsu's entire form was wreathed in lightning. Gazing upon his own rippling knotted muscles, he allowed a satisfied smile to spread across his face. The grievous wound inflicted by Kizuru had vanished, and even the purple venomous patterns had been concealed. The sheer brute physical strength of this body granted him a defensive power rivaling Busashoko Haki. This was the inherent racial power of the Oni and the ancient giants. Not only did it boast astonishing defensive capabilities and immense strength, but its regenerative abilities also rivaled those of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Combined with the artificial Azure Dragon ability, Tono Aritatsu was now even more formidable than a young Kaido of the beasts. This exaggerated defensive power, even if it couldn't match Big Mom's iron balloon, was comparable to Bobby Funk's naturally hardened armament skin capable of shattering ordinary blackened weapons. Perhaps due to the activation of a failed mink tribe lineage, Tono Aritatsu's black hair had grown exceptionally long, rivaling the golden mane of Silver Fox Shiki, and was constantly crackling with blue-white static electricity, making him resemble a scion. Tono Aritatsu's body also burned with the flames of the Lunarian tribe. When he entered his half-dragon form, a pair of enormous dragon horns reminiscent of those of the ancient giants would sprout from his head. I wonder if all those failed modified bloodlines can be fully and completely awakened. Tono Aritatsu clenched his fist, his thoughts filled with ambition. He hadn't expected that upon transmigrating this body would possess such incredible compatibility, successfully fusing so many bloodlines through countless agonizing experiments. It seemed the mink tribe bloodline had only been faintly awakened without causing his entire body to grow fur, which would have been troublesome. Both the mink tribe bloodline and the artificial Azure Dragon form allowed for the manipulation of electricity. Combined with the Lunarian's flames, his control over lightning and fire elemental abilities was exceptionally potent. This extraordinary modified body was even more powerful than a multiple devil fruit user. Lightning flames, wind blades, laser beams, potent venom, invisibility, gigantification, flight, superhuman strength. His array of abilities even surpassed that of Queen the Plague. This was the supreme masterpiece born from the collaboration of Vegapunk and the entire science team. His transmigrated body seemed to be the optimal vessel for compatibility, retaining the best traits. From the Lunarian tribe, only the adaptive flames had awakened, the brown skin, white hair, and wings remained dormant. From the mink tribe, only the ability to utilize static electricity had been activated. Whether the Sulong form was available was still unknown, as his body had not grown the characteristic fur of a mink. Tono Aritatsu wondered what ability the failed fishman bloodline might awaken. Perhaps enhanced swimming capabilities or tenfold wrist strength. However, even if tenfold wrist strength were awakened, it would be overshadowed by the mightier power of the Oni and ancient giants. As for underwater breathing, he would only discover that if he fell into the sea. But after consuming the artificial Azure Dragon fruit, the fishman bloodline had become redundant. It was better left unactivated. He would never allow himself to be knocked into the ocean by anyone. Tono Aritatsu trimmed down a few giant trees, then lifted them one by one, and carried them back beside his crude hut to begin expanding his shelter. Tono land, please don't recklessly destroy the forest, a small golden figure said softly, quickly leaping onto Tono Aritatsu's shoulder. I know, Tono Aritatsu replied, reining in the lightning and his violent aura. He turned and smiled at the princess of the Tontata tribe. This was one of the rare smiles he had shown since his transmigration. Days earlier, as a severely wounded Tono Aritatsu regained a sliver of consciousness, he had earned the trust and friendship of the Tontata with a single small lie. By claiming to be a descendant of Mont Blanc Noland, he had successfully persuaded Princess Mancherry to use her heal fruit's power to its fullest extent to save him. The Tontata spared no effort providing Tono Aritatsu with food and various medicinal herbs, helping him rapidly recover from his injuries and regain his strength. Even the trousers he wore were borrowed by the Tontata from Dressrosa. The blood-soaked white coat he had arrived in had been discarded. Seeing these little people go so far as to steal to support him, Tono Aritatsu, who had endured so much darkness and hardship, felt for the first time the true kindness and beauty of this world. These kind-hearted Tontata also brought a measure of warmth to Tono Aritatsu's heart. Tonoland can ask Leo and the others to help build a house. They work very fast, Princess Mancherry said cheerfully. She was still elated from the previous day when Tono Aritatsu had secretly taken her to explore the bustling streets of Dressrosa, and she was already hoping to go again. Ever since Doflamingo became the new king of Dressrosa, the citizens had become far less friendly towards them, the so-called fairies, than during the days of the Riku royal family. They would even capture them for auction. They had even overheard conversations among the Don Quixote family executives, learning that a group of captured Tontata warriors had been sold to a Yonko known as Big Mom for breeding and collection. This news filled them with terror. The mere thought of their kin being brutalized by giant humans intensified their fear. Consequently, the Tontata had drastically reduced their trips to Dressrosa for playing and borrowing. The tribe's women, children, and elderly were forbidden from crossing the bridge, and only a select group of elite warriors were permitted to go to Dressrosa to borrow items. Thus, the previous day's outing to Dressrosa with Tono Aritatsu had filled the Tontata princess with immense joy. No need to trouble Leo and the others. A simple setup will do, Tono Aritatsu said, gently patting Princess Mancheri's head. This wooden hut was merely a temporary shelter. He had no intention of remaining on the small island of Greenbit forever. He needed to grow stronger, build his own power, and seek revenge. It's no trouble at all. We are happy to work for Tonoland. You are a great adventurer and hero just like Lord Noland, Princess Mancheri declared earnestly. Over the past day or two, they had witnessed Tono Aritatsu's incredible power and his countless abilities, which had broadened their horizons immensely. Their admiration for Tono Aritatsu was growing daily. 400 years ago, Noland had saved the Tontata, becoming their hero and benefactor. Now they firmly believed Tono Aritatsu would become their new hero. After witnessing Tono Aritatsu's strength, Gansho, the elder of the Tontata, had begged him to help the Riku royal family overthrow Doflamingo's rule. If that happened, they, the little fairies, could return to their peaceful way of life. In recent years, the Don Quixote family had captured dozens of Tontata for auction, making the tribe extremely wary of crossing the bridge to Dressrosa to borrow things. Gansho had even wanted to implore Tono Aritatsu to rescue their sold-off kin. After a moment's thought, Tono Aritatsu agreed, promising to do his utmost to help them. However, at this stage, he needed more time to grow stronger and develop his plans. The honest Tontata immediately declared their willingness to follow Tono Aritatsu, to share his fortunes and adversities, and to stand with him through life and death. The Tontata's voluntary allegiance gave Tono Aritatsu, who was currently destitute and without a foundation, an immediate plan to use the Tontata as a base and build his own power from scratch. This freely offered Tontata tribe was an easy race to manage, and it would be foolish to refuse such a gift. Furthermore, the Tontata tribe possessed 4 Devil Fruit users: Mancheri with the Paramecia type, Heal Fruit, Leo with the Paramecia type, So Fruit, and 2 Zoan type users with the Insect Fruit models Hornet and Hercules Beetle. Among them, Mancheri's Heal Fruit ability was what Tono Aritatsu valued most. All Tontata were incredibly strong for their size, possessed remarkable speed, and were fairly capable fighters. Their main weaknesses were their timidity, their inability to lie, and their gullibility. The Tontata were also natural greenkeepers, exceptionally skilled in horticulture, a talent that might prove useful in the future. At this time, Caesar had not yet escaped prison to ally with Doflamingo, and the cultivation of artificial devil fruits had not yet begun. Thus, the Don Quixote family had not yet launched large-scale captures of the Tontata to force them into tree planting, saving Tono Aritatsu a considerable amount of trouble. Of course, the most crucial point was that the Tontata deeply trusted Tono Aritatsu and were very obedient. How could he possibly abandon this tribe that had freely given him their allegiance and saved his life? Of course, the most crucial point was that the Tontata deeply trusted Tono Aritatsu and were very obedient. How could he possibly abandon this tribe that had freely given him their allegiance and saved his life? On the New World, Dressrosa. Trash. In a secluded alley, Higashi no Araryu discarded the corpse of a pirate, stripping him of all his berry. For these scum of pirates, Higashi no Araryu felt no qualms in killing them. With the money, he bought a new set of clothes on the bustling streets of Dressrosa, indulged in the world's delicacies, and even purchased some pastries for Mancheri and the others. Today he had spent quite a while coaxing Mancheri before landing alone on Dressrosa. Because he intended to kill and rob, and such matters were not suitable for taking a pure-hearted girl like Mancheri along. The day before, he had taken Mancheri to explore Dressrosa, but without money they couldn't buy anything, and she urged him to return. Today he was determined to engage in a ruthless black market deal and plunder to his heart's content. That bastard Caesar hasn't escaped prison yet, so revenge must wait. As for the 5 elders, Saturn, that target is too distant. He'll secure Haki first. Higashi no Araryu bit into his grilled meat as he walked along the Grand Avenue, his cold eyes scanning for the next pirate scum to replenish his wallet. Simultaneously, he searched for a way to acquire Haki in Dressrosa, perhaps through some black market. If Blackbeard Teach could bide his time for 20 to 30 years awaiting the Yami Yami no Mi, then he could certainly spend a year or 2 learning Haki. If Higashi no Araryu wished, he could even join the Whitebeard pirates, lie low for a year or 2, steal Teach's thunder, and seize the Yami Yami no Mi. Yet Higashi no Araryu was not an anomaly like Blackbeard. He likely couldn't consume a second devil fruit ability. Still, if the opportunity arose, he would find a way to snatch the Yami Yami no Mi, preventing Blackbeard's rise. Just then a commotion arose from the lively street. "Baby 5, please marry me. I need you by my side for all eternity." A lecherous young man clutching a handful of hastily picked wildflowers proposed to a long-legged beauty in a maid outfit. The lustful expression on his face made his ill intentions plain to all. Yet the maid, blushing coyly, did not refuse the man's proposal, seemingly oblivious to his ulterior motives, her cheeks flushed in a tempting manner. The free-spirited maid, Baby 5. Higashi no Araryu instantly recognized the beautiful maid who couldn't refuse anyone. She was also a user of the Supa Supa no Mi, granting her considerable combat prowess. However, her development of the ability was abysmal, wasting such a divine fruit. Just as the lecherous youth felt he was about to win the beauty, many among the observing Dressrosa residents watched with mocking expressions. Higashi no Ararius' gaze suddenly shifted to a patch of air, his expression turning serious. It was the ability of that flamingo's Ito Ito no Mi. Indeed, just as Baby 5 was about to accept the lecherous youth's proposal, an invisible thread silently pierced the young man's heart. Blood rapidly seeped through his white clothes. The lecherous youth stared in horror at his chest, feeling a piercing pain in his heart. What was happening? Truly an ignorant outsider. To dare flirt with a Don Quixote family executive deserves death. A Dressrosa resident laughed heartily. Every week, he witnessed fools eliminated by King Doflamingo. It was as thrilling as the Colosseum's battles. All because of Baby 5, the beautiful executive who couldn't refuse anyone. Asking Baby 5 for small favors was fine, but those who proposed to her, or tried to swindle her, would be mercilessly purged by Doflamingo. Damn you, young master. He'll kill you. Baby 5, seeing the man fall dead, stormed off toward the Hill of Kings to confront Doflamingo. She hated how the young master kept killing those who needed her. She yearned to be needed. Why did he keep killing her fiancés? As the gawking crowd dispersed, the Don Quixote family's foot soldiers swiftly emerged to clean up, dragging away the corpse with practiced efficiency. Higashi no Arariu finished his grilled meat, watching impassively. This was the world of One Piece, where human life was as cheap as grass. The weak couldn't even choose how they died. Without haki, it's best not to engage with someone like Doflamingo. Higashi no Arariu discarded the bone temporarily, shelving the idea of trading Virgo's secret for haki training. He also set aside the thought of manipulating Baby 5. The heavenly Yiksha was notoriously ruthless and vengeful. He recalled how Doflamingo had pursued Tesoro for over a year after learning he had seized the Guruguru no Mi. Only when Tesoro's power matched Doflamingo did they set aside their enmity and slowly become business partners. Tesoro was no simpleton. He was audacious and perfectly attuned to the Guruguru no Mi. In just 3 or 4 years he had awakened its power, a true prodigy. Recalling Tesoro's past as a celestial dragon slave sparked an idea in Higashi no Arariu. With Tesoro's lover Stella having died at the hands of celestial dragons, he might be swayed to join his cause. If successful, Higashi no Arariu would never lack funds and would gain a powerful ally. Of course, this required his own strength to be worthy of such a formidable partner. Otherwise, relying on threats alone would only prompt such a schemer to eliminate him. Higashi no Arariu watched Baby 5's retreating figure, eyes narrowing. The thought of Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage reminded him of Saturn, the celestial dragon who had destroyed one of his eyes. Though Doflamingo now resented the celestial dragons, he still desperately wished to reclaim his status as one. It was simply that the celestial dragons refused to accept him. Having taken in the Tontada tribe, Dressrosa and the Don Quixote family were certainly among his targets. With sufficient power, Higashi no Arariu would not hesitate to consume everything Doflamingo had. During his 2.5 years as a test subject on Punk Hazard, he had fully grasped this world's rules: the strong prey on the weak, and the victor reigns supreme. Just as Higashi no Arariu turned to seek out the next unlucky pirate and black market, a massive figure appeared in his sight. Beneath the large hooded cloak, he recognized a familiar face. The wooden crate in the giant's arms sparked a memory. It was him. This guy hadn't yet sought out that big-head Vegapunk. The thought of his old friend Vegapunk set Higashi no Arariu's mind racing. A grin spread across his face as he followed without a second thought. Following this man meant haki training was within reach. He might even recruit him and locate Vegapunk's new lair. These thoughts made Higashi no Arariu tremble with excitement. In a secluded alley, a massive figure came to a halt. "Why are you following me?" Bartholomew Kuma, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon the unfamiliar man who had trailed him, his body shifting into a state of alert as an exceedingly perilous aura emanated from his colossal frame. He too sensed the formidable presence emanating from Higashi no Arariu, concluding this must be yet another bothersome pirate or bounty hunter. Since being marked for arrest by the Marines, he had encountered such individuals more often than not. Yet he had not anticipated being tracked by this man so soon after landing on Dressrosa, using his pawpaw fruit ability. It seemed this fellow possessed no small measure of skill. However, he had no time to entangle himself with Higashi no Arariu now. He was urgently seeking a small sailboat to reach Egghead Island, and with Bonnie in his care, engaging other powerful fighters was inconvenient. Just as Kuma was about to use his pawpaw fruit ability to depart instantly, the unfamiliar man before him spoke. "The sapphire scale disease can be cured." Higashi no Arariu gazed at the tyrant Kuma, who exuded a dangerous aura, and stated calmly. The moment he saw Kuma, he resolved to recruit him into his own faction. For this gentle man who would sacrifice everything for Bonnie, manipulating him would be 100 times easier than dealing with the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. Most importantly, his strength rivaled that of Tesoro. "What?" Bartholomew Kuma, whose face had been icy cold, suddenly widened his eyes, his expression losing all composure, and his hands began to tremble. His journey to Egghead to seek Vegapunk was merely an attempt. In truth, he was uncertain whether Vegapunk could actually cure Bonnie. Over the years, he had traversed the seas visiting renowned physicians far and wide only to face disappointment time and again. Now hearing a tone of certainty in Higashino Arius' words caused tears to well up in his eyes. How wonderful Bonnie could live past the age of 10. Inside the wooden crate, Bonnie grew excited as well, her eyes filled with longing. Once her illness was cured, she wanted to travel everywhere with her father. Let's talk on that island over there. Let me see the extent of your pop-off fruit ability. Higashino Ariu pointed towards Greenbit Island north of Dressrosa and walked directly over to Kuma. On Dressrosa, there was a risk of being discovered by Doflamingo's men, especially Viola, the user of the Glare fruit. That woman was still serving under Doflamingo, and caution was necessary. Kuma hadn't anticipated that this stranger Higashino Ariu would be so knowledgeable about him, not only aware of Bonnie's incurable sapphire scale disease, but also his identity and his pop-off fruit ability. This aroused great wariness within him. Yet for Bonnie Sake, he was willing to brave any danger. He glanced at Greenbit Island, estimated the distance, then removed his glove, and with a single paw strike launched Higashino Ariu into the air before propelling himself as well. In an instant, both vanished from their spot, flying towards the opposite island. Boom! Within the primeval forest of Greenbit Island, two massive paw-shaped shockwaves appeared, crashing into the ground one after the other, forming two enormous craters. This ability is truly remarkable. Bartholomew Kuma. Higashino Ariu exclaimed excitedly. Kuma still possessed the coordinates for Amazon Lily Weatheria and the Boyne Archipelago, which could provide Higashino Ariu with immense convenience. Countless plans began to take shape in Higashino Arius' mind. Gazing at Kuma, whose massive frame stood nearly 7 meters tall, he felt a certain sense of pressure. Kuma's height of 689 centimeters was slightly taller than Whitebeard's 666 centimeters, making him a veritable small giant. As for Higashino Ariu, after numerous body modifications and a second growth spurt, his normal standing height was merely 266 centimeters, roughly the same as Kaido's daughter Yamato. Yet standing before Kuma, he still appeared like a child. The ancient giant bloodline within him could only be fully unleashed when he assumed his dragon form. In his normal state, transforming into an attack titan was highly unstable. His extremely volatile ancient giant form at its peak reached approximately 66 meters in height, rivaling the stature of 3 giants combined. Who are you? Do you truly have a way to cure the sapphire scale disease? Bartholomew Kuma removed his hood, revealing a face tinged with anxiety. A pair of rimless glasses lent his colossal body a hint of scholarly gentleness. I know who the heal fruit user and the op fruit user are, and I know their locations. I am also aware of a medical technique called stem cell transplantation that can completely cure the sapphire scale disease. Higashino Ariu spoke calmly, his steady tone stirring excitement within both Kuma and Bonnie, fostering growing trust in him. As for me, just call me Higashino Ariu. I am an experimental subject who escaped from a world government laboratory. A man whose goal is to overthrow the world government and eliminate the 5 elders. Higashino Arius' laser-enhanced eyes gleamed, attesting to the truth of his words. Now I am preparing to build my own forces, and I hope you will join them. Higashino Ariu fixed his burning gaze upon Kuma. If he could recruit this user of the pop-off fruit, his new faction could take off rapidly. You want to take on the world government? The 5 elders? Actually, I could introduce you to the Revolutionary Army. They exist for the same purpose of overthrowing the world government. Kuma said in astonishment, a glimmer lighting up his eyes. Higashino Arius' goal closely mirrored that of the Revolutionary Army, and he was eager to recruit this man, named Higashino Ariu, under Dragon's command. Do you think I would submit to another? Higashino Ariu glared coldly at Kuma, his aura erupting violently. He would never be controlled by anyone else. This is... Kuma's eyes widened once more as he looked at Higashino Ariu. He hadn't expected this man to possess the rare quality of a king found in only 1 in a million. Don't you want to avenge Ginny? Don't you want to cure Bonnie? Dragon couldn't save Ginny or Bonnie, and even Ivankov has been thrown into Impel Down. They were your family who shared your hardships, yet you couldn't do a single thing for them. Higashino Ariu continued his words, striking Kuma's heart like a relentless barrage of bullets. This forced Kuma to involuntarily step back. Indeed, he had failed to protect Ginny, and he couldn't even protect Ivankov or Bonnie. In that moment, Kuma suddenly fell to his knees in guilt, tears streaming uncontrollably. His entire life had been that of a lone star of calamity. His mother had died at the hands of the celestial dragons, and his father had been shot dead before his eyes by their guns. His beloved Ginny was also tortured by the celestial dragons, finally dying in his arms. The 3 people he loved most had all perished at the hands of the celestial dragons. His elder brother Ivankov had been captured, and he couldn't save him. Bonnie was afflicted with an incurable disease, and he couldn't cure her. This cowardly buccaneer was utterly incapable of bringing smiles to people like Nika. Perhaps sensing Kuma's pain, little Bonnie inside the crate frantically pounded against the wooden boards, shouting to be let out. She wanted to berate that detestable Higashino Ariu for his reckless words, and she also wanted to comfort this gentle crybaby father of hers. Join my forces. I will find a way to cure Bonnie, and one day, I will surely kill the celestial dragons to avenge Ginny. I can even attack Impel Down and rescue Ivankov. Higashino Aryu continued looking at the somewhat broken Kuma. In his view, Kuma, despite his immense power, possessed a nature too gentle and kind, which had led to so many tragedies. Perhaps a mismatch between power and character was also a flaw. He should become a true tyrant. As long as you can save Bonnie, I will accept any condition you have. Kuma hugged the wooden crate tightly, soothing Bonnie for a moment before taking a deep breath and speaking to Higashino Aryu. Though Kuma had once thought after Bonnie recovered he would rejoin the Revolutionary Army and fight alongside Dragon. But now for Bonnie for revenge, he was willing to agree to any of Higashino Aryu's conditions, including joining his faction. A correct choice. A faint smile finally appeared on the indifferent face of Donya Huanglong. He did not expect that his first member would be the tyrannical bear. This was something he had never considered before. After stabilizing his emotions, Bear gently asked, then Mr. Huanglong, what is the name of our organization? Let's call it the Huanglong Group. A powerful aura erupted from Donya Huanglong, and small black-red lightning flickered around. Inside the wooden box, Bonnie suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, and her eyes began to roll back. Calm down, Captain Huanglong. Bonnie can't handle this conqueror's haki. Bear quickly stopped Donya Huanglong, wondering why this new boss was carelessly unleashing conqueror's haki. I'm sorry, I haven't mastered it yet. Donya Huanglong replied, trying to calm his emotions. He didn't know how to train this conqueror's haki, yet it was still very unfamiliar to him. Previously, he had unintentionally awakened it under the pressure from Kizuru, which was also unexpected. However, he not only possessed the Oni bloodline belonging to Kaido, but he had also consumed a man-made fruit shaped like a green dragon, created from Kaido's bloodline factors. Coupled with a surge of anger and unwillingness, it was not impossible for him to awaken Conqueror's haki. No worries, Captain. When shall we visit the healing fruit user and the surgery fruit user, as well as that doctor who does stem cell transplants? Bear asked with a hopeful smile. For Bonnie's healing, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself. Don't worry, those guys are also one of my targets, and the healing fruit user is on this island. Also, you should have a permanent pointer to Egghead Island from your search for Vegapunk, right? Speaking of which, I am also quite familiar with that guy Vegapunk. This eye of mine was modified by him. And the one who blinded me is someone you know, that old man Saint Saturn. Donya Huanglong said with a grin, recalling the experiments Vegapunk had conducted on him. The grudge against Saturn for blinding his eye caused a faint pain, but he did not harbor much hatred for Vegapunk, as that guy still had some scientific ethics. However, for this pain, Donya Huanglong would make Vegapunk work for him for a lifetime to repay. The healing fruit user is on this island. Bear exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected this ability user to be here. If they could heal Bonnie now, the heavy stone weighing on his heart for years would finally be lifted. He even overlooked Saturn the Elder, who almost defeated him in the Valley of the Gods. Don't be too happy too soon. The healing fruit user's main ability is to treat external injuries, and it might be ineffective against diseases like the blue scale disease, much like your meatball fruit ability. Donya Huanglong splashed cold water on Bear's excitement, as he was not very sure about the effectiveness of the healing fruit user. However, Bear remained very happy, as at least there was now a glimmer of hope for healing. Also, please teach me the armament haki and observation haki. We will stay on this island for the next few days to let the healing fruit user treat Bonnie. If Bonnie cannot be completely healed, we will immediately head to Egghead Island to find Vegapunk. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to meet Vegapunk if Kizuru goes to Egghead Island first. Donya Huanglong said after thinking for a moment. He was already prepared to snatch Vegapunk away and formally demand the first wave of interest from the world government. Most importantly, the pacifists Vegapunk's clones and Seraphim had not yet been created. He intended to seize everything to take revenge on the world government. At the same time, this was also to establish his own foundation. As for the massive funds needed for the experiments, besides the gold from Sky Island, the Golden Emperor Tesoro would also be a target for Donya Huanglong. He was determined to turn this world upside down to avenge his deep-rooted hatred. Good. Upon hearing Donya Huanglong's plan, Bear immediately picked up the wooden box containing Bonnie and followed Donya Huanglong. On the way, Bear honestly taught Donya Huanglong the theories of observation haki and armament haki piece by piece. Donya Huanglong soon brought Bear and his daughter back to his humble wooden hut. Huanglong, are there really legendary little people, eh? Bonnie inside the box said excitedly. For years she had been confined in the Church of the Solved Kingdom and had never stepped out the door. She had read a lot of knowledge in books, and her dream was to travel and adventure on every island with Bear. Bonnie, please be a bit more polite. You should address Captain Huanglong as brother. Bear glanced at Donya Huanglong awkwardly. Regarding the somewhat rude Bonnie, he could only shower her with endless affection. You will meet them soon. The princess of the little people is the healing fruit user. They are all my friends. Donya Huanglong said casually, then he began training to awaken observation haki under Bear's guidance. These fast and nimble little people were just right for Donya Huanglong to practice observation haki. As for armament haki, Bear openly stated that Donya Huanglong was the most talented man he had ever seen. With such a powerful physique, he could easily awaken armament haki with just a bit of training. Under Bear's guidance for an hour or two, Donya Huanglong showed signs of awakening armament haki. This left Bear astonished. Meanwhile, Man Shirley and Leo at Donya Huanglong's call cautiously observed Bear the giant human. Donya Lando, is he really your friend? Man Shirley jumped onto Donya Huanglong's shoulder looking a bit scared as she gazed at Bear, whose massive body appeared fierce. Hello, Your Highness, the Princess of the Little People. Bear also smiled gently and greeted her, especially when he learned that this Little People princess was the healing fruit user. His eyes were filled with longing. Daddy, are they really the Little People? Can I come out now? I want to see the Little People. Bonnie inside the box asked excitedly, eagerly wishing to experience this wonderful world. Hearing Bonnie's words, Bear looked at the humble wooden hut of Donya Huanglong and then at the dark clouds in the sky. At this time there should be little sunlight in the natural light. Perhaps he could let Bonnie come out for a moment. However, he still took out a piece of canvas to shield the area before opening the sealed door of the wooden box. Stay inside and don't come out, Bear said gently, while Donya Huanglong also brought Man Shirley and Leo to the front of the giant wooden box, allowing Bonnie to see these little people. So small, Bonnie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Man Shirley on Donya Huanglong's shoulder, wishing to reach out and hold her immediately. However, the little people looked on guard, watching Bear and Bonnie carefully. Bonnie, put on this acorn hat and call me brother. Maybe the little people will warm up to you. Donya Huanglong smiled as he handed an intricately carved wooden hat to Bonnie. He had worn it a couple of days ago, and it had completely won the trust of the little people. Really? Bonnie immediately took the acorn hat, her face full of excitement as she looked at the adorable little people. Donya Lando, is she also one of your kin? The little people, seeing Bonnie's acorn head, immediately mistook her for a descendant of Nolan, their tone filled with joy. The little people, seeing Bonnie's acorn head, immediately mistook her for a descendant of Nolan, their tone filled with joy. Through the introduction of Donya Huanglong, Bonnie successfully became Bonnie Noland, earning the respect and affection of the Tontata tribe. To make the Tontata let down their guard, you should get one for yourself too, Donya Huanglong said softly to Kuma. These little people not only never lied, but were also face-blind toward those with chestnut-shaped heads. It seemed their memory of Noland, who saved their tribe 400 years ago, was deeply etched. Such a custom exists. Kuma quickly chopped down a large tree and carved a giant wooden chestnut hat, replacing his own bear hat. Indeed, as Kuma donned the chestnut hat, the Tontata tribe members excitedly turned their gazes toward him, their looks growing significantly friendlier. Should I now call myself Kuma Noland? Kuma thought for a moment and said, learning by analogy. To save Bonnie, telling a small lie was no shame. Not bad, Donya Huanglong remarked calmly, observing the simple and honest Kuma. It seemed this buccaneer wasn't foolish after all. With Donya Huanglong's mutual introductions, Kuma and his daughter Bonnie were formally accepted by the Tontata tribe. Mancheri also began Bonnie's first treatment. Her heal-all and blood crystal heal-all could only shrink the gemstone on Bonnie's cheek to a tiny size, suppressing its expansion, but could not eradicate the terminal illness of the sapphire scale. If Bonnie were exposed to sunlight again, more sapphire scales would appear on her body. It seems we have no choice but to seek out that fellow Vegapunk. That big-head doctor can completely cure this terminal disease. Donya Huanglong gazed at the nearly vanished gemstone scale on Bonnie's face and said indifferently. His emotions remained largely unruffled by this outcome, as if he had anticipated it all along. Even a little improvement is good. So when do we set off? Kuma was somewhat disappointed, but seeing the effect on Bonnie's face still filled him with joy. Moreover, Donya Huanglong's certainty that Vegapunk could cure Bonnie brought him considerable relief. He also looked toward Mancheri, hoping the Tontata princess would accompany them. In case of any mishap, she could protect Bonnie. The sooner the better. Rest assured, I will bring Mancheri along. Donya Huanglong gave Kuma a reassuring look. With Mancheri's healing abilities, Vegapunk's stem cell transplant surgery might be completed even faster. Thank you, Captain, Kuma said to Donya Huanglong with deep gratitude. If Bonnie could be cured, he would truly be willing to serve Donya Huanglong. I'm just making sure you can fight with a lighter heart. Donya Huanglong waved his hand and said, then requested some Tontata warriors from Chief Gansho to prepare for setting sail. Let's seize a pirate ship and head straight for Egghead. Donya Huanglong wasted no time. Every day delayed would only strengthen Egghead's defenses. As long as Kizaru hadn't yet arrived at Egghead with the strength of Donya Huanglong, and Kuma kidnapping Vegapunk would be a simple task. Moreover, Donya Huanglong had more than enough methods to make Vegapunk willingly leave with him. Having studied the Poneglyphs, Vegapunk was destined to be at odds with the world government. Currently, Vegapunk remained in the World Government Science Division partly because he couldn't escape their control and partly because he needed their funding and resources for his research. As long as Donya Huanglong could guarantee Vegapunk's safety and provide ample financial and resource support, he too would choose not to work for the world government. Alright. Upon receiving Donya Huanglong's orders, Kuma teleported directly from Green Bit to the waters near Dressrosa, seized a pirate ship about to dock there, and threw all the pirates aboard into the sea. Although Donya Huanglong had instructed Kuma not to leave too many traces, this kind-hearted man still refrained from killing those pirates. It was likely that news of Kuma's appearance in the Dressrosa waters would spread soon. However, this impact was minimal. As long as Donya Huanglong himself remained undiscovered, it was fine. If his presence were reported in Dressrosa, the world government and the Navy would likely dispatch massive fleets to hunt him down. Several days later, a sailboat with no pirate flag flew toward the latter half of the New World. On board, over a dozen Tontata warriors wielding weapons rapidly attacked a blindfolded Donya Huanglong, with Kuma occasionally joining in. Donya Huanglong's skin is too tough. We can't even pierce it, exclaimed the Tontata warrior Leo holding a long needle. Despite his immense strength and being a stitch fruit user, he couldn't breach Donya Huanglong's resilient skin. Leo, you must learn armament hockey from me, Donya Huanglong said, remaining blindfolded as he continued training his observation hockey. He held some expectations for this little fellow who, with his raw power and stitch fruit abilities, could already handle several Don Quixote family officers. If Leo mastered armament hockey, he could likely contend with the Don Quixote family's top executives. Yes, Donya Huanglong. Leo obeyed like a true warrior. Being chosen by Donya Huanglong for this sea adventure filled him with immense excitement. This was the first time in 200 to 300 years that the Tontata tribe had organized a sea voyage with over 200 warriors eagerly signing up. In the end, Donya Huanglong selected fewer than 50 Tontata warriors for the journey. All those chosen felt incredibly fortunate. This would become an adventure they would boast about for a lifetime. Mancheri, the Tontata princess, was even more excited, practically monopolizing the bow of the ship as she watched it cleave through the waves, brimming with anticipation for the adventure ahead. She also listened to Bonnie's tall tales as Bonnie recounted island knowledge from books, as if she had experienced it herself. Whatever Bonnie said, Mancheri believed without question. Bonnie thoroughly enjoyed the princess' adoring gaze. Captain Huanglong, your observation hockey has already shown results, and your armament hockey has advanced by leaps and bounds. If the opportunity arises, I'd like to introduce you to Dragon, so you can learn Conqueror's hockey from him. Kuma marveled at Donya Huanglong's progress. His talent was 10 times greater than that of the boy Sabo, and his physical strength even surpassed that of Kuma himself, a buccaneer. This made Kuma see boundless potential in Donya Huanglong. Perhaps he could surpass Dragon and become an even greater peerless powerhouse. That opportunity will come. Donya Huanglong paused before replying. To learn top-tier Conqueror's hockey or Conqueror's coding aside from great pirates like Silver's Rayleigh red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the Beasts, it seemed only Dragon's path remained. It appeared he would need to get in touch with Dragon through Kuma. His future enemies included Admiral Kizaru, the Five Elders, Saturn, and even the King of the World M. Without mastering Conqueror's coding, he couldn't hope to face such formidable opponents. We're not far from Egghead now. Do we really have to forcibly take Dr. Vegapunk away? Kuma looked into the distance and asked Donya Huanglong, his tone hesitant. He worried that forcing Vegapunk might make him refuse to treat Bonnie. If that happened, things would become difficult. Don't worry, I have leverage over that bulb-headed doctor. He studied the Void Century, he can't escape. Donya Huanglong grinned. Besides the matter of the Void Century, Vegapunk had also deceived the world government by claiming the artificial Seraphim fruit was a failure. He was probably feeling a bit rattled about that now. Donya Huanglong grinned. Besides the matter of the Void Century, Vegapunk had also deceived the world government by claiming the artificial Seraphim fruit was a failure. He was probably feeling a bit rattled about that now. Donya Huanglong grinned. Besides the matter of the Void Century, Vegapunk had also deceived the world government by claiming the artificial Seraphim fruit was a failure. He was probably feeling a bit rattled about that now. Donya Huanglong grinned. Besides the matter of the Void Century, Vegapunk had also deceived the world government by claiming the artificial Seraphim fruit was a failure. He was probably feeling a bit rattled about that now. New World, Egghead Island. Agurd. Vegapunk watched as the brand new laboratory was gradually established, filled with great interest in the ancient technological relics of the island. He never expected that the world government would conceal such an ancient island, far surpassing current technological advancements. Recalling the books from O'Hara he had seen in Elbaf, he knew that the advanced technology of this island should originate from that legendary gigantic kingdom. Upon seeing the colossal robot on the island, Vegapunk immediately began researching the energy source that would drive such a giant machine. For many years, he had been searching for this energy source, hoping to benefit humanity, while also wanting to transform his hometown of Barkamono from a cold winter island into a warm spring island, significantly improving the living conditions of the islanders. Dr. Vegapunk, this is the latest order from the Five Elders. You must create more than 5 artificial devil fruits each month. A CP0 agent of the world government coldly read the order to Vegapunk while holding a piece of paper. No, I need more time to research new energy sources, at most 2 per month, and I can only create animal-type artificial devil fruits right now. Vegapunk replied reluctantly, his mind filled with new ideas for researching robot energy, leaving him no time to create artificial devil fruits. This is an order, Doctor. The Five Elders are very dissatisfied with you. You are responsible for the loss of the artificial azure dragon fruit. If you dare to deceive us again, the world government will impose a blockade and sanctions on Barkamono. The CP0 agent, dressed in a white suit and wearing a mask, continued in a cold tone. You bastards will do it. Just remember, I will only extract genetic factors from criminals sentenced to death. Vegapunk glared angrily at the CP0 agent, wishing he could drive away these bothersome agents. Meanwhile, Egghead Island was teeming with spies from CP1 to CP9, and many buildings were equipped with surveillance snail phones. Also, Lord Saturn inquired if you have preserved the genetic samples of Experiment No. 88, and if it can be cloned. The CP0 agent continued to ask, ignoring the unwavering expression on Vegapunk's face. Let's discuss this once all the laboratories are fully constructed. Get lost, don't hinder my research. Right now you should go to Impel Down and bring over the animal-type Devil Fruit users. Vegapunk directly ignored the CP0 agent and grumbled as he returned to his research on the giant robot. His mood was quite poor after Experiment No. 88 consumed the artificial Azure Dragon Fruit. The world government indeed demanded that he continuously produce artificial devil fruits. This would waste a lot of his time, preventing him from pursuing other research. Moreover, he was uncertain whether creating these artificial devil fruits would be good or bad for the world. These fruits' abilities could very well become tools for slaughter for the world government. Now he felt a bit envious of those who had gained freedom, such as Kizuru and Quinn, while he was completely under the control of the world government, forced to research things he disliked. After learning some ancient history, he grew increasingly resistant to the world government. The blank 100 years of history, the sun god Nika, and the ancient technology of the gigantic kingdom filled him with curiosity. I'm so busy I wish I could create a few clones to help. Vegapunk was engrossed in studying the giant robot, while other scientists and researchers continuously approached him with questions, asking for guidance on various constructions and studies. Egghead Island, this new research island, was busy constructing laboratories and defense facilities while conducting various new studies, becoming increasingly hectic each day. Off the coast of Egghead Island, Donya Arlong gazed at the island that appeared in his line of sight, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. Bears, the slaughter is about to begin, and I hope you won't show any mercy. Donya Arlong coldly said to Bartholomew Kuma, with the island filled with surveillance snail phones from the world government, as well as a large number of agents. In this battle, both Arlong and Kuma would inevitably expose their identities and locations, resulting in a frenzied manhunt by the world government. I know for Bonnie, I will become a true tyrant. Kuma's expression was very serious. Although slaughter went against the dream of the sun god Nika, he had no choice but to do so. Everything was for the sake of curing Bonnie. Then let's go. Arlong grinned, and before Kuma and a group of little people, he transformed into a gigantic crimson dragon, stepping onto a purplish red cloud of flames, flying directly toward Egghead Island. After all, today, he would snatch Vegapunk away, and he would definitely expose himself, declaring his arrival to the world government in the strongest manner. Donya Landu has become so large and majestic. Princess Manshue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched the departing giant dragon. Really, I want to see it too. Little Bonnie in the wooden box anxiously shouted, climbing around like a little monkey trying to find a gap to sneak a peek. Bonnie, Daddy will be back soon. Captain Leo, I'll leave Bonnie and Princess Manshue in your care. Kuma gently said to Bonnie and Leo, then took off his glasses and gloves, instantly vanishing from the sailboat, flying toward Egghead Island. Daddy, hurry and defeat the bad guys, then come back to get us. Bonnie shouted excitedly from the box, eager to join Kuma in battle. I will protect Princess Manshue and Princess Bonnie, Leo said seriously, holding a long needle as he climbed up the mast, beginning to keep watch for other ships. In the sky, Arlong charged toward Egghead Island with a fierce expression, and as his giant form appeared, the alert agents on the island screamed in terror. It's a dragon. A dragon is attacking. The alarm sounded rapidly on the island, and countless CP agents nervously watched the giant dragon, while some scientists and researchers recognized it. It's No. 88. This is bad. He's here for revenge. How did he find us? Why did he arrive so quickly? Hurry and call for support from the world government and Navy. We need a Marine Admiral for protection. The scientists were thrown into chaos, especially those who had previously abused Donya Arlong, their eyes filled with fear. This vengeful dragon had truly come to their doorstep. I told you would regret it. A rapid laser beam shot from Arlong's right eye, instantly piercing a CP agent who was on the phone, resulting in a massive explosion. With a beer paw bubble crashing to the ground, Kuma also appeared on Egghead Island. He swung his arms wildly, launching bear paw-shaped air cannons rapidly toward the CP agents in black and white suits. Those struck instantly fell to the ground, as if hit by a train, spitting blood and rolling their eyes. This is bad, Dr. No. 88 is coming. Battleship Wanzai saw Donya Arlong and Tyrant Kuma storming the island, and hurriedly found Vegapunk, wanting to drag him to escape immediately. What? How did he find us? Vegapunk's expression turned anxious. This guy Donya Arlong was not as easy to deal with as Stussy. If Donya Arlong went mad, he didn't know if he could survive. Vegapunk's expression turned anxious. This guy Donya Arlong was not as easy to deal with as Stussy. If Donya Arlong went mad, he didn't know if he could survive. The Crimson Dragon, transformed from Donya Huanglong, descended upon Egghead Island with a terrifying pressure. The uncontrollable conqueror's haki erupted once again, instantly causing most of the scientists and researchers to roll their eyes back. Vegapunk, I've come to take you away. The news of your research on the poneglyphs has been exposed. Donya Huanglong roared to the heavens, his voice echoing across the small island of Egghead. This scene was transmitted to Mary Geos via the numerous surveillance Din Din Mushi on the island. Saint Saturn, the god of science and defense, watching Egghead, darkened his expression. How could Subject 88 have found Egghead so quickly? Had Vegapunk and 88 colluded? There was a conspiracy afoot. Moreover, Vegapunk had actually researched the poneglyphs. This was something the world government would never permit. It seemed Vegapunk had committed another grave crime. If it weren't for the fact that they still needed Vegapunk's intellect and research capabilities, he would have eradicated this restless scientist. Borsellino, go to Egghead immediately and bring Vegapunk back. 88 has already arrived. Saturn, with a gloomy expression, called Admiral Kazaris Din Mushi, ordering him to depart at once and support Egghead with utmost speed. This was Saturn's miscalculation. He hadn't expected that such a secluded island as Egghead would be found by 88 so quickly. What was going on? But when he learned that Bartholomew Kuma had also appeared on Egghead, his expression turned even more grim. The Revolutionary Army was getting involved. Had 88 joined the Revolutionary Army? This thought infuriated Saturn. How could this perfect test subject become a pawn for the Revolutionary Army? Kizaru, who was on an island near the Punk Hazard Sea area, received the call from the five elders. His face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. My goodness, how did a heavily injured 88 fly from the beginning of the New World all the way to Egghead at the end of the New World? Kizaru's scalp tingled. He immediately ordered an emergency dispatch to Egghead. The distance from Punk Hazard to Egghead was too far, he couldn't fly there directly, and had to rely on a warship. On Egghead, Donya Huanglong was engaged in close-quarters combat with a CP-0 agent. Rokushiki finger pistol of the spots. The CP agent in a white suit used Soru to close in on Huanglong rapidly, his index finger coated in armament hockey aimed straight for Huanglong's heart. This level of attack can no longer harm me. The half-dragon Donya Huanglong grinned savagely, ignoring the CP-0 agent's assault, as his powerful dragon claw swiped directly at the agent's neck. Crack! The CP-0 agent's armament Heiki-infused finger pistol actually broke upon impact, failing to pierce Donya Huanglong's chest. Tekai of armament. The CP-0 agent had just screamed in agony when Donya Huanglong snapped his neck. A copious amount of boiling hot blood splattered onto the dragon scales covering Huanglong's body. The lurid pink scales seemed to absorb the blood, turning a vivid crimson. Were you using Tekai? Donya Huanglong dropped the CP-0 agent, whose skin had turned black and red, and said mockingly, Saturn, I know you're watching this scene and listening to these sounds. Remember, this is my first act of revenge. This I will always remember you. Donya Huanglong looked at a surveillance Din Din Mushi on the wall, speaking with a ferocious grin. After he finished, a laser beam shot directly from his right eye, blasting the Din Din Mushi to pieces. In Mary Geos, Saint Saturn tightened his grip on his cane, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had been threatened by an insignificant ant. Just then Vegapunk walked out with a troubled expression, ignoring Centimera's frantic attempts to pull him back. Huanglong, what are you talking about? What poneglyphs? I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting, and I'm not going with you now. Vegapunk shouted at Donya Huanglong with a conflicted look. He couldn't leave the world government just yet. He craved freedom, but he was also reluctant to give up the world government's abundant resources and substantial funding. Therefore, he had to suppress the matter of researching the poneglyphs to avoid being purged by the world government. If he left with Donya Huanglong now, he would not only be penniless for his research, but also become a wanted fugitive, unable to pursue his studies in peace. After all, back at the O'Hara ruins, he had the chance to leave with Dragon, but the Revolutionary Army was too poor to support his research. Now Donya Huanglong was even poorer, utterly destitute, so he was even less inclined to leave with him. Huanglong's conditions were even worse than Dragon's. Doctor, don't try to hide it. You're researching the Void Century. Speaking of which, I even know where Sun God Nika is. Donya Huanglong grinned at Vegapunk, also speaking loud enough for Saturn to hear. Upon hearing the name Sun God Nika, Kuma's eyes lit up. Was the drum of liberation Nika about to appear again? Moreover, you've modified my body so many times. Now it's time for you to pay your debts. Donya Huanglong strode step by step toward Vegapunk, ignoring Senamaru, who stood in his way. 88, Uncle Kizaru is on his way. I advise you to leave quickly and not lay a hand on the doctor. Sentamaru hoisted his large axe, feeling an overwhelming pressure from Donya Huanglong. The unbridled violent aura was even more oppressive than Kizaris. Huanglong, I know modifying your body was wrong, but I was forced into it. Vegapunk swallowed, nervously speaking with some embarrassment. However, he truly didn't want to leave with the destitute Huanglong. Doctor, I'm not short on money. I can give you as much as you need, and you can research freely. Isn't that enough? Donya Huanglong looked at Vegapunk dangerously, as Kuma had already taken down numerous CP agents, preventing anyone from attacking Huanglong. You have money. Vegapunk questioned Donya Huanglong skeptically. If money were truly no object, then it might not be a bad idea to agree. Over 20 years ago, before the world government captured him, it was the underworld emperor, the king of loans, Du Feld, who provided the funds for his research. If Donya Huanglong had no shortage of funds, he could gradually establish his own laboratory. After all, in this world with enough money, you could always find an underworld emperor to procure any resource you desired. Donya Huanglong stepped past Senamaru and leaned close to Vegapunk's ear. I've already found the golden city of Shandora, and I know the secrets of the Golden Emperor Tesoro. I am not short of money. Furthermore, I know that you read the books from O'Hara and Elbaf and research the poneglyphs. I also know about the clone Stussy. The world government won't let you off. Dongya Huanglong whispered into Vegapunk's ear using various pieces of information and secrets to coerce and entice him. In short, today the only path for Vegapunk was to leave with Dongya Huanglong. Upon hearing Dongya Huanglong's words, Vegapunk felt an uncommon stir of interest. He had never imagined that Dongya Huanglong possessed such secrets and such connections, capable of locating the legendary golden city of Shandora and even forging ties with the Golden Emperor Treble. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Vegapunk asked after a moment's contemplation. He knew this was an unparalleled opportunity to escape the world government's iron grip. Yet one concern remained: did Dongya Huanglong truly possess the power to protect him? I'm telling you no lies. I've even discovered a sky island. Dongya Huanglong continued their clandestine exchange so quietly that even his own guard Zephyr heard nothing. This only deepened Satan's grim expression as he monitored them from Mary Geos. Truly, the spark in Vegapunk's eyes reignited. These conditions alone were enough to sway even the most cautious mind. Moreover, Dongya Huanglong's dragon form could spirit them away at a moment's notice, evading the world government's relentless pursuit. These tangible advantages left Vegapunk deeply tempted. At present, he concealed from the world government his breakthroughs in artificial devil fruit research and secretly studied the forbidden texts of O'Hara and the poneglyphs. Such covert acts weighed heavily upon him. He feared the world government might strike without warning, erasing him entirely. Don't hesitate. Satan watches us plot even now. You are unsafe no matter what. Dongya Huanglong gazed at Vegapunk with quiet triumph. Today Vegapunk would depart, willingly or otherwise. Fine, I'll go with you. But you must help me relocate several critical experimental apparatuses and that colossal automaton. Vegapunk's massive intellect raced through possibilities before staking his life and freedom upon Dongya Huanglong. Agreed. Dongya Huanglong exclaimed with exhilaration. He had finally won over the world's greatest scientist. From here his influence would begin its inexorable ascent. By the way, did the world government force you to produce a life paper? If so, devise a shielding device immediately, something akin to jamming a den mushy signal. I'd rather not have world government agents knocking on my door, Dongya Huanglong cautioned. Indeed, the life paper posed a genuine threat. Rest assured, I anticipated this long ago. It's already solved, Vegapunk replied with a calm smile. He had prepared every contingency for this very escape. He had indeed been compelled by the world government to create a life paper for surveillance. Excellent. Dongya Huanglong declared satisfied. Conversing with a mind like Vegapunk was effortlessly seamless. Hey Zephyr, you're Vegapunk's bodyguard. Is he coming with me now, or will you remain with the Marines pledging loyalty to Admiral Kazuru instead? Dongya Huanglong addressed the earnest, blunt-hearted guard. Zephyr's inability to lie and his profound character flaws were as severe as baby fives. He would never rise to true mastery. This, Dr. Vegapunk, are you truly leaving the world government? Then what of Uncle Kazuru? Zephyr faltered, torn. He had been adopted jointly by Vegapunk and Kazuru and could not abandon either. Should Vegapunk and Kazuru part ways, Zephyr found himself utterly adrift. Zephyr, I can no longer remain within the world government. Choose your own path forward. Vegapunk made no attempt to coerce his adopted guard. He refused to dictate another's destiny, just as he had with the clone Stussy. Then I choose to protect the doctor. After a brief hesitation and a quiet return to memories of his childhood, Zephyr declared his resolve. He would never forsake the man who had saved him. Then gather your things. We leave now. Dongya Huanglong grinned broadly, urging Vegapunk to swiftly assemble vital data and equipment for immediate evacuation. Oh, and Dr. Vegapunk, which medical apparatus performs stem cell transplantation? I have a young woman afflicted with jade-scale terminal illness. Recalling Bonnie's condition, Dongya Huanglong turned to Vegapunk as Kumo watched anxiously. Huh, how do you know of stem cell transplantation? I'm certain no such technique has yet appeared anywhere in the Grand Line. Vegapunk was genuinely startled. The procedure was his own recent breakthrough, still unpublished and unknown to the world. Logically, no one should be aware of it. No time to explain. Just assume I know someone who ate a future-seeing fruit. Dongya Huanglong dismissed the question casually, then scanned the unconscious scientists for those who had tormented him most. Now was the hour for reckoning. Huanglong, I urge you not to kill indiscriminately. They merely obeyed the world government's orders. Vegapunk stepped forward, halting Dongya Huanglong's imminent slaughter with stern gravity. He refused to let Huanglong become another Caesar, a monster in human form. I'll spare the rest, but Theo Binkham must die. With that, Huanglong fired a searing laser beam, obliterating the rodent-faced scientist with his tiny mustache. Seeing the cruel, despicable dwarf scientist fall, Vegapunk remained silent. He loathed the man deeply. The wretch was even more monstrous than Caesar, having sacrificed countless test subjects without remorse. Had he not been forcibly installed by the five elders, Satan himself, Vegapunk would have expelled him from the science division long ago. List for me which scientists are loyalists of the world government. which may be taken with us, which bear life papers. Donya Huanglong commanded Vegapunk even as he activated his flame cloud technique, preparing to lift an entire laboratory building and all into the sky. Though he could not yet raise islands as vast as Kaido's Ghost Island, lifting 1 or 2 research facilities, or transforming fully into his dragon form to carry them, posed no difficulty. Huanglong, your mastery of these abilities is truly remarkable. Vegapunk observed, eyes alight with growing wonder. The artificial azure dragon fruit's powers far exceeded his expectations, potent beyond measure. Had you given me this fruit earlier, I might have grown stronger. Escaped Punk hazard a year or half-year sooner. Donya Huanglong glanced back at Vegapunk, his tone cool and unflinching, leaving Vegapunk momentarily flustered. Under Huanglong's and Kuma's overwhelming suppression, most CP agents on the island were neutralized. The assembled scientists were herded onto an open field for screening. Those to be taken, those to be exiled. None would be left behind for the world government's benefit. Satan, how shall I handle these scientists? Would you care to ransom them back? Donya Huanglong uncovered several hidden surveillance, Den Mushi, and spoke mockingly into them, as if gazing directly upon the 5 elders in Mary Geos. Donya Huanglong uncovered several hidden surveillance, Den Mushi, and spoke mockingly into them, as if gazing directly upon the 5 elders in Mary Geos. However, Saturn seemed to have no intention of acknowledging Huanglong, that contemptible experimental subject, nor did he attempt to contact Huanglong or Vegapunk through the CP0 agents, Den Mushi. He simply watched in silence as Huanglong seized Vegapunk. Saturn, you should still remember Kuma, that buccaneer, shouldn't you? With his pop-off fruit ability, he can effortlessly fling these men to any corner of the world. I hope you'll have fun retrieving the scientists whose families you've taken hostage. Huanglong aimed the surveillance, Den Mushi, at Kuma, forcing Saturn to once again lay eyes on this last descendant of the buccaneer race. Back in the day at God Valley, a 9-year-old Kuma had just consumed the pop-off fruit. Amidst the interference of Big Mom Charlotte Lean, he narrowly escaped from Saturn's grasp, even managing to rescue over 500 slaves and residents of God Valley. His terrifying stamina was like that of a perpetual motion machine that never tired, relentlessly activating his pop-off fruit ability to send everyone flying. Such was the might of the buccaneer race, possessing not only unparalleled stamina and defense, but also a fearsome strength akin to that of giants. Kuma, send those scientists to small islands in remote seas. Donya Huanglong spoke with a hint of coldness in his tone. Had it not been for Vegapunk's vehement opposition to killing those scientists who refused to follow, he would not have chosen this method despite the world government. Moreover, Saturn would not even deign to acknowledge Donya Huanglong, let alone pay a ransom to retrieve these scientists. By now, Saturn was likely consumed by the desire to utterly annihilate Huanglong. In decades, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. All right, Kuma replied promptly. As long as it didn't involve direct murder, he swiftly used his ability to send flying those scientists who were uncooperative or whose families were held hostage by the world government, leaving them to fend for themselves. Beneath Huanglong's imposing aura, a portion of the scientists and researchers chose to follow him. Vegapunk and Huanglong carefully screened them, weeding out those with ulterior motives and excluding those whose life cards had been forcibly created by the world government. Donya Huanglong successfully acquired 1/3 of the talented personnel from this scientific division. These scientists' top-tier talents, coerced or lured by the world government through various means, had now become Huanglong's spoils of war. As a laboratory rose into the sky borne by flame clouds, these scientists loaded their research findings and experimental equipment aboard. The stem cell transplant medical equipment, which Huanglong and Kuma valued most, was also moved onto the floating laboratory. Can your stamina really keep this laboratory afloat across the ocean? Vegapunk asked Donya Huanglong with a note of concern. He had, after all, staked his life and entire fortune on Huanglong. Don't worry, just follow along, Donya Huanglong said. He recalled that in the latter half of the New World, there was a sky island. It was from this very sky island that Kaido of the Beast had leaped down when the supernovas Kid Hawkins and Apu formed their alliance. Another supernova Urge had also recuperated on that same sky island. Donya Huanglong now intended to temporarily hide out there to evade the pursuit of Kizaru and Saturn. Furthermore, Bonnie needed time for treatment. As to whether they would have the misfortune of running into Kaido of the Beasts, that would be a matter of luck. As the laboratory ascended, Donya Huanglong transformed into a crimson dragon, towing the laboratory away from Egghead. Before leaving, Huanglong did not forget to unleash a blast of dragon fire upon Egghead, completely destroying several research facilities on the island and eliminating all of Saturn's surveillance, Den Mushi, and CP agents. Meanwhile, Kuma teleported back to the sailboat, gathered Bonnie and all the Tontata, and moved them into the floating laboratory. The sailboat, along with the naval warships at Egghead's port, was also destroyed by Donya Huanglong without a trace. Donya Huanglong excitedly departed with the floating laboratory, which contained all his assets in this world. Inside the laboratory, Vegapunk had already begun examining Bonnie. As the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk was a polymath, and his medical skills were equally formidable. It can be cured. With Vegapunk's affirmative declaration, Kuma, holding Bonnie, wept tears of joy, overcome with emotion. Even Sinamaru and some of the scientists were moved by Kuma's genuine affection, tears welling in their eyes. This Tontada princess is a heal fruit user. That's excellent. It might shorten Bonnie's treatment time. Vegapunk gazed with great interest at Princess Mancheri of the Tonta, even more intrigued by the principles of the heal fruit. After creating the artificial Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit, Vegapunk had already begun researching Paramecia-type Devil Fruits, a pinnacle technology intended for his Seraphim project. He hoped Donya Huanglong would have enough funds in the future to support his research. Fortunately, Donya Huanglong possessed innate lightning abilities, allowing Vegapunk to store this electrical power to sustain the laboratory's operations. Now Vegapunk could proceed with a series of examinations and surgical plans for Bonnie. Meanwhile, Kuma assisted Donya Huanglong in navigating the high altitudes, searching for signs of the Sky Island in the New World. Kuma also sought help from Dragon, locating the island of Inrin, from which the legend of Sky Islands originated. Above this Inrin Island lay the Sky Island of Balloon. While Donya Huanglong searched for Balloon Island with the laboratory to regroup, Saint Saturn was in a towering rage at Mary Geos. Before Kizaru could even reach Egghead, he was subjected to a severe reprimand. Saturn again ordered Kizaru to conduct a large-scale search for Donya Huanglong, and Vegapunk determined to recapture this ultimate experimental subject and the foremost scientist. It would be best to capture Kuma, the last of the Buccaneers, as well. Hearing this order, Kizaru's lecherous face twisted into a grimace. Egghead was located in the latter part of the New World, perilously close to the territory of the four emperors Kaido of the Beasts. How could he, a Navy admiral, recklessly operate in the latter half of the New World? Even if Sakazuki were to join him, they wouldn't dare to conduct a large-scale operation. If they were surrounded by 2 or 3 Yonko crews, even with all 3 admirals present, they would be in for a world of trouble. Kizaru could only pay lip service to Saint Saturn while resorting to his usual slacking-off tactics, going through the motions of searching for Donya Huanglong and Vegapunk. He was terrified of provoking the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Meanwhile, Marine Headquarters also received Saturn's orders and officially issued a wanted notice for Donya Huanglong. Given that even the tyrant Kuma, with a bounty of 296 million berries, seemed to obey Donya Huanglong's commands. Compounded by Saturn's intense loathing for the contemptible experimental subject Donya Huanglong, he set the initial bounty for him at 300 million berries. Furthermore, he permanently designated Huanglong as experimental subject No. 88. He ordered Sengoku to forbid giving Huanglong any other epithet, and even notified Big News Morgan strictly prohibiting him from coining any other nickname for Donya Huanglong. Saint Saturn intended for Donya Huanglong, this mere ant, to bear this shameful experimental subject number for the rest of his life. How dare a lowly experimental subject threaten him, the highest authority in the world? Experimental subject No. 88, Donya Huanglong must die. Days later, a brand new bounty notice was transmitted across the seas and the Grand Line by newsbirds. Those who received the newspaper and the bounty notice were filled with curiosity about this suddenly emerged newcomer. Is this the guy who escaped from Punk Hazard? With a first bounty of 300 million berries, it seems the world government holds him in high regard. On the royal plateau of Dressrosa Doflamingo held the bounty notice of Donya Huanglong, laughing maniacally. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, gleamed with a sinister charm as he pondered how to extract benefits from this newcomer. He sensed that this newcomer held many secrets. According to Virgo's secret intelligence, Kizaru had transferred most of the forces from the G5 fortress into the latter part of the New World, indicating that a significant event had occurred. Doflamingo immediately activated his underground dark world intelligence network, eager to uncover what was truly happening within the world government. They actually offered such a high bounty for an escaped experiment subject. The secrets contained within could be worth even more than rescuing Caesar. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Baldy Island, "Is this your new captain?" Dorag looked at the photo of Donya Huanglong, furrowing his brow with a hint of distress. He had inadvertently given Bartholomew, Kuma, and Vegapunk to this experiment subject. He never expected Vegapunk would willingly follow Donya Huanglong. After all, he had once invited Vegapunk himself, only to be outright refused. Back then, he was also destitute and couldn't support Vegapunk's research, that was undeniable. However, now Donya Huanglong was also broke, certainly not comparable to the relatively well-off Revolutionary Army. What is going on? Is this a sign of the Revolutionary Army being looked down upon regarding financial power? I wonder if we can recruit this guy into the Revolutionary Army. Dorag murmured softly. According to Kuma's intelligence, Donya Huanglong harbored a deep hatred for the Celestial Dragons and sought to overthrow the world government, aligning with the Revolutionary Army's goals. But Donya Huanglong possessed Conqueror's Haki and was unwilling to submit beneath Dorag. This made things a bit tricky. However, recalling that the first mate of Pirate King Roger Silver's Rayleigh was also a user of Conqueror's Haki, Dorag felt a strong desire to recruit Donya Huanglong into the Revolutionary Army and cultivate him as the next leader. Whether Donya Huanglong would be willing remained uncertain. Currently, Dorag was intentionally nurturing Sabo, a highly talented young man, but Sabo lacked Conqueror's Haki, which was a significant drawback. It is known that to grow into the top-tier powerhouse mastering Conqueror's Haki is a crucial offensive method. Let's have Kuma test his intentions then. Dorag spoke with keen eyes. He was very envious of Vegapunk's research capabilities, and securing Donya Huanglong would also yield the formidable powers of both Donya Huanglong and Kuma. Kuma had repeatedly boasted to Dorag about Donya Huanglong's terrifying potential, believing he could grow into a monster like Kaido of the Beast. This piqued Dorag's interest in Donya Huanglong. On Onigashima in Wano Country, experiment subject 88. Is this another one of those guys who escaped from the laboratory? Kaido of the 100 Beasts gazed at the latest bounty notice, intrigued. After all, he had also escaped from a laboratory once. Brother Kaido, should we recruit him into our beast pirates? Inazuma looked at the photo of Donya Huanglong, drawn in by the familiar flames surrounding him, igniting excitement in his previously stagnant heart. Could this experiment subject 88 be one of his kind? But why was he not brown-skinned with white hair, nor did he have the black wings of the Lunarian race? However, remembering that Donya Huanglong was an experiment subject, Inazuma's thoughts became somewhat restless. It seemed he was not one of his kind, but rather a modified experiment. Wah, then let's recruit him. Kaido bellowed, taking a swig of sake, before laughing heartily. He wanted to see if this experiment subject Donya Huanglong was as powerful as he and Inazuma. It is worth noting that their initial bounties were not even close to 300 million. I wonder if Donya Huanglong is truly worth that much. If Donya Huanglong were a Zoan-type user, it would be even better. He would fit perfectly into their Flying Six. Currently, Runty and Pez were still too young, and their bounties did not surpass Donya Huanglong. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Ace, who had just joined the Whitebeard Pirates, was drinking with Jinbe and Teach. Hey, another monstrous newcomer has appeared, but just looking at the title of experiment subject 88 shows he is a pitiful guy. Then I won't make a move on him in a while. I'm going to take down one of the warlords of the sea. Ace laughed heartily as he drank, having fought against Jinbe, one of the warlords of the sea, for 5 days and nights without a clear victor. So he had to find another warlord of the sea to battle. Now that he had become the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, he urgently needed to take down some big pirates to elevate his fame and bounty. Otherwise, with this little bounty, he would feel embarrassed to be the 2nd Division commander. Ace, don't act recklessly. Each of the warlords of the sea is formidable, Jinbe warned. Among the warlords of the sea he had encountered, each was incredibly terrifying, especially Mihawk, the greatest swordsman, and Boa Hancock, along with Doflamingo, all of whom made him feel a significant sense of crisis. Ace was still young and had plenty of time to grow. There was no need to challenge these seasoned big pirates so soon. Don't worry, he'll pick the weakest one. Ace laughed heartily, knowing his strength well after battling Jinbe. He was confident he could defeat the weakest of the warlords of the sea. Experiment subject. Whitebeard Edward Newgate looked at the news regarding Donya Huanglong, and for some reason, he thought of the woman named Bakken. He shook his head, casting aside thoughts of that greedy and snobbish woman. It was still his sons that brought him more joy. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind taking in a pitiful experiment subject like Donya Huanglong under his wing, allowing him to experience the warmth of a father. In the rain-soaked land of Alabasta, Nico Robin compiled this information for Crocodile, but the Sand Crocodile was far too busy to pay attention to such newcomers. He was solely focused on overturning this country and searching for the whereabouts of Pluton. Due to the Nefertari royal family's original celestial dragon status, Crocodile was extremely wary of the world government's attention. Therefore, he could only gradually build his identity as a hero of his kingdom, step by step, overthrowing Cobra's rule. As for Nico Robin, she paid attention to Donya Huanglong, feeling that this guy would surely create even greater events in the future. The Empress of the Amazon, Lily Boa Hancock, continued to pay no mind to this news. Meanwhile, other warlords of the sea, including Big Mom Pirates and Red-Haired Pirates, were not too concerned about this newcomer, Donya Huanglong. Instead, the world government's quadrennial conference attracted their attention even more. On the New World sky, Island Balong Island, a high-tech laboratory, stands tall above the white island clouds. Donya Huanglong and Bartholomew Kuma have forcefully taken over this small sky island, allowing everyone to take a breather. Vegapunk also utilized the limited resources within the laboratory to conduct the first treatment for Bonnie. Captain, this sky island is not suitable as our base. It's too close to the territory of the 4 emperors. Furthermore, the islanders have mentioned that they have seen an azure dragon passing through here. If Kaido of the 100 Beasts knows about this place, it means that this most formidable creature of land, sea, and air might come here to meet its end. We must leave here as soon as possible, Bartholomew Kuma earnestly suggested to Donya Huanglong. Currently at Balong Island, they had to face the pursuit of the Marine Admiral Kazuru, and also worry about running into Kaido of the 100 Beasts. This situation was indeed quite dangerous. I understand, let's take a moment to rest, and then head directly to the West Sea. Donya Huanglong looked at the crude map and contemplated before speaking. In fact, he preferred to go to the North Sea because there were Trafalgar Law and the Vinsmoke family, both of whom he wished to conquer. Trafalgar Law's Ope no Mi is crucial, and the technological power of the Vinsmoke family is also significant. With the experimental equipment from the Vinsmoke family, the Angel Plan could be developed more rapidly. However, since Balong Island is near the windless zone of the West Sea, Donya Huanglong had no choice but to take Vegapunk and the others to the West Sea first. Moreover, in the West Sea, Donya Huanglong had set his sights on Capone Beej, who possessed the Sub no Mi. With this guy, Donya Huanglong would no longer need to bear the burden of this laboratory. In the future, these scientists and experimental equipment would have another place to reside, making it easier for them to relocate their base at any time. Alright, Kuma did not object. After realizing that Donya Huanglong had a slight ability to foresee the future, he trusted this man even more. Kuma had once been a slave with his father in Mariewa, so he felt a strong sense of identification with Donya Huanglong, who came from an experimental background, and even felt a kinship. The Lunarian bloodline and the ancient giant bloodline within Donya Huanglong made Kuma, a member of the Bacania tribe, feel very familiar. Vegapunk, this time we need to find a user of the Sub no Mi in the West Sea. You'd better create an artificial human suitable to be a superhuman-type green blood vessel first, Donya Huanglong said to Vegapunk. In order to create a more perfect clone, both Donya Huanglong and Kuma were willing to offer their genes and bloodline factors. As long as funding and resources are in place, Vegapunk could immediately mass-produce a batch of clone soldiers. At that time, Donya Huanglong would get a large number of peacekeepers at the supernova level. Right now there are no resources for the Angel plan, and you carry the bloodline factors of Kaido of the 100 Beasts along with various other races, making it extremely difficult to cultivate your clone. However, Kuma's Bacania bloodline should be able to be cloned, and with Kuma's bloodline combined with the Lunarian bloodline, it would be very suitable to be the first experimental subject for the Angel plan. But right now there is no money, no resources, and no time. We simply cannot afford to pursue other things. The two rare races and experimental subjects, Donya Huanglong and Kuma, filled Vegapunk's mind with many ideas, but they lacked the money and time to research. Forget it, you treat Bonnie first. We'll find a way for the rest, Donya Huanglong said, realizing that he could only forcibly subdue Capone Beej, the mafia godfather. Once the angel technology is perfected and they can create an angel with the Sub no Mi ability, they can abandon Capone Beej at any time. After resting for a day or two on Balong Island, a revitalized Donya Huanglong prepared to carry the laboratory away from this sky island. He intended to cross the windless zone into the West Sea. By the way, Kuma, can your ability send me and the laboratory to the West Sea together? Donya Huanglong suddenly asked while carrying the huge laboratory. Honestly, he didn't want to fly such a long distance, but he didn't know if Kuma's ability could launch such a massive laboratory. Let me give it a try. Kuma gulped as he looked at the massive laboratory and dragon. The giant dragon transformed by Donya Huanglong's body lit up with excitement, immediately wrapping around the laboratory to protect it, preventing it from being smashed to pieces during the descent. With a serious expression, Kuma embraced with both arms, unleashing an enormous air bear paw. Captain Huanglong, there might not be enough energy to send you to the destination, so you need to be careful to protect the laboratory. Kuma desperately activated his pawpaw fruit ability, veins bulging in his arms, and launched the massive laboratory and dragon into the air. What a divine skill, Kuma. The pawpaw fruit ability is indeed a bug ability. In the massive bear paw bubble, Donya Huanglong shouted excitedly. With Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability combined with Donya Huanglong's advantage in plot and information, he could completely establish his foundation in the shortest time. How much time could this save? Captain, the power of this bear paw bubble may not be enough to leave the windless zone, so you must keep an eye on it. Kuma also instantly teleported into the laboratory, panting as he spoke to Donya Huanglong. To launch this massive laboratory, he had already exhausted most of his strength. Now he entrusted the safety of himself, Bonnie, and Vegapunk to Donya Huanglong. Got it, as long as I'm here, I'll ensure your safety. Donya Huanglong smiled, realizing that being able to utilize the pawpaw fruit ability to speed up and cross most of the windless zone had already saved him a lot of effort and time. Kuma's supermassive travel balloon burst after flying for less than a day, forcing Donya Huanglong to continue using flame clouds to carry the laboratory across the last stretch of the windless zone. After flying for another half a day, Donya Huanglong and the others finally entered the West Sea. On a remote, deserted island, Donya Huanglong descended with the laboratory to rest and recover his strength. I know about the West Sea Mafia. The bandit Capone Beej is quite famous. The island they are stationed on is called Nostra Island. In Vegapunk's big head, he easily found information about Capone Beej. This scientist also keeps up with everything happening on the sea, looking for interesting things or intriguing devil fruit abilities. Then let's rest for a bit and go find him directly. Donya Huanglong's eyes flashed with determination. The target he had set his sights on would definitely not escape his grasp. Since the weather and magnetic fields of the four seas are quite normal, sailing through the four seas does not require recording pointers. One can find all the islands in the West Sea relying solely on nautical maps. Moreover, Vegapunk also possesses a map of the four seas, which is a detailed special version from the world government. Every member and non-member country is clearly marked. After resting, Donya Huanglong and the others set out towards their target. 2 days later on Nostra Island, a massive shadow loomed over the headquarters of this mafia as a colossal crimson dragon appeared in the sky. The terrifying pressure sent the mafia members into a state of panic. Capone Beej looked up at the dragon in the sky, and even his cigar fell from his mouth. Boom. A massive laboratory entrusted to the flame clouds directly descended upon Nostril Island. The terrifying aura of the Crimson Dragon erupted recklessly, causing some members of the Mafia to faint. The purple-black clouds in the sky were gathering, sporadically flashing with lightning as strong winds began to sweep across the island. What kind of monster is this? Capone Beej exclaimed in shock. Is this the 100 Beasts Kaido of the New World? How could such a notorious pirate come to a place like the West Sea? Godfather Ron, Gunman Vito, and Assassin Gotti dragged Capone Beej to escape. The giant dragon was too terrifying, leaving them with no thought of resistance. Tat tat tat. Bang. Some reckless fools dared to shoot at the dragon, but after a puff of smoke, even the dragon scales were unscathed. Capone Beej, come here. A laser beam from Donya Huanglong blasted a large group of Mafia members who were shooting. The Crimson Dragon transformed into human form and descended onto the island. This appearance is the experiment. No. 88, Donya Huanglong, with a bounty of 300 million berries. He is actually that dragon. Gunman Vito shouted upon seeing Donya Huanglong's form. Isn't this the new wanted criminal that emerged in recent days? Donya Huanglong. Capone Beej looked at the young man, radiating a violent aura in shock. He did not know him at all and wondered when he had crossed paths with him. However, knowing that this dragon was not Kaido of the 100 Beasts eased some of Capone Beeg's fear. At his signal, some gunners prepared to ambush the transformed Donya Huanglong. But the next moment, Donya Huanglong appeared before Capone Beej in an instant and smashed him into the ground with a punch. Boom. Capone Beej crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. The Beej in the pit transformed into a hardened castle man, but was still spitting blood. Even with his castle man's astonishing defensive power, he could not withstand the terrifying might of Donya Huanglong. The figure of the tyrant bear also appeared before the Mafia members, unleashing bear paw shockwaves that exploded among the crowd, seriously injuring many Mafia members. It's the tyrant bear with a bounty of 296 million. Gunman Vito shouted again, but the next second he and Assassin Gotti were kicked against the wall by Donya Huanglong, collapsing limply. Serve me for 2 years, and I will spare your life, and I will make you stronger, letting you witness the top figures of this world. Donya Huanglong said coldly, while holding Capone Beej by the neck, his terrifying aura suffocating Capone Beej. This was a sense of despair and helplessness he had never felt in his years of dominance in the West Sea. Why are there such terrifying monsters in this world? Indeed, even after dominating the West Sea, he still couldn't stand on a grand stage. It seems that the thought of venturing into the Grand Line was the right one. Do I have any choice left? Capone Beej coughed up blood, staring hard at Donya Huanglong, vowing that if he gained enough strength in the future, he would definitely take this man's head. Strengthen yourself over these 2 years, and perhaps there will be a chance for you to defeat me in the future. Donya Huanglong grinned, giving Capone Beej a glimmer of hope, but Huanglong was confident that even if he allowed Beej a lifetime to chase him, he would never win. Huanglong's vitality and defense had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, with a poisonous bloodline factor, there was no poison that could kill him. Give me a day, and I will arrange my subordinates. Capone Beej gasped, clutching his injured chest. Half a day, Donya Huanglong said expressionlessly, then waved for Manchu Ali to come over, and gave Capone Beej a healing dandelion. What kind of ability is this? Capone Beej looked in shock at his healing wound, his eyes flickering as he gazed at this little human. It seems that this new boss still has some background. The tyrant bear had already made things very tricky for him. He didn't expect there would be an ability user who could heal as well. Don't waste time, clear out the junk inside your castle, and prepare to move the equipment of this laboratory in. Donya Huanglong said coldly to Capone Beej. This fortress fruit user would serve as Vegapunk's temporary laboratory until a proper base was established. Okay. Capone Beej no longer questioned, and quickly went to help Gunman Vito and Assassin Gotti, also requesting Manchu Ali to assist in healing them. He then quickly arranged the Mafia's affairs as he would follow Donya Huanglong for 2 years. Godfather, please take us with you. Gunman Vito and Assassin Gotti did not want to leave their respected boss. Now that the boss was going to serve as someone else's subordinate for 2 years, they were even less willing to part. No, I need you to control the Mafia for me. After a while I'll see if I can take you with me. Capone Beej squinted and instructed. He was still unclear about Donya Huanglong's intentions. He couldn't put all his assets in Donya Huanglong's hands. With the Mafia as a backing, he could rise again, even if he parted ways with Huanglong. We will help the Godfather manage the Mafia. Seeing Capone Beeg's commanding gaze, Gunman Vito and Assassin Gotti could only agree to their boss. After Beej arranged the Mafia, he cleared out the Mafia members and most of the weapons from the castle. Then, under Donya Huanglong's instructions, he moved most of the important experimental equipment from this laboratory into the castle. When Capone Beej saw the huge head of Vegapunk, he was completely stunned. This is the legendary world's #1 scientist. This made Beeg's heart race. No wonder Donya Huanglong's initial bounty was 300 million berries. So he had taken this strongest scientist hostage. The healing fruit user and the world's #1 scientist made Capone Beej feel a strong desire to possess. It seems that following Donya Huanglong for 2 years might not be a bad idea. It gives him a chance to harness these rare talents. As the laboratory was quickly relocated, the Crimson Dragon descended on Nostril Island, and the news of Donya Huanglong and the Tyrant Bear appearing on this Mafia island began to spread rapidly. At the Holy Land, Mariehua, Satan the Holy was furious, slamming his palm on the latest intelligence. He never expected Donya Huanglong and the bear would appear in the West Sea. This meatball fruit ability is indeed too difficult to handle. It can run at will, and that artificial Azure Dragon ability is also quite troublesome. How can the world government and navy capture them with such astonishing speed? This is just as elusive as Shiki the Golden Lion's floating fruit ability, making it impossible to corner them. If this continues, Donya Huanglong will grow stronger. They must find a way to lure him in to tempt him to take the bait, otherwise the world government will never catch up with them. Big News Morgans was also very excited to learn that this experiment No. 88, Donya Huanglong turned out to be a mythical Zoan dragon, like Kaido of the 100 Beasts. This news must be spread quickly, and the fact that Donya Huanglong and the Tyrant Bear have formed a new force is also a big story. This news must be spread quickly, and the fact that Donya Huanglong and the Tyrant Bear have formed a new force is also a big story. On the island of Nostra Vegapunk, a group of scientists and dozens of little people had all relocated to the castle within Capone Beg's body. They were also quite curious about this castle curse ability, user constantly exploring the castle inside Beach. Vegapunk decisively listed the castle curse, a Paramecia type ability, as one of the candidate abilities for future Seraphim. For the ability was far too convenient. On this Mafia island, Tano Ariu had forcibly requisitioned a considerable amount of wealth, and Vegapunk had also selected many useful materials and resources. Boss, are we heading to the Grand Line next? Capone Beej lit a cigar, asking Tano Ariu with great respect in his expression. Over the next 2 years he intended to grow stronger under Ariu, and Kuma seeking a chance to turn the tables. Before he unified the Mafia of West Blue, he had also gone undercover to eliminate another Mafia boss. Serving under Tano Ariu now was just another undercover mission to him. If he could seize the opportunity to control Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, and Mancheri the heal ability user, he might one day establish a force rivaling the 4 emperors. Are there any famous pirates or figures in West Blue? Tano Ariu asked casually while devouring roasted meat. His current appetite rivaled that of a giant, a testament to the power of this body. The most famous killer in West Blue is named as Bonez, a dice ability user. He hasn't been heard from in over a month. Perhaps he's gone to the Grand Line. Another is the brutal sheriff known as the Demon Sheriff Lafitte. He's a bird ability user with flight capabilities. He was exiled from his kingdom some time ago, and now he's hunting pirates and marines somewhere unknown. Capone Beej named 2 relatively famous figures in West Blue. Both were devil fruit ability users with bounties exceeding 30 million berries, possessing the strength to venture into the Grand Line. Beej had originally planned to set sail in a year or 2 to witness the true powerhouses of the Grand Line. The 4 Blues were ultimately just a playground for the weak, unable to satisfy his vast ambitions. Then let's find a marine base to make a name for ourselves. Tano Ariu grinned, revealing a dangerous smile. Slapping the marines in the face would surely make him famous quickly. Moreover, Tano Ariu intended to do something else monumental to show the world just how daring he was. That's a great idea. Beej also let out a cruel laugh. He had wanted to do this more than once, but had previously been cautious, holding back for the sake of his Mafia empire. Now with Tano Ariu drawing the firepower, he could indulge his desires for destruction and slaughter without restraint. Hope you don't chicken out. Tano Ariu said to Capone with a light laugh. Did Beej really think Ariu only intended to destroy a marine base to make a name for himself? With you around, boss, what do I have to fear? Capone Beej, also eager for chaos, replied with a hint of madness in his eyes. He wanted to see just how far this experiment could go. After Tano Ariu had eaten and drunk his fill, Capone Beej contributed his own ship, the flame tank ship Costello, and headed straight for the West Blue W-88 Marine Base, with Tano Ariu and the Tyrant Kuma. The number of this Marine base coincidentally matched Arius' own designation as Subject 88. Kuma, today I'll show you how I differ from Dragon. Aboard the Costello, Tano Ariu hoisted his personal Ariu Crimson Blood flag on the flame tank ship, formally announcing their arrival to the world. I will stain this Crimson Blood flag with the blood of the celestial dragons. Tano Ariu declared, his voice dripping with murderous intent. The killing aura and presence made Beej, standing nearby, flinch. This boss harbored such immense hatred for the celestial dragons. This situation seemed troublesome. Could Tano Ariu actually be planning to move against the world nobles? Once Bonnie is healed, I'll go with you to fight the celestial dragons. A flicker of emotion stirred within Kuma. Father, mother, and Ginny, I will avenge you. Now he would reserve all gentleness for Bonnie. Against his enemies, he was the true tyrant. Get ready for a maddening journey of revenge. Tano Ariu burst into a wide grin. He would do what those cowards dared not. Let those who had suffered see what true courage for revenge looked like. A day later, the West Blue W-88 Marine Base was suddenly devastated by a terrifying blast of dragon fire. The colossal Crimson Dragon completely shattered the will to resist of the West Blue Marines. Having reverted to human form and landed at the Marine Base, Tano Ariu held a Marine Base colonel in his left hand and a marine issue, Den Den Mushi in his right. Sengoku tells Saturn this is only the beginning. I hereby formally declare war on the celestial dragon Jagarsha Saturn. From now on, every celestial dragon I see I will kill. Those celestial dragons had better all cower in Mary Geos. Tano Aryu declared to Buddha Sengoku through the Den Den Mushi. He then had a marine signalman use a visual Den Den Mushi to broadcast, as he set fire to the world government's flag and the celestial dragon's winged dragon flag. This scene was also captured by some journalists who were utterly shocked. They excitedly transmitted the photos back to their news agencies. Someone had declared war on the celestial dragons, burned the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons, and even vowed to kill them. What kind of madman was this? Capone Beej, the mafia boss, watched Tano Aryu in terror. He had expected Aryu to be crazy, but not this crazy, poking the hornet's nest of the world government and the celestial dragons all at once. Was it too late for him to break away from Tano Aryu? Even his famously strong heart couldn't handle this shock. Bartholomew Kuma also clenched his fists, staring intently at Tano Aryu and the burning celestial dragon flag. This was something he had never even dared to imagine. Even the Revolutionary Army, which claimed to seek the overthrow of the celestial dragon's rule, wouldn't dare do something this insane. But Tano Aryu had done it. He had declared war on the world nobles, the celestial dragons. He was the first man to openly declare war on the celestial dragons. Did this man truly have no fear of them? Tano Aryu, you will regret this. The dignity of the world government and the celestial dragons shall not be defiled. You will face the most terrifying pursuit. The Marines will never let you get away. Across the Den Den Mushi, Buddha Sengoku roared at Tano Aryu. An escaped experiment dared to be so arrogant, destroying a marine base just to declare war on the celestial dragons. This was outrageous. Buddha Sengoku would never allow such an arrogant villain to continue rampaging on the seas. Without waiting for orders from the 5 elders, Buddha Sengoku summoned the 3 Marine Admirals back to Marine headquarters, preparing to capture Tano Aryu, this most heinous wanted criminal. Without waiting for orders from the 5 elders, Buddha Sengoku summoned the 3 Marine Admirals back to Marine headquarters, preparing to capture Tano Aryu, this most heinous wanted criminal. Days later, aboard the fiery tank battleship, Castro Capone Beej wore a complex expression as he looked at the man voraciously devouring meat. Is this guy brainless or just egotistically arrogant? How dare he challenge the celestial dragons? This has offended the world government and the Navy headquarters, CP agents, and the Navy will not let them off easily. He has also attracted the covetous eyes of all bounty hunters. Even pirates will not let them go, wanting to eliminate them to gain notoriety. Here's your latest bounty. Capone Beej trembled slightly as he handed the wanted poster to Donya Huanglong, still struggling to accept that this man was a world-class notorious criminal. 500 million berries. It seems these guys still underestimate me. Donya Huanglong dismissed the wanted poster, although the photo of him burning the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons was quite striking, surprising that the Navy dared to release it. Boss, you can't be serious about wanting to take down the celestial dragons, right? Capone Beej asked dryly, discovering that his courage was less than he had imagined. Donya Huanglong was taking him into high-stakes battles, opposing the entire world. What? Are you scared? You will witness the celestial dragon's demise. Donya Huanglong grinned bloodthirstily. Over the past 2 days, they had taken down several waves of pirates and seized quite a bit, but they had not encountered famous figures from the West Sea like Bonnie and Lafitte, which left Donya Huanglong feeling somewhat regretful. After all, even if he couldn't recruit them, he could use their chop-chop fruit and bird fruit abilities as experimental materials for Vegapunk. In the original work, the Seraphim Mihawk utilized the chop-chop fruit's superhuman abilities. I am indeed afraid. I fear that if I follow you, I won't survive 2 years. Capone Beej spoke candidly, truly panicking now, wondering how they would evade the encirclement of the world government and the Navy headquarters. In 2 days we will head to the North Sea. Donya Huanglong gazed out at the sea, noting that the forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters were likely gathering towards the West Sea, so he planned to relocate and see whose speed was superior. Now with Capone Beej, the user of the stronghold fruit, concealing Vegapunk and his crew, they could run even faster thanks to Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. At just 9 years old, Kuma could use the pawpaw fruit to send himself from the God Valley in the West Sea back to the Sorbet Kingdom in the South Sea, despite the red line in between. Now sending themselves from the West Sea to the North Sea, even with the New World and 2 windless zones in between, it was merely a small issue. The superhuman pawpaw fruit ability is simply unreasonable and perverse. Dr. Vegapunk said he needs a stable base to better treat Bonnie, and as his head grows larger, the castle may no longer be able to accommodate him. Kuma said to Donya Huanglong, acknowledging that running around everywhere wasn't a solution. They needed to settle down to better develop their forces. I know once we secure an important ally in the North Sea, we'll raid Germa 66 for some cloning equipment, and then we'll establish our territory in the Grand Line. Donya Huanglong said seriously. Trafalgar Law's Op fruit ability could allow Vegapunk to separate his head more easily and even create other split personalities. Therefore, it was essential to recruit this Op fruit user into their ranks. Alright, Kuma smiled again, glad to know Donya Huanglong had his own plans. Huanglong truly was a reliable man, just like Drago. Meanwhile, Donya Huanglong was unaware that after he made such a mad declaration of war against the celestial dragons, he gained the admiration of many. Whether it was commoners, villains, or pirates, many became admirers of Donya Huanglong. On an island in the West Sea, the devil sheriff Lafitte looked at the news and wanted poster of Donya Huanglong, a crazy smile spreading across his face. This guy Donya Huanglong is truly reckless and insane, worthy of becoming his captain. He laughed as he set off on a journey to find Donya Huanglong. Meanwhile, Des Bonus, who had just entered the Grand Line, had already agreed to the recruitment of Baroque Works, becoming MR1 of this criminal organization, and missed the chance to meet that crazy man. On the Kurazumi Tesoro ship in the New World, the Golden Emperor Tesoro watched the news of Donya Huanglong declaring war on the celestial dragons with a stern expression, clenching his fists as the wound on his back throbbed. His courage was even less than that of an experimental subject who had escaped the clutches of the world government. Now he had even formed an alliance with the celestial dragons, becoming the Golden Emperor who towered over this world. Kid, I hope you don't die too quickly. Tesoro snorted coldly, but deep in his eyes it seemed he had placed a sliver of hope on this unfamiliar experimental subject. In the palace of the Daughter Kingdom on Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock read through the news delivered by Garoliasa for the first time. Donya Huanglong, I shall remember you. Boa Hancock stared at the photo of Donya Huanglong igniting the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons for a long time before tossing the wanted poster onto the table. Her complex expression hinted at her thoughts. On Onigashima in the New World, Brother Kaido, he actually is a mythical Zoan dragon like you, just a different color. Moreover, he even dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. Plague Queen exclaimed dramatically to Beast Kaido, while the gaze hidden beneath the mask of the fire calamity was extremely complex, considering that this experimental subject dared to oppose the world government. To think that even he had to cover himself completely to avoid exposing his brown skin and white hair, revealing his Lunarian identity to evade the pursuit of the world government. Gahaha. Then let's recruit him into our beast pirates. Beast Kaido was momentarily stunned by the sight of Donya Huanglong in his crimson dragon form, but he quickly burst into laughter, enjoying having such subordinates with animal-type devil fruit abilities, especially ancient and mythical types. If he enters the New World, I will personally recruit him. At this point, the Fire Calamity spoke up, genuinely wanting to meet this audacious experimental subject suspected of having Lunarian blood. Seeing Donya Huanglong still daring to threaten the celestial dragons made the Fire Calamity admire this kid even more. This news of Donya Huanglong exposing his dragon form and declaring war on the celestial dragons has drawn the intense attention of the emperors and other warlords of the sea, such as Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. This guy Donya Huanglong seems far from simple. He has the potential to become a top figure, surpassing the warlords of the sea. In the King's Plateau of Dressrosa. The ability of the artificial azure dragon fruit is simply perfect. Virgo, we must find a way to rescue Caesar. We also need to obtain the technology for artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. The existence of Donya Huanglong, the experimental subject, no. 88, proved the reality of artificial devil fruits. Caesar indeed did not lie. Now he must think of every possible way to help Caesar escape from the Navy's prison. On the island of Nostra, Higashino Aureliu and Capone Beach returned to this mafia island aboard the Castello, their flame tank warship. Since they had no need for the vessel during their expedition to the North Blue Beach, could only dock his flagship at its home base. Capone Beach was also filled with curiosity about the impending cross-sea voyage. Godfather, you're back. Godfather, that devil sheriff is on the island. Vito the Weird Gun and Gotti the Killer, upon seeing Capone Beach and Higashino Aureliu return, quickly reported the island's intelligence to Beach. Devil Sheriff Lafitte. A flicker of surprise crossed Higashino Aureliu's face. He hadn't expected to encounter that man here. Was it mere coincidence? Boss wanted to recruit him, didn't he? Now's the perfect opportunity. Capone Beach bit down on his cigar and grinned. With Higashino Aureliu declaring war on the celestial dragons, he naturally hoped their crew would grow stronger. Bang! At that moment, a body came crashing out of the bar. A mafia member in a black suit collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. This scene made Capone Beach, Vito the Weird Gun, and the others' faces twist in fury. How dare someone lay hands on their men? It was sheer suicide. Yo, Don Capone, how careless of you. A CP agent has infiltrated your ranks. A frivolous voice echoed from within the bar. A slender man in a black top hat, twirling an aristocratic cane's word, sauntered out. His pale face bore an expression of contempt and mockery towards life. A CP agent. Capone Beach furrowed his brow. With a subtle signal, Vito the Weird Gun and Gotti the Killer immediately rushed over to inspect their gravely wounded subordinate. Greetings, mighty Arariasan. My name is Lafitte. Pleased to make your acquaintance. After a brief glance at Capone Beach, Lafitte swiftly doffed his hat, bowed, and offered Higashino Aureliu a respectful aristocratic salute, as if he were a true elegant noble. But everyone from the West Blue knew just how vile and cruel this man truly was. During his tenure as the West Blue Sheriff, he had tortured and killed countless pirates and criminals. Regardless of the severity of their crimes, none could escape his murderous grasp. Because of his brutal and bloodthirsty nature, the kings of several allied nations had jointly banished him. Did you come looking for me specifically? Higashino Araryu raised an eyebrow. After carving out his own fearsome reputation, it seemed he could indeed attract some madmen to his side. Araryu declaring war on the world nobles is utterly insane and thrilling. I wish to join you in this madness. Perhaps in time I can personally kill a few kings and Marine Admirals. A glint of cruelty flashed in Lafitte's eyes. He had not forgotten the kings who had exiled him. Given the opportunity and the power, he would certainly seek revenge. Let me see what you're capable of. Higashino Ararius' eyes blazed with golden light, and crackling lightning surged from his hand. A powerful aura began to emanate. No, Captain Arariu. I'm more skilled in hypnotism and diplomacy. I'm no match for you. Startled by Higashino Ararius' presence, Lafitte quickly retreated, sprouting a pair of white, feathered wings and lifting off the ground. He was genuinely afraid Higashino Arariu would start a fight without a word. This was a vicious criminal with a bounty of 500 million. I need obedient subordinates. Can you manage that? Higashino Arariu looked at Lafitte and smiled, his laser sight targeting the flying Lafitte. If he dared to flee, Arariu would not let him go. Isn't that only natural, Captain? The clever Lafitte instantly understood Higashino Ararius' meaning. He landed gracefully, folded his wings, and bowed respectfully to his new leader. Not bad, a clever one. Come on, show me what you can do. Find a few more CP agents for us to toy with. Higashino Arariu retracted his aura and spoke with a smile to this new self-proclaimed recruit. As you wish, my captain. Don Capone, if you would be so kind as to have your underlings cooperate. Lafitte said with a wanton grin. Capone Beach, his face dark, gathered all his men. He too was uncertain if any CP agents had infiltrated his numerous members. If they had, it would spell danger for him. These ubiquitous spy agents could strike a fatal blow at the most unexpected moment. Lafitte gazed at the mafia members, his pupils transforming into hypnotic concentric rings like Rinnegan. His mesmerizing voice began to guide the underlings. Could this guy's bird fruit ability be some kind of mythical Zoan? Higashino Arariu watched Lafitte's performance with keen interest. The man's ability was certainly unusual, not an ordinary Zoan, and held a certain mystery. Speaking of which, Bartholomew, can your pawpaw fruit ability, which repels your own memories, also repel the memories of others? Higashino Arariu suddenly asked Kuma. This man's pawpaw fruit ability could not only repel conceptual things like injuries and pain, but could even copy and repel one's own memories. If it could be used on others, then any spy would be as good as dead upon arrival, and any intelligence or memory would be his for the taking. I would need to attempt it. Kuma said flatly. He had never tried developing such skills. In the Sorbet Kingdom, he had only developed techniques like pain repulsion to treat the many elderly and sick. Then develop it well. Your ability is incredibly powerful and bizarre. Higashino Arariu narrowed his eyes. If Kuma's pawpaw fruit could tamper with others' memories, then Charlotte Bruley with her memo fruit ability might not be so essential. Moreover, Vegapunk's scientific technology could also achieve memory erasure. With these individuals, Higashino Arariu could build a massive emperor-level power in the shortest possible time, gradually launching his assault on the world government. One by one, under Lafitte's hypnosis, the mafia members fell under his spell, their spirits becoming dazed as they began to mutter incoherently under his control. Unable to bear the pressure of this test, 7 or 8 mafia members suddenly erupted, scattering in all directions to flee. Kill them. Capone Beach gave the order, his voice ice cold. Vito the weird gun and Gotti the killer immediately opened fire, cutting down the fleeing traitors and spies. Higashino Arariu and Kuma also joined in using laser vision and air blasts to take down several capable individuals. Lafitte, twirling his cane's word, strolled with a smirk towards those still alive, beginning his hypnotic interrogation. Yo, we have pawns planted by the underworld and CP agents from the world government. As Lafitte interrogated them one by one, their identities were quickly revealed. Your skills are passable. Welcome to the Arariu Pirates. Higashino Arariu said with a faint smile to Lafitte, officially accepting this navigator and diplomat. Your skills are passable. Welcome to the Arariu Pirates. Higashino Arariu said with a faint smile to Lafitte, officially accepting this navigator and diplomat. A week later, North Sea Swallow Island Flevents. I told you I don't know them. An old man with a full head of white hair stubbornly retorted, showing no fear as he refused to answer Higashino Koryu's questions. Wolf, do you think Law will come to rescue you if he finds out you're in danger? Higashino Koryu strolled leisurely through Wolf's laboratory, speaking slowly. Even Vegapunk had emerged from Capone Beg's castle to study and learn from the inventor's myriad technologies. The inventor's submarine technology was impressive, worthy of Dr. Vegapunk's study. Not long ago, Higashino Koryu and his group had arrived in the North Sea using Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. However, unable to immediately locate Trafalgar Law, Higashino Koryu had no choice but to bring his companions to this Swallow Island. On this island resided Trafalgar Law's benefactor, the inventor Wolf. Even Law's submarine, the Polar Tang, was a sturdy metal vessel crafted entirely by this very Wolf. After landing on Swallow Island, Higashino Koryu and his group quickly found the famously kind-hearted Wolf in Flevence. Wolf had once discovered the temple treasure on Swallow Island, providing him with ample funds for research and the construction of the polar tang. He had also used the remaining money to rebuild Flevence, which had been destroyed by pirates. After finding Wolf, Lafitte easily hypnotized the stubborn inventor and uncovered his underground laboratory. Within this underground laboratory lay numerous inventions by Wolf, along with an underground port that served as both the construction site and berth for the polar tang. In Wolf's lab, Higashino Koryu even discovered a very complete devil fruit encyclopedia. This was also how Wolf had instantly recognized Trafalgar Law's Ope no Mi. What do you want with Law? Wolf eyed Higashino Koryu and his group, warily determined not to let Law fall into danger. You should know my situation. I'm irreconcilably opposed to the celestial dragons, and Law's devil fruit ability has destined him to be coveted by the world government. Law and I are fated to be allies. I understand his hatred better than you do. Contact him for me. I can help him take revenge and take down Doflamingo on the condition that he joins my forces. Higashino Koryu grinned at Wolf. Meanwhile, Lafitte, who had hypnotized Wolf, successfully found a den mushy in Wolf's secret bedroom and winked at the old man. Old sir, it seems I've also discovered Trafalgar Law's den mushy number. I think you'd better listen to our captain. A sardonic smile crossed Lafitte's pale face. The person Higashino Koryu sought this time seemed to be quite a remarkable fellow. Lafitte's admiration for Higashino Koryu's innate precognitive ability grew even stronger. This boss was definitely the right choice. You? Wolf ground his teeth in frustration as he watched Higashino Koryu and the others. He also noticed the big-head doctor flipping through his research findings as quickly as counting money. Ah, sorry, it's already connected. Lafitte suddenly announced with a smile. The den mushy in his hand had successfully linked to Trafalgar Law's. Old man, what's up? Trafalgar Law's steady voice came through. At 22 years old, Law had been leading the Heart Pirates for 6 years. All these years he had been making a name for himself in the North Sea, gathering like-minded companions. He planned to strengthen himself for another year or two before entering the Grand Line to seek revenge on Doflamingo. Law don't answer. Hello, Trafalgar Law. I'm Higashino Koryu, the man who declared war on the Celestial Dragons a few days ago. I can help you deal with Doflamingo, that former Celestial Dragon. In return, you join my crew. Interested? Higashino Koryu took the den mushy from Lafitte, cutting off Wolf mid-sentence, and addressed Trafalgar Law directly. What have you done to Wolf? Trafalgar Law's icy voice came through, laced with barely concealed anger. He would never allow anyone to harm his benefactor Wolf. No injuries, no illness. He's full of vigor. Higashino Koryu replied calmly. Meanwhile, Vegapunk and some scientists were already carting off some of Wolf's rare materials and research results, causing the old inventor to fume and stamp his feet in frustration. However, the moment Wolf learned that the big-head figure was the legendary Vegapunk, his attitude underwent a dramatic shift. Vegapunk was universally recognized as the world's greatest scientist, and now he was praising Wolf's submarine technology, a fact that filled the inventor with no small measure of pride. Wait for me. He'll be there soon. Trafalgar Law fell silent for a long time, even catching snippets of conversation between Wolf and Vegapunk before finally speaking coldly. He'll be waiting. Higashino Koryu replied calmly before the den mushy was disconnected. Somewhere in the North Sea, Law, with a grim expression, ordered his submarine to set a course for Swallow Island. No matter what, he had to ensure Wolf's safety. As for cooperating with Higashino Koryu, or even joining the Koryu pirates, that required careful consideration. Still, this madman who dared to declare war on the Celestial Dragons was certainly bold enough to take on Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea. It was worth forming an alliance. Moreover, Law had only just learned that Doflamingo was a former Celestial Dragon. No wonder he had seized control of the allied kingdom of Dressrosa without the world government intervening. That made taking down Doflamingo even more difficult. He truly needed powerful allies and comrades. On the other side, Higashino Koryu smirked, waiting for Trafalgar Law to walk right into his trap. Recruiting him would be ideal, but Higashino Koryu had no intention of letting this Ope no Mi user slip away easily. Even using him as a candidate for the Seraphim's abilities would suffice. After all, the Ope no Mi was also a Paramecia type. While waiting for Trafalgar Law to return, Higashino Koryu suddenly felt like causing some trouble, visiting a prison in the North Sea. As it happened, Wolf had a brutal son who had become a pirate named Buck. He was reportedly a user of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, either the drunk fruit or the melt fruit. Whatever the case, the ability allowed him to liquefy his body, granting him properties akin to a Logia comparable to a special Paramecia. He could also rapidly dissolve enemy blades, and even intangible things such as hearts and minds, thereby manipulating others. This was yet another formidable Paramecia ability. Law, Wolf, and Beepo had given their all, nearly dying to barely defeat this brutal man who had returned in failure from the Grand Line. After his capture by the Marines, instead of being sent to impel down, he was inexplicably held in a North Sea prison, serving as an example to deter pirates. Now, Higashino Koryu intended to go to that North Sea prison to obtain Buck's lineage factor, while also making a name for himself. Most importantly, he wanted to toy with the world government and the Marines. He had flown from the West Sea to the North Sea again. Catching him was utterly impossible. The North Sea, in 11 Naval Branch. As the most chaotic and powerful maritime region among the 4 seas, the Navy of the North Sea is stronger than those of other regions, with even the scale and quality of its prisons surpassing those elsewhere. Notable figures like Admiral Akainu Sakazuki and Admiral Kizer Borsellino, both monstrous commanders, hail from the North Sea. Sakazuki has been fighting since the age of 7 or 8, showcasing a terrifying physique akin to that of a monster from a young age. Moreover, the notorious Germa 66 has long occupied the North Sea, aiming to restore the ancient glory of the Germa kingdom and unify the North Sea. Over 20 years ago, Vinsmoke, Judge rose to power, slaughtering 4 kings of allied nations in succession, casting a shadow of terror over the North Sea. The force of Germa 66 once became a nightmare for the North Sea. Even in novels and comics, they are depicted as the ultimate villains. The infamous Don Quixote family also made their fortune in the North Sea, disrupting peace for years with their rampant looting and destruction. Even elite Vice Admiral Crane could not eliminate the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo also emerged from the North Sea to venture into the Grand Line and the New World, becoming a warlord of the seas sanctioned for lawful plunder. Bloodshed is the norm in the North Sea. As seen in the original work, when Trafalgar Law encountered other supernovas on Sabati Archipelago, his first words were, "How many people have you killed today?" Trafalgar Law earned the title of Surgeon of Death by taking many lives. Inside the naval branch, a Navy commander dressed in a naval cloak was training vigorously. Having guarded the North Sea for 2 years and capturing countless pirates, he had accomplished many feats in battle. This year, he would report to the Navy headquarters at Marineford to be promoted to Rear Admiral, laying a solid foundation for his naval career. The officers from the North Sea are generally hawkish, iron-blooded leaders, led by Admiral Akainu. They are decisive in battle and show no mercy to pirates. Only such a navy can suppress the chaos in the North Sea. Rear Admiral Gino, the Navy headquarters, has issued an order. Next month, when you return to the Navy headquarters for your report, escort all pirates with a bounty exceeding 15 million berries from the North Sea prison to Judicial Island for trial. 15 million berries for a pirate. What does the Navy headquarters mean? Do they think the North Sea is as useless as the East Sea? Pirates in the North Sea are generally wanted for bounties exceeding 30 million berries to be sent to impel down. Rear Admiral Gino smashed a sandbag with a punch, looking displeased as the North Sea prison held a large number of pirates with bounties in the range of 10 to 20 million. If they were to transport all the pirates with a bounty of 15 million, what would the new officers in the North Sea use as training tools and punching bags? Is this order meant to coddle the other 3 seas? The strongest wanted criminal in the East Sea has a bounty of only 20 million berries. Such a level in the North Sea is merely that of a mid-tier pirate. Moreover, there's an additional order. Any devil fruit users, regardless of their bounty, must all be sent to impel down. The communications officer continued to read. After finishing, he saluted and left Rear Admiral Gino's training area. "Oh, this hockey is finally responding," Rear Admiral Gino exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, only through the battles in the North Sea could one awaken hockey more quickly. If he had been in the peaceful East Sea, even if he had stayed in Lowtown for 5 years, there would be little chance to awaken armament hockey. This is the armament hockey that one can only learn upon being promoted to the Navy headquarters. Rear Admiral Gino felt the swirling energy around his hand, a training method he had earned through hard-won military achievements. However, thinking of the 4 unassailable figures of Germa 66, a hint of envy flashed across Rear Admiral Gino's face. The 4 siblings of the Vinsmoke family are powerful individuals, not only equipped with high-tech battlesuits, but also possessing enhanced bodies that rival even those of Navy Vice Admirals. The naval fleet led by Gino had previously encountered the army of Germa 66, where he witnessed the formidable warriors of the Vinsmoke family. Even if I learn armament hockey, it might not be enough to harm the Vinsmoke siblings, Rear Admiral Gino said unwillingly, as some individuals are simply born stronger than others. The armament hockey he had awakened through hardships might not even compare to the formidable exoskeleton of the Vinsmoke family. Just as Rear Admiral Gino finished his training and prepared to return to the office to handle branch affairs, a sharp alarm rang out across the island. Gino widened his eyes and looked towards the sky. A massive crimson divine dragon coiled amidst purple flame clouds, its metallic gleam of scales imparting an impression of indestructibility. Is this Kaido of the beasts? No, it's the most heinous experimental criminal Donya Arlong, declaring war on the celestial dragons. Rear Admiral Gino clenched his fists, contemplating the odds of defeating Donya Arlong. This is a figure with a bounty as high as 500 million berries. Although Donya Arlong does not have many impressive combat achievements, just his aura alone sends chills down Gino's spine. Suddenly, a colossal flame breath descended, aimed at the naval flag atop the base fortress, obliterating the defensive stronghold of the naval branch. The massive explosion sent the Navy personnel on the island fleeing in all directions. Damn, how did this guy arrive in the North Sea so quickly? Rear Admiral Gino cursed vehemently. He was supposed to report to headquarters in a month, and now this incident had occurred, jeopardizing his promotion. Moreover, according to internal communications from the Navy headquarters, Donya Arlong, the 88th experimental subject, might be even stronger than the strongest modified human of the Vinsmoke family. How could he, a branch admiral who had only recently touched upon armament hockey, contend with Donya Arlong? This is bad. Rear Admiral Gino, a half-dragon transformed by the giant dragon, is attacking the prison. Several branch colonels rushed to report to Gino in terror, their military swords trembling slightly in their hands. The giant dragon attacking the naval branch far exceeded their capacity to respond. Even though the North Sea Navy is formidable, they do not dare to recklessly throw their lives away. Quickly call for support from the Navy headquarters. After instructing this, Rear Admiral Gino dashed towards the North Sea prison, determined not to allow Donya Arlong to release these wanted criminals. Now he finally understood the latest orders from the Navy headquarters. If he could survive this, he would ensure that all pirates with bounties over 10 million berries would be escorted to impelled down, preventing someone like Donya Arlong from staging a prison break. Inside the North Sea prison, the imposing Donya Arlong strolled casually, as if browsing a market. Does anyone know where that guy Baku is? Are there any devil fruit users here? With just a glance, Donya Arlong frightened the guards into submission without needing to use laser beams. I know that guy Baku is in the last cell. Please let me go. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate. The battered wanted criminals in the prison shouted in excitement, their faces filled with a yearning for freedom and hatred for the Navy. The battered wanted criminals in the prison shouted in excitement, their faces filled with a yearning for freedom and hatred for the Navy. Donya Huanglong ignored the pleas of these pirate prisoners. These scum didn't even have a single self-proclaimed ability user. He walked straight to the back of the prison and saw Bok the Melt Man, who had been tortured beyond recognition. This brutal fiend had once declared before Trafalgar Law, my freedom means I can kill as I please, living solely by my desires. He had massacred civilians and destroyed towns in Joy Town on Swallow Island. Now he was beaten like a dog, serving as a warning example in the North Sea prison. Are you here to recruit me? A flicker of hope shone in Bok's swollen, reddened eyes. After years of imprisonment, he finally saw a chance to escape this terrifying North Sea prison. Stop. Donya Huanglong, I won't let you release a single pirate. Commodore Kino charged into the North Sea prison with murderous intent, laying eyes on the fearsome figure of the half-dragon. Open fire. Shoot to kill. Even if we have to slaughter all these pirates, we cannot let them go. Commodore Kino suddenly commanded the Marines behind him. This order sent terror through the pirates, and even Donya Huanglong was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to find a soldier as ruthless and iron-willed as Sakazuki here. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. What are you waiting for? He'll bear any responsibility. Commodore Kino roared, charging at Donya Huanglong with his saber to buy his men time to fire. Hearing the Commodore's command, the North Sea Marines hesitated only half a second before opening fire ferociously. In an instant, the prison echoed with gunfire and screams. Clang! Commodore Kino's longsword shattered upon striking Donya Huanglong's arm, sending a chill of terror down his spine. This was his full-power strike laced with a trace of armament hockey. Yet it couldn't even breach Donya Huanglong's defense. Admirable courage, but lacking in strength. Donya Huanglong kicked the Marine Commodore into the wall, smashing the sturdy prison barrier to rubble. The Commodore was buried in the debris, unable to rise for a long time. Boom! A terrifying aura surged forth, knocking out the frenzied Marines. With a sudden charge from Donya Huanglong, the few branch captains and commanders who hadn't been felled by his conqueror's hockey also collapsed to the ground. Is there anyone left who can still speak? Donya Huanglong called out coldly. Anyone who had evaded the Marines' gunfire and survived his conqueror's hockey was both lucky and capable, worthy of joining his Huanglong pirates. What a pity. None, Donya Huanglong said with slight disappointment. He then kicked open Bok's cell door and lifted the Melt Man, still bound in seastone handcuffs. Thank you for saving me, my lord. I will faithfully follow you, Bok said excitedly, trembling with fervor. Who said I'd take you in? Donya Huanglong knocked out this presumptuous scum with a single punch. He was merely an experimental subject for Vegapunk. This Paramecia's meld ability was decent, worthy of being a candidate for the Seraphim's powers. Donya Huanglong, carrying Bok, transformed into a divine dragon and departed from the North Sea prison, leaving behind a ruin of rubble and corpses. Long after Commodore Kino crawled out from the wall debris, covered in blood, his eyes filled with terror of Donya Huanglong. This was a true monster, far stronger than the Vinsmoke siblings. A bounty of 500 million was not an overestimation. He struggled to his feet, realizing that the demon seemed to have held back. He rushed to his subordinates, and to his relief found that few Marines had died. Even the captains and commanders were only severely injured. He then looked at the devastated pirate prisoners. For a moment, he wondered if the criminal Donya Huanglong had some conscience, or if he himself as a Marine Commodore was the crueler one. He quickly reported the attack on the North Sea in 11 Marine branch and the prison back to headquarters. Kino concealed nothing, directly confessing that he had ordered the execution of the pirate prisoners and was willing to accept punishment from Marine headquarters. However, Marine headquarters not only refrained from punishing him, but also conveniently pinned all the blame on Donya Huanglong. They planned to spread the infamy of Donya Huanglong's massacre of pirate prisoners, turning other pirates against this villain. Meanwhile, Donya Huanglong returned to Joy Town on Swallow Island, handing Bach, the Melt Man, over to Vegapunk for research. Wolf no longer harbored any feelings for this son. Perhaps living as an experimental subject for the world's greatest scientist was a better fate than rotting in prison. Captain, attacking a marine base without me is truly disappointing, Lafitte said to Donya Huanglong with a regretful look. He reveled in slaughtering both marines and pirates alike. Has Trafalgar Law called back? Donya Huanglong ignored Lafitte's words, changing the subject. Such a trivial matter didn't warrant a full deployment. The round trip to the North Sea branch had taken Donya Huanglong a day or two. Law was likely about to return to Swallow Island. He said had arrived this afternoon, but I think he'll come back early to rescue Old Man Wolf. Lafitte said with narrowed eyes, occasionally glancing at the underground port of the research facility, as if anticipating Trafalgar Law's submarine's early return to prevent Wolf's sudden rescue. After all, Donya Huanglong had warned them that Trafalgar Law could use spatial abilities to teleport someone away. Kuma was also on high alert, ready to thwart any attack from Law. Having finished reading the Devil Fruit encyclopedia that Huanglong had entrusted to him, he was now very interested in this Nomi user. He wondered if the legendary perennial youth surgery was real. And with this Nomi user combined with Mancheri's Heal Fruit ability, Bonnie's stem cell transplant recovery would be faster, allowing her to live under the sunlight sooner. Given his cunning and meticulous nature, he might indeed do that. Donya Huanglong agreed with Lafitte's speculation. Having a strategic subordinate like Lafitte to fill in the gaps was highly satisfying. As if to confirm Lafitte's guess, within less than an hour a transparent dome expanded from somewhere, enveloping the underground research facility. A young man in a spotted cap and yellow long-sleeved shirt carrying a Nodachi suddenly appeared beside Wolf, intending to teleport him away instantly. But Kuma was equally fast. The moment Law appeared, he had already teleported next to both Law and Wolf. A small Ursa shock sent Law, still a young man who hadn't left the North Sea, crashing into the research facility's wall. Ugh! Law coughed up blood, unable to maintain the Nomi's room space. Such was the gap in strength between Tyrant Kuma, a warlord of the sea, and Law, a future supernova. Without mastering both colors of hockey, even with the Nomi's teleportation ability, Law was utterly crushed by Kuma. No surprise at all. Without mastering both colors of hockey, even with the Nomi's teleportation ability, Law was utterly crushed by Kuma. No surprise at all. Donya Huanglong strode step by step toward the grievously wounded Trafalgar Law, who was spitting blood, wantonly unleashing his conqueror's hockey, as black and red lightning crackled and spread in all directions. At your current level, seeking revenge against Doflamingo is virtually impossible. Donya Huanglong's long, thick dragon tail swiftly coiled around Law's slender frame, speaking indifferently as he gazed at the defiant expression on Law's face. Room shambles. Provoked by the disdain in Huanglong's eyes, Law forcibly activated his Nomi ability, slashing a blade toward Donya Huanglong's dragon tail. Yet a shocking sight unfolded before Law. The Nomi, capable of cutting through almost anything, was halted upon the dragon scale, sparks flying continuously as it failed to slice through. The Nomi isn't invincible either. With sufficient defense or enough hockey, you can't cut through it. Donya Huanglong grinned, his fist wreathed in lightning, and drove it into the unruly man before him. Up! Trafalgar Law cried out in agony, his eyes rolling back slightly as blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth. He felt his body had suffered immense trauma and needed urgent treatment. Please let Law go. I beg you. At that moment, Wolf rushed over, anxiously pleading incessantly with Huanglong. He tried to pry apart the thick dragon tail coiled around Law, but was quickly electrocuted by the currents surging through it. I'm just making this guy recognize the gap in our strength. Donya Huanglong's dragon claw gripped Law's shoulder as the purple patterns on his scales pulsed. Law's arm instantly turned purple, poisoned by Huanglong's lethal venom. Even with the Nomi, removing toxins won't be easy, right? Donya Huanglong released his tail, dropping Law to the ground, his tone casual. The Nomi was more effective at treating external wounds, but this potent poison would take considerable time to purge. Law instantly activated his Nomi ability, severing his poisoned arm to prevent the toxins from spreading through his body. So how about it? Our strength isn't bad, is it? By the way, Kuma's power is no less than Doflamingo's. Joining us now is the right choice. Donya Huanglong casually conjured a flame cloud, seating himself cross-legged upon it as he looked down at Law and Wolf. Trafalgar Law stared at Donya Huanglong, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Now he had a clearer understanding of Huanglong's group's capabilities. They indeed had the strength to confront Doflamingo, yet he was reluctant to disband the Heart Pirates and even more unwilling to part with Bepo and Penguin. Law, treat your arm quickly. Wolf gazed anxiously at Law's severed purple limb, knowing that further delay would render it completely useless. He'll bring my crew to join you, but you must help us grow stronger, and I insist on keeping the Heart Pirates flag. Trafalgar Law tossed his venomous arm to Donya Huanglong, his eyes resolute. The heart pirates were the fruit of his and his comrades' labor. He wouldn't let it vanish. Beg's Mafia still exists, so your pirate crew won't be an exception. Donya Huanglong said calmly as the venomous patterns on his palm writhed, absorbing the toxins from the severed arm before tossing it back to Law. Law reattached the arm to his body as if assembling a toy. This spectacle left Kuma Beej and Lafitte marveling. The gnome abilities were truly bizarre. Meanwhile, the large-headed Vegapunk's eyes gleamed. He had long wished to reduce his ever-growing cranium, which severely hampered his research. With the gnome's power and his own medical knowledge, his plan for creating clones could finally be realized. Since Law is following you, please take me along too. I'm willing to become an assistant to Dr. Vegapunk. Seeing Law join Donya Huanglong's command, Wolf also spoke up. On one hand, he didn't want to be separated from Law, and the others on the other, he wished to stay by Vegapunk's side to study and encounter more knowledge. Welcome. Your mechanical skills and submarine technology are impressive. I look forward to working with you. Dr. Vegapunk immediately shook Wolf's hand joyfully. He had seen blueprints for an aircraft in Wolf's research materials, which piqued his intense interest. Having a like-minded inventor would spark even more brilliant ideas in the future. Then let's move together. Next target, the Vinsmoke family of Germa 66. Donya Huanglong readily accepted this elderly inventor, thinking he could even build submarines if needed. You're going after Germa. Law stared at Donya Huanglong in shock, well aware that the Germa 60 SIXS evil army was a nightmare across the North Blue. Law himself yearned for one of Germa's transforming battlesuits. Countless people in the North Blue were captivated by the Germa soldiers featured in the manga serials. Supernovas like Law, Hawkins, and Drake were all fans of the transforming battlesuits. There are ready-made cloning machines and modification equipment there. I think you'll like them, Vegapunk. Donya Huanglong smirked. If he could seize them, theft was certainly more convenient. Judge's equipment. But his clone army and cyborg soldiers are not to be underestimated. You need to be fully prepared. Vegapunk knew that Judge had used lineage factor technology to create a fearsome army causing bloodshed across the North Blue. He was rather averse to such killing. The power of science should be used to protect humanity and advance productivity, not for slaughter and violence. Let's pack up and get ready to leave. Lago, arrange things with your crew. We'll be heading to the Grand Line soon. Donya Huanglong quickly issued orders, also sending Kuma with Law to consult Vegapunk about improving Bonnie's treatment plan to speed up her recovery. When Princess Mancheri and the Tontata tribe learned that Law also deeply hated Doflamingo, they quickly grew familiar with him. Law also took a liking to Mancheri, who possessed the Heal fruit. He felt that combining the no-me with the Heal fruit was a flawless synergy. With Vegapunk's medical knowledge and intellect, they believed they could cure any disease. Kuma's smile grew ever brighter. The sooner Bonnie recovered, the happier he would be. During the remaining time before departure, Donya Huanglong continuously trained his haki, especially his relatively weaker observation haki. Lafitte and Capone Beej also followed Donya Huanglong to learn both types of haki. Staying by the side of a world-class wanted criminal like Donya Huanglong required sufficient strength, otherwise they would inevitably be taken down by CP agents or Marine Admirals. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Upon receiving news of the North Blue prison being attacked by Donya Huanglong, Sengoku the Buddha was furious. How did Donya Huanglong move from the West Blue to the North Blue again? His artificial Azure Dragon ability and Kuma the Tyrant's pop-off fruit allowed them to relocate with terrifying speed, making it extremely difficult for the world government and Marines to encircle them. These abilities gave Sengoku and Tsuru great headaches. They had no idea how to counter them, finding it even more troublesome than dealing with Shiki the Golden Lion. These abilities gave Sengoku and Tsuru great headaches. They had no idea how to counter them, finding it even more troublesome than dealing with Shiki the Golden Lion. The news of Donya Huanglong's assault on the North Sea prison and the Marine branch, though eclipsed by his declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons, still sent tremors through numerous factions. Donya Huanglong's ability to traverse locations with such staggering speed, moving from the West Sea to the North Sea within a week and striking the North Sea prison, left even several Yonko crews astounded. Did this not imply that the entire world had become Donya Huanglong's private garden where he could roam at will? Moreover, his alliance with the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma boasted a power rivaling that of the 7 warlords of the sea. This prompted major pirate crews to keenly observe how this experimental subject Donya Huanglong would retaliate against the world government and the Celestial Dragons, and to what extent his vengeance would reach. The world government dispatched multiple CP0 squads and countless CP agents, while also issuing a mandatory order to the 7 warlords of the sea to hunt down and eliminate Donya Huanglong. However, Boa Hancock and Jinbe among the warlords completely disregarded this command. Gecko Moria and Crocodile scoffed at it with contempt. Only Dracule Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo, driven by their own motives, offered a perfunctory response. Somewhere in the North Sea, a yellow submarine advanced across the ocean's surface. Donya Huanglong and his crew stood on the small deck, gazing upon the boundless sea. Captain Huanglong, 2 days ago, the Germa evil army hired by the Kingdom of Breeden waged war on the northern Eland Kingdom and successfully breached its royal capital. If we continue our pursuit southward, we should catch up with the Germa 60 SIXS snail ships. Lafitte, his white wings flapping, circled above the submarine, serving as lookout. Germa's army is an overwhelming force in the North Sea. Their strength could easily venture into the New World. Yet they remain entrenched here, clinging to the dream of restoring Germa's glory of unifying the North Sea. Were it not for the world government's orchestration and the united resistance of numerous member states, they might have conquered most of the North Sea kingdoms. Capone Beach, the West Sea Mafia boss, closely monitored the Northern Forces' situation, grateful that the Germa army wasn't in the West Sea, otherwise his mafia would have had no chance to unify the West Sea's underworld. After Judge's successful escape from the MADS team under the world government's covert pressure, even though he grew powerful and revived the Vinsmoke family, the world government only permitted Germa Kingdom to exist as a nation without territory. The world government will never allow a powerful unified kingdom to rise in the North Sea. Thus, the landless Germa army now earns development funds through mercenary warfare. Vegapunk explained, noting that Vinsmoke Judge's ambition to restore his ancestral glory was fundamentally impossible. The world government was an insurmountable obstacle. Unless Judge could ally with several Yonko to overthrow the world government, the possibility of unifying the North Sea remained slim. The Vinsmoke family's obsession with unifying the North Sea runs too deep. Under the influence of various propaganda, the Germa army is synonymous with evil. The North Sea people will never accept their rule. Wolf, a native of the North Sea, spoke earnestly. If the Vinsmoke family had left the North Sea for the Grand Line and the New World, they might have fared better than they do now. But the ambition to unify the North Sea is too extreme. Neither the North Sea kings nor the world government would allow it. Stop. What do I care about Vinsmoke's unification plans? I'm here to rob them. Donya Huanglong waved his hand, cutting off their commentary on the Germa army. He had no interest in the Vinsmoke family's history. He only needed what was useful to him. So La Beej Lafitte. Do you have the confidence to take on one of Vinsmoke's strongest modified humans? Donya Huanglong stated calmly. He and Kuma would provide backup, but he also hoped these subordinates would prove their worth. They say Vinsmoke's offspring are invincible modified humans with exoskeletons that grant impervious defense and immense strength. Trafalgar Law's expression turned grim. He was uncertain of his ability to defeat a modified warrior capable of transformation. Perhaps not even the armament hockey that Donya Huanglong spoke of could breach the formidable defenses of the 4 Vinsmoke siblings. The 3 of you can gang up on one, leave the rest to me and Kuma. Donya Huanglong said, casually, brimming with confidence in his and Kuma's strength. He also wished to unleash his abilities unrestrainedly against the Germa forces. He craved a thorough battle to test his combat prowess. 3 against 1. That should be manageable. Capone Beej muttered, feeling somewhat underestimated, yet he lacked sufficient confidence to face the legendary modified warriors, having never fought them before. Now they could join forces to gauge the modified human strength before deciding on subsequent tactics. Both the Mafia boss and Law were proud men, unwilling to admit inferiority to those modified beings. Perhaps I could talk to Judge first. Vegapunk interjected. His relationships with the former MADS members were amicable, and Judge might grant him some face. Negotiations must be built on strength. Let us fight first. Donya Huanglong didn't believe Vinsmoke Judge was easy to reason with. The man's controlling nature meant that without subduing him through combat, dialogue was impossible. The decision is yours. Vegapunk shrugged, then returned to treating Bonnie, while Donya Huanglong ordered the pursuit of the Germa army to continue. He even took to the skies, with Lafitte scouring for the Germa army's whereabouts. Meanwhile, aboard a fleet of snail ships, Vinsmoke Judge also caught wind of the news regarding Donya Huanglong's attack on the North Sea prison, piquing his interest in this formidable newcomer. So this is Vegapunk and the science team's finest creation. I wonder how it compares to my own masterpieces. Judge held immense confidence in Reiju and Ichiji's abilities, believing his modified human technology surpassed even Vegapunk's. If possible, he wanted his 4 children to clash with Donya Huanglong. However, the thought of Queen soured his expression. That bastard Queen, leveraging the ancient Zoan Brachiosaurus fruits' formidable regenerative powers, had integrated all the bloodline factor technologies, Spark Red, Stealth Black, Electric Blue, and Winch Green, into his own body. What infuriated Judge most was Queen's constant boasting and threats, using his status as the plague of the Beast's pirates. Now Judge's most hated person was that fat bastard Queen. Nevertheless, Plague Queen had proven that the research direction of ability integration was viable. This experiment, No. 88, should be an even more perfect modification than Queen. If he could capture Donya Huanglong, he might decipher Vegapunk's and the entire science division's latest technologies. At this thought, Judge grew eager to obtain the techniques and secrets within Donya Huanglong. Now that Donya Huanglong had appeared in the North Sea, this could be his opportunity. Within a certain palace room aboard the snail ship, a woman with short pink hair was also perusing the newspapers from the past couple of days. Experiment subject No. 88, mythical Zoan dragon with a bounty of 500 million berries. Gazing at the wanted poster bearing the image of Higashino Airyu, whose dragon form had set ablaze the flags of the world government, and the celestial dragons Vinsmoke Reiju sensed a chilling brutality emanating from this maddening man. Cyborgs are indeed nothing but cruel and heartless beings, Reiju remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. The thought of her cold-hearted father and her emotionless wretched brothers stirred a pang of sorrow within her. She had always lived within such a frigid family forced to feign the same callousness and cruelty. Otherwise, were her true emotions discovered, she might be subjected to a second round of modification by her father. She loathed this family, yet she was powerless to defy her father's control. She wondered if that foolish brother of hers Sanji had survived in the East Blue, and whether he had found someone to grant him warmth. Just as Reiju was lost in memories of her mother Sora and her brother Sanji, a shrill alarm blared from the largest snail island ship, the St. Germain. Countless soldiers were shouting, ordering the firing of guns and cannons. An attack. Reiju immediately rushed out of her private chambers and dashed outside. When she emerged onto the ship's platform, her face was etched with shock. A colossal crimson divine dragon was releasing vast quantities of purplured flame clouds low in the sky. These clouds, like poisonous miasma, caused even the strongest clone soldiers of the Germa army to fall foaming at the mouth wherever they spread. Reiju quickly absorbed those poisonous clouds. Vinsmoke Judge roared in fury, but at that moment lightning began to discharge from within the purplured flame clouds, striking the snail ship, and the clone soldiers one bolt after another, inflicting tremendous damage. Damn it! Electric blue transformation. Electric fist. Vinsmoke Niji instantly donned his high-tech combat suit and charged forward to intercept the dense purple lightning. Spark red transformation. Spark spinning strike. Vinsmoke Ichiji, seeing the crimson dragon unleash a terrifying flame breath toward the St. Germain, quickly transformed. His fists erupted with endless flames as he soared to block the fearsome dragon's breath. Winch green transformation. Winch heavy strike. Vinsmoke Yanji swiftly transformed, using his winch jet to rocket into the sky at incredible speed and unleashed his most powerful blow against the dragon. Yet at that very moment, a small airy bear paw drifted lightly toward Yanji, who was flying in the sky. Bear paw shock. A deep magnetic male voice echoed. Yanji in the sky seemed to be struck by countless shockwaves. His entire body exploded repeatedly, blood spurting from all 7 apertures. Then the green figure that had terrorized the North Sea tumbled, eyes rolled back head first into the ocean. Yanji, X2 Judge and Reiju cried out in shock, while Ichiji and Niji's expressions remained utterly impassive. Woe so strong. Truly a tyrant. Sheriff Lafitte, flying in the sky, also gaped in awe. This terrifying destructive power sent a chill down his spine. He himself would likely be unable to withstand a single blow from the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. He defeated a top Vinsmoke cyborg with just one strike. Trafalgar Law's pupils constricted sharply. If Kuma had used that air cannon on him a couple of days ago, he would probably have ended up in an even worse state than Yanji in his green battlesuit. He really is a terrifying fellow. Capone Beej remarked, biting on his cigar. His rapid-fire machine gun sprayed bullets wildly at the clone soldiers, a cruel excitement gleaming in his eyes. Judge, using his high-tech combat boots, shot toward Yanji at incredible speed, catching him just before he plunged into the sea. But the next second, another terrifying laser beam blasted toward them both. How can he possess so many abilities? Garuda Electromagnetic Gray J Transformation. Electromagnetic Thrust. Judge produced a gray canister marked with a large J. He transformed, instantly wielding an electromagnetic spear that erupted with a torrent of golden electricity and thrust it fiercely toward the incoming laser beam. Boom! Judge and Yanji were both blasted into the sea by the laser beam, creating a geyser dozens of meters high. Is it over already? White feather thrust. Lafitte's pale face twisted into a cruel grin as he wielded a slender noble's rapier, slaughtering the clone soldiers with abandon. It seems simpler than I imagined. ROM slaughterhouse. Trafalgar Law's hand expanded, a translucent dome. With a single swing of his blade, a multitude of clone warriors were cleaved in two, floating within the transparent space. Moreover, Law instantly teleported, slashing his sword at Ichiji, who was clad in his red battle suit. Clanged. Law's Nodachi Kikoku struck Ichiji, as if hitting solid steel, producing a deafening clang. Daring to ambush me. Sparklight fist. Unaffected by the fall of Judge and Yanji, Ichiji grinned, his fist blazing with blinding light, and punched back with tremendous force. Arlem swap. Seeing Ichiji's powerful punch, Law smirked and forcibly exchanged positions with Niji in his blue battlesuit, causing a startled Niji to receive Ichiji's fierce blow. What is this, Ichiji? Niji, his jaw completely dislocated, shouted in fury. He snapped his jaw back into place, correcting his face without any sign of injury. This regenerative ability is truly absurd. Law, Beej, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. This display was what one would expect from Germa's finest modified warriors. Kuma's defeat of Yanji was a testament to Kuma's overwhelming strength, not a sign of weakness in the cyborgs. To Law, Beej, and Lafitte, these modified humans were still formidable opponents. Roar! A colossal primeval dragon's cry echoed across the sea. As the dragon descended, the winds howled, clouds churned, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Countless black-red lightning bolts crackled through the air. The terrifying pressure caused a multitude of clone soldiers to collapse, eyes rolling back. The scene like a demon's descent sent cold sweat pouring down Raja's face. She watched as the colossal dragon landed on the St. Germain, transforming into a fearsome half-dragon wreathed in crackling lightning. This was the madman who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. Experiment subject no. 88. Higashino area. So cool. The boss is incredible. Aboard the Polar Tang, the white bear Bepo leaned on the railing, his eyes sparkling as he watched Higashino Ryu like a god or demon overpower the evil Germa army. Higashino Rando is a great hero. Princess Mancheri, standing atop the white bear's head, grabbed Bepo's ear tightly and shouted, her voice brimming with excitement. The Tontada warrior Leo and his comrades, along with the heart pirates Penguin and Shachi, watched the battle with intense excitement. They had actually dared to attack the mightiest force in the North Sea, the Germa army. Take them all down. Higashino Aria's commanding voice rang out. Without a word, Kuma charged at Spark Red Ichiji in his red combat suit, leaving Electric Blue Niji to Law and the other two. Meanwhile, Higashino Aryu strode step by step toward Poison Pink Reiju, clad in her pink battle suit. If Judge were to die, would the three brothers obey you? Meanwhile, Higashino Aryu strode step by step toward Poison Pink Reiju, clad in her pink battle suit. If Judge were to die, would the three brothers obey you? Dongya Huanglong's words made Reju's pupils contract sharply. He actually intended to kill the supreme commander of the Germa army, who was also a king of an allied nation. Gulp, no. Reiju swallowed hard and said with difficulty. The aura and gaze of the man before her made her extremely uncomfortable. The golden laser eyes made her skin tingle. What a pity. Do you think if I asked Judge to give you to me in exchange for his life, would he agree? Dongya Huanglong walked up to Reiju, pinched the chin of the pink-haired beauty, and asked with a mocking smile. I don't know. I will accept any order from him. Reiju clenched her fists, turned her face away, and spoke with an expression utterly devoid of emotion. I know where Sanji is. Are you interested in following me? I can help you break free from Judge's control. Dongya Huanglong pinched Reju's cheek with a smile, then turned and walked to the edge of the Snail Island ship, watching Judge drag Yanji ashore. Boom. An island ship structure was reduced to ruins under a massive bear paw shockwave. Spark Red Ichiji was slammed to the ground by Bartholomew Kuma. A huge bear paw print appeared on the ground, pressing Ichiji deep into the earth. Ichiji was now bleeding from the head, his glasses shattered, revealing a defiant look in his eyes. But facing Kuma's terrifying power and the repulsion force, his right hand was completely twisted, losing most of its ability to resist. On the other side, Capone Beej, the castle man, was taking the brunt of Electro Blue Niji's attacks. Trafalgar Law and Lafitte were constantly creating wounds on Niji from the flanks, cutting numerous gashes into his battle suit made of memory metal. I refuse to believe I can't cut through you. ROOM shambles. Law gripped his cursed blade, Kikoku continuously charging his power. Seizing the moment Niji kicked Beej away, he swung his sword at Niji's long leg. Clang. With a flash of the blade, a lower leg flew up amidst the delighted gazes of the group. Niji stared in shock at his severed leg. Howie. Impossible. Electro punch. Niji erupted with a massive surge of electricity, his fists blazing with fury as he blasted Trafalgar Law away. Having lost one leg, Niji was terribly off balance, and his severed limb was fanned far away by Lafitte's wings. He'll kill you. Electro flying kick. Enraged beyond reason, Niji charged madly at Law, the culprit. Beej and Lafitte both flashed cruel smiles. Their chance had come. Law. Both of them rushed behind Niji to attack the powerful cyborg from the rear. I know. ROOM shambles. ROOM amputate. Law understood their intent. He instantly swapped places with Beej, letting the castle man take Niji's frontal assault while he sliced off Niji's right arm from behind. Then Law swapped places with Lafitte again and cut off Niji's left arm. When Niji kicked Beej away, he had become a helpless beast with only one leg remaining. From now on, you're our toy. Capone Beej wiped the blood from his mouth and said. This Niji was truly powerful. Even his castle form could barely withstand the blows. But next, the three of them would take revenge by using Niji as a punching bag. Seeing that the battle was settled, Dongya Huanglong and Kuma nodded slightly. These three fellows had some skill after all, enough to defeat a single cyborg. On the other side, Judge saw the vast number of fallen clone soldiers, his expression grim. Haushika haki. Judge gritted his teeth. His soldiers could normally resist ordinary conqueror's haki. 7 or 8 years ago, they had even withstood Don Quixote Doflamingos. Why had so many fallen now under the conqueror's haki of Dongya Huanglong, this experimental subject? Was Dongya Huanglong's haki far stronger than Doflamingo's? If so, his numerical tactics were meaningless. Why are you attacking us? Judge stood up, holding his electromagnetic spear, tossing the severely injured Yanji aside, and glared at Dongya Huanglong. He didn't invoke his status as king of an allied nation, nor threaten Dongya Huanglong with the world government or the Marines, because this man was a madman who had declared war on the celestial dragons. I need some experimental equipment. I was afraid you wouldn't cooperate, so I wanted to show you our strength first. Dongya Huanglong said calmly while Dr. Vegapunk, under the protection of Leo and Bepo, boarded the Saint Germain. You? Vegapunk. You escaped the world government's control. When Judge saw Vegapunk's large head, he exclaimed in shock. He had never expected that the one backing Donya Huanglong was this man Vegapunk. So that was why the world government's recent news had been so strange, as if they were fixated on Donya Huanglong. It was because Vegapunk had escaped. Old friend, I'm here to borrow some cloning equipment and materials. I hope you won't refuse. Vegapunk glanced at Donya Huanglong, then said to Judge with a smile. Back in the day, their MADS team had robbed a bank for research funds. Come to think of it, Vegapunk had been a robber too. If you wanted equipment, why did you attack us? Judge was so furious, he ground his teeth. Now his 3 sons were severely injured, a large number of clone soldiers were wounded, and several snail ships had been destroyed. This would cost him a fortune. I was afraid you wouldn't agree. Vegapunk gave an awkward laugh. He had no choice as he was now under Donya Huanglong's command with little decision-making power. You must trade the technology from his body. Judge glanced at Donya Huanglong, then turned to Vegapunk. He was far too covetous of this experimental subject. If he had a few experimental subjects as strong as Donya Huanglong under his command, his Germa army could become as powerful as the 4 emperors in no time. Then the Vinsmoke family could dominate the North Blue and fulfill their dream of unifying it. Do you have any leverage to negotiate now, eh? At that moment, Donya Huanglong stepped forward and grabbed Judge by the throat. Vegapunk, take the science team, and take whatever you see directly. Donya Huanglong said expressionlessly, then tossed Judge aside. Also, if you're not afraid of the world government, it'll give you a chance to cooperate. You secretly gather supplies for us, and it'll provide all the funding and some advanced technology, even help you build a stronger Germa army. Donya Huanglong said to Judge, whose face was ashen, and even called Reiju over to give him a massage. Seeing her father and brothers in Donya Huanglong's hands, Reiju had no choice but to walk obediently behind him and massage the brutal man's shoulders and back. You've mastered the artificial devil fruit technology and the bloodline fusion technique. I want those. Judge's expression twisted for a long time, as if choosing between the world government and Donya Huanglong. If it was just secretly cooperating with Donya Huanglong to collect supplies, the deal could be made. At least on the surface, he could keep his status as an allied nation and use black, gray, and white channels to gather various resources. If it was just secretly cooperating with Donya Huanglong to collect supplies, the deal could be made. At least on the surface, he could keep his status as an allied nation and use black, gray, and white channels to gather various resources. A day later, Higashino Araryu and his companions departed the Saint Germain with satisfaction. Vegapunk had obtained the experimental equipment he desired, and Capone Beg's castle within his body was nearly filled to the brim. Reiju gained a new identity as a member of the Araryu pirates, becoming an intermediary between Higashino Araryu and Judge. This granted her greater freedom, as she was no longer under Judge's control. Judge also received a promise from Higashino Araryu, a substantial amount of gold worth hundreds of billions of berry as cooperative funds in the near future, along with a large supply of artificial devil fruits within a year or 2 to bolster the Germa army's strength. As Vegapunk's head grew increasingly large, Higashino Araryu decided not to linger in the North Blue. They had to reach their own territory swiftly and establish their headquarters. The Polar Tang submarine raced towards Reverse Mountain and safely entered the Grand Line. Beepo Penguin Shachi, go on ahead. Follow the eternal pose and sail cautiously to Jaya. We will meet again soon. Trafalgar Law repeatedly instructed his crew members. He was now to accompany Higashino Araryu and the others to Skypiea in advance to establish their base. Don't worry, Captain. We're already grateful that you convinced Captain Araryu to let us cross Reverse Mountain together. We won't run into any danger. Penguin and the others declared confidently. As long as they avoided random landings and headed straight for Jaya, there was no significant peril. After bidding farewell, the group entered Beg's castle within his body. Then with Kuma's pop-off fruit ability, they were launched directly towards an island near Jaya. In the past, seeking a renowned doctor to cure Bonnie, Kuma had visited Drum Island and encountered the Weather Island Weatheria. Along this route, he had visited many islands and left his marks. Undeniably, this ability was incredibly convenient for Higashino Araryu. The pop-off fruit, ranking alongside the Azure Dragon fruit as a top-tier devil fruit, was a supreme prize from the Celestial Dragon's murderous games at God Valley. Kuma and Capone Beach appeared on an island near Jaya. Then Higashino Araryu transformed into a divine dragon and led them to seek the Sky Island 10,000 meters above. Inside Beg's castle. Finally, we're going to see the legendary Skypiea. Bonnie shouted with excitement. Princess Mancheri was equally thrilled, for Higashino Araryu had promised to relocate a portion of the Tontata tribe to Skypiea in the future, a truly blissful prospect. I never expected there to be a Sky Island right above Jaya, Kuma remarked in awe. Though he had traveled this route before, he hadn't discovered this Sky Island. Instead, he had encountered the drifting small Sky Island Weatheria, the legendary golden city of Shandora. Then he'll never have to worry about research funding again. Vegapunk gestured excitedly. Freed from the world government's control and no longer short of funds, how could he not be delighted? With Higashino Araryu and Kuma as guardians, he felt perfectly safe, and they could escape anytime. There's also a Logia-type Rumble fruit user on Skypiea. Once we subdue him, Doctor, you won't lack energy. Higashino Araryu said calmly. Even if the thunder god Enel proved difficult to recruit, he could serve as a battery and a subject for Vegapunk's experiments. Perhaps they might even overcome the technology for artificial Logia-type devil fruits. After all, Vegapunk had developed laser technology by studying Kizaris glint fruit ability. By studying the rumble fruit, they might develop technologies for generating electricity and controlling lightning. Lafitte Beej and Law grew increasingly awed by Higashino Araryu's prescient abilities. Capone Beej, the mafia boss, found his own rebellious thoughts dwindling. How could he ever surpass a man as formidable as Higashino Araryu? Knowing so many of his secrets, could he truly leave the Araryu pirates safely in 2 years? Dr. Vegapunk, are you really going to cut off your own head on Skypiea? Trafalgar Law was also startled by Vegapunk's plan. Over the past few days, Vegapunk had even asked Law to develop a method to split consciousness. This would allow Vegapunk to create multiple avatars for simultaneous research and work. Law and Wolf deeply admired the world's greatest scientist. So the first thing upon reaching Skypiea is to crush that rumble fruit user. Lafitte said excitedly. If Captain Araryu could recruit a powerful Logia user, the strength of their crew would undoubtedly reach new heights. Perhaps they would gain a formidable officer rivaling the tyrant Kuma. Indeed, his speed is no less than Kizaris, and his observation haki can cover the entire island. But he is extremely arrogant, having never witnessed the might of the sea strong. He doesn't even know armament haki. So Kuma, we must take him down the moment we meet. The dragon that Higashino Araryu had transformed into flew towards the sky island above Jaya, assigning tasks to the group. Understood. Kuma replied earnestly. This sky island would be where Bonnie was treated and recovered, so nothing could go wrong. He was determined to defeat the rumble fruit user with all his might. After half a day of flight, Higashino Araryu spotted the white sea of Skypiea. He flew directly up to the white sea 10,000 meters above and entered Angel Island. Higashino Araryu, Kuma, and Beej landed on the sky island. The others remained inside Beg's castle, gazing at the pristine white island. The Scypian police force immediately detected these illegal intruders from the Blue Sea and surrounded them. Countless Scypians gathered to watch the spectacle, buzzing with chatter about the newcomers. Their voices quickly reached Enel on the god island of Upper Yard. So people from the Blue Sea have arrived. They seem fairly strong. Enel grew interested. His electromagnetic waves combined with mantra allowed him to eavesdrop on everything across the island. Anyone who disrespected the god would face his divine judgment. These 3 Blue Sea dwellers would be amusing playthings. He immediately dispatched his 4 priests to test their strength. But before the priests could set out, the 3 intruders had already defeated the Scypian police force, which irritated Enel. Final, go see for myself. Enel transformed into lightning, vanishing from his golden throne and flashing directly towards Angel Island. On Angel Island. Will this lure him here? Kuma asked, gently looking at the fallen Scypian officers. He had done his best to handle them lightly. He'll be here soon. Beware of his lightning pillars. Higashino Araryu said to Capone Beej. With his own and Kuma's formidable defenses, they had strong resistance to lightning, and Araryu himself could even manipulate it to some extent. Beej was the most vulnerable among them. You 2 bosses, remember to protect me. I'm carrying many lives on my shoulders. Capone Beej bit his cigar and joked as his castle within held many people. Once they subdued the rumble fruit user and seized the sky island, his castle would no longer need to be crammed with so much experimental equipment and personnel. Once they subdued the rumble fruit user and seized the sky island, his castle would no longer need to be crammed with so much experimental equipment and personnel. With the appearance of Enel's lightning, Donya Huanglong and the bear quickly sensed his arrival with their observation haki. Those Qinghai people who don't understand the rules shall be obliterated by this deity. Divine judgment. Enel's mocking voice accompanied the lightning as 3 dazzling pillars of thunder descended from the sky, directly crashing toward the 3. Donya Huanglong transformed into a massive half-dragon with fierce ancient dragon horns and muscular arms. He single-handedly took on the 3 pillars of thunder. Meanwhile, the bear vanished from his spot. To deal with a nature-type ability, user 1 must engage in close combat with armament haki. However, possessing the power of the rumble fruit, Enel was swift as well. As the bear charged at him, he reacted quickly, transforming into lightning, once more attempting to teleport. But in the next moment, a chilling and terrifying aura emerged with countless black and red lightning splattering, and Enel, transformed into lightning, reverted back to his human form. Boom! The bear, filled with armament haki, slapped Enel toward Donya Huanglong's direction. Enel spat out blood mid-air, his eyes rolling back. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Donya Huanglong delivered a powerful punch to Enel, causing the invincible thunder god to have bulging eyes and lose consciousness in an instant. In the terrified gaze of the Sky Islanders, their feared god Enel was brutally beaten down by these 2 Qinghai people in just a second. This completely exceeded their imagination. The fallen beret police force had their jaws dropped to the ground, filled with disbelief. As Enel fell, Capone Beej took a deep puff of smoke, then released Vegapunk, Law, Lafitte, and a group of tiny people and scientists. So this will be our territory from now on. Vegapunk looked at the pristine sky island feeling exceptionally pleased as he could now focus on his research. Moreover, he needed to quickly utilize Law's surgery fruit ability to create his own clone first. The soft and fluffy island clouds, just like cotton candy. Princess Mancherry bounced around on the island clouds while Leo constantly protected the willful princess. Is there a Shandora filled with gold here? Lafitte spread his wings and flew in the sky, attracting the attention of many Sky Islanders. They saw a Qinghai person flying with wings. The family of Huanglong and the family of the bear are truly formidable. A nature-type rumble fruit user couldn't last a second against them. Trafalgar Law clenched his fists and said enviously if he had such strength, he would personally go and battle Doflamingo. The Conqueror's Haki of Captain Huanglong is quite unique. The bear instantly reappeared, looking meaningfully at Donya Huanglong, who had transformed back from half-dragon form. He now realized that Huanglong's Conqueror's Haki was accompanied by other bizarre abilities. This might be the reason he escaped from Admiral Kizaru in Punk Hazard. Use Sea Prism Stone to bind him. Donya Huanglong handed the soft and incapacitated Enel to Vegapunk and the other scientists who had Sea Prism Stones on hand, even bubble guns made from Sea Prism Stone powder that could capture and restrain Devil Fruit users. As Enel was bound with Sea Prism Stone, Donya Huanglong shifted his gaze. At that moment, Enel's 4 gods rushed over in a hurry from the divine island of Appiato. When they saw their god had fallen, they were also stunned. From now on, I will be your new leader. Do you understand? Donya Huanglong transformed into a complete dragon form, once more surrounded by flames and lightning, causing the 4 gods and a large number of divine soldiers to kneel in terror. Even the residents of the Sky Island also knelt down, submitting to this terrifying giant dragon. All right, Lafitte, you go take command of them. Vegapunk and Veg go select the location for the laboratory. Donya Huanglong reverted to human form and led everyone toward the divine island of Appiato. The bear and Princess Mancherry followed Donya Huanglong up to the island filled with green plants. Not long after, it's gold, so much gold. It really is the golden city of Shandora. Capone Beej, the mafia boss, exclaimed in excitement, rushing forward to pick up the gold that lay scattered on the ground like stones, his expression filled with exhilaration. No more funding issues, no more funding issues. Vegapunk and a group of scientists also rushed up to collect gold, as this was all their research funding. From now on, they would no longer need to scrimp and save on everything. Meanwhile, Donya Huanglong hurried to inspect the nearly completed Arc Maxim. Vegapunk, this airship needs to be constructed rapidly. You all need to improve the construction plan and techniques, and it should ideally be mass-produced in the future. Donya Huanglong couldn't wait to establish an aerial fleet more advanced and powerful than the flying fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki. An airship. Vegapunk and Wolf's eyes lit up as they quickly approached to study the blueprints and principles of this airship. It should be noted that Wolf had previously invented an aircraft, but had an accident where he almost died. It was Law who saved him with his surgery fruit ability, and it was then that he learned Law possessed the surgery fruit ability. Daddy, I really want to come out. Inside the wooden box, Bonnie heard the exclamations outside and was eager to come out, but she had only undergone a few sessions of stem cell transplant surgery and could not be exposed to natural light yet. Bonnie, be good, it won't be long. The doctor said you won't need 6 months, just 3 months to complete the surgery. The bear gently comforted Bonnie, a hint of happiness in his eyes, as they would soon be able to cure Bonnie, allowing her to become a healthy little girl. Inside the Appiato temple, Donya Huanglong sat unceremoniously on the golden throne. Law and Lafitte had already begun to stabilize the Sky Island's divine officers and soldiers. Upon hearing the news of Enel's defeat, the wandering Sky Knight Gonfall quickly found Donya Huanglong and the others, wanting to see who they were. The Sandia tribe of Unying Village also learned of Enel's downfall, and without a word launched an attack on Appiato, determined to reclaim their ancestral land of Shandora. Donya Huanglong and the bear led their members and divine officers to suppress the Sandia tribe's rebellion, with overwhelming force capturing the war demon Wapple and his guerrilla group and ordering the Sandia chief to surrender at Appiato. If you are unwilling to give up the fight and seek revenge, I will have no choice but to eliminate you unstable Sandia people. Donya Huanglong had announced to the Sandia people and the Angel Island people the revocation of Enel's orders, stating that the divine island of Appiato would no longer be sealed, allowing members of both tribes to enter the island for residence or cultivation. We are willing to accept your orders, but we would like to ring the golden bell once, please allow us. The Sandia chief saw that Gonfall accepted the new god's rule, and with Donya Huanglong allowing them to enter Shandora, they were tired of the war with the Angel tribe and desired a peaceful life. The Sandia chief saw that Gonfall accepted the new god's rule, and with Donya Huanglong allowing them to enter Shandora, they were tired of the war with the Angel tribe and desired a peaceful life. Ding! With the permission of the Eastern Wild Dragon, the golden bell on the Shangdila was struck lightly, though the sound did not reach the depths of the underwater Gaia Island. Nevertheless, it successfully ended the 400-year conflict between the Sandia tribe and the Angel tribe. The Sky Island officially entered the era of Eastern Wild Dragon's rule. Vegapunk, having seen the historical text beneath the golden bell, was well versed in ancient characters. He discovered the information that Poseidon the Sea King would be born on Fishman Island, and even came across a phrase left by Roger. This piqued Vegapunk's interest in the historical text even more as he was eager to uncover the blank century of history. Under the command of the Eastern Wild Dragon, the people of Sky Island worked tirelessly to establish a laboratory for Vegapunk, while the construction of the Ark progenitor also advanced steadily. Thanks to the help of Bartholomew Kuma, the laboratory to treat Bonnie was completed promptly. All the experimental equipment obtained from Egghead Island in Germa 66 was moved out from within Capone Beg's fortress. Vegapunk and numerous scientists quickly established a comprehensive experimental facility. Vegapunk also immediately began using those cloning devices to create several clones for himself. Once everyone had stabilized, they began their own cultivation. Kuma also took the opportunity to accompany Capone Bege to Germa's military base, delivering a batch of gold to Vinsmoke Judge while bringing back a new set of experimental equipment needed by Vegapunk. With the funds, Judge also began his own development and helped Vegapunk gather resources. In a training field, the Eastern Wild Dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with Kuma, and the terrifying destructive power made Law and Bege yearn for it. So what do you think? Would you like to join us? The Eastern Wild Dragon, exuding the terrifying aura of the battle, approached the Thunder God, Enel, who was shackled with sea stone handcuffs. That power that can strike my divine body, is it called Busashoka Haki? Enel glared at the Eastern Wild Dragon and Kuma, furious that these two had managed to defeat him in an instant. Moreover, this man who could transform into a giant dragon not only wielded lightning, but also flames and lasers. His abilities were more divine than his own as a god. Indeed. Moreover, on the Qinghai Sea, those like you are called Logia-type users, while in the depths of the ocean, there are Logia-type users wielding magma ice and lasers who are far stronger than you. The Eastern Wild Dragon said with a smile, honestly reluctant to treat Enel, a user of the Rumble fruit, as merely a test subject. If given the chance, he would also like to subdue this man who had mastered the Rumble fruit. If it weren't for you ambushing me, I would never have been hit by you. Enel was quite indignant, confident in his speed. This time, falling into the hands of these two men was indeed due to his carelessness. Indeed, the speed of the Rumble fruit is very fast, and its attack range is also quite wide, which is why we were able to defeat you so quickly. The Eastern Wild Dragon praised the abilities of the Rumble fruit, noting that if Enel had been on guard against them from the start, it would have been quite troublesome for him and Kuma to capture Enel. Watch us grow stronger, perhaps in the future they too will be able to defeat you. The Eastern Wild Dragon continued to guide Law, Lafitte, and Bege in cultivating their haki. Enel still refused to back down, asserting that he would not submit to a Qinghai person. Dragon, find a way to get some hard metals back, preferably rare memory metal. That guy Judge might not want to give it or might really not have it. At this moment, Dr. Vegapunk hurriedly approached the Eastern Wild Dragon carrying a large head. The quality of his clones couldn't be subpar, they had to be durable and capable. Memory metal. The Eastern Wild Dragon thought for a moment and seemed to recall something he had forgotten. Got it, I can soon locate someone who can mass-produce memory metal. Really? That's wonderful. Remember to bring it back quickly. Vegapunk exclaimed in delight, knowing that memory metal was extremely precious. Judge had obtained some, and it had all been used to create technological battle suits, maximizing its effect. They'll go right away, the Eastern Wild Dragon said casually. Law, where are Beepo and the others? Prepare to bring them up. The Eastern Wild Dragon remembered that submarine. It seemed necessary to secretly take control of Gaia Island and establish a force below to develop the submarine. At that time, they would need to develop comprehensively in land, sea, and air. It's almost time. They'll have Kuma drop me off at Gaia Island. Trafalgar Law was diligently cultivating Busashoka Haki, preparing for revenge against Don Quixote da Flamingo. You and Lafitte go down to Gaia Island and fight a bit, try to take control of this island. The Eastern Wild Dragon instructed, still uncertain whether Bellamy the hyena with a bounty of 55 million berries was ruling over Magic Valley Town. However, this guy's strength was just right to serve as an opponent for Law and Lafitte. Understood. Law and Lafitte responded, ready to head to Gaia Island. This was merely a small test, and they were confident in completing the task. As for Bege, he had recently been following Kuma, acting as a transport warehouse shuttling between Sky Island and Germa in the North Sea. Kuma, take me to Magu Island. After arranging matters, the Eastern Wild Dragon directly told Kuma that any time saved was beneficial. However, he would have to fly back alone. Alright. Kuma did not ask, further activating his Nikyu no Mi ability and launching the Eastern Wild Dragon away. During his recent trip to the North Sea, the Eastern Wild Dragon had guarded Sky Island. Now that he was leaving, it was up to him to protect Sky Island. They needed someone there. In a rapidly flying bubble created by Kuma's paws, the Eastern Wild Dragon had time to admire the scenery outside. I've finally established my own territory. The next step is continuous development. The Eastern Wild Dragon grinned, rare to be relaxed, and he was also preparing to take action against his target individuals. The Golden Emperor Tezelo and the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock would all be candidates for his forces. As for making them slaves of the Celestial Dragons, how could he not bring them aboard? At this moment in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Sengoku the Buddha was somewhat irritated. The five elders and the celestial dragons were pressuring him, ordering him to capture the Eastern Wild Dragon as soon as possible. However, ever since the Eastern Wild Dragon attacked the North Sea prison and took away a Devil Fruit user, he had gone silent again. Now no one knew where they were. Moreover, with the abilities of the Nikyu no Mi and the artificial Azure Dragon, it was truly difficult to capture them, and they were currently helpless. Furthermore, even the CP agents of the world government could not find their whereabouts, and could only deploy more agents within the West Sea Mafia, hoping to find an opportunity to capture the Eastern Wild Dragon through Capone Beach. On the Grand Line's Winter Island Drum Island, a massive bear paw slammed onto a snowy expanse, and a black-haired man emerged from the giant crater it left. Kidnapping a king of an allied nation should make for some news, shouldn't it? Higashino Araryu walked step by step across the snow, a reckless grin spreading across his face. This was the feeling of freedom. This was the unbridled audacity that came with true power. Higashino Araryu transformed directly into a divine dragon and soared toward the highest snow-capped peak of Drum Island. As the colossal dragon swept across the sky, every inhabitant of Drum Island witnessed his appearance. In a village to the north of the island, an old woman's eyes widened at the sight of the dragon. "Doctorine, look, is that a dragon?" A small reindeer wearing a pink hat stared in delight at the immense crimson divine dragon soaring through the heavens. "Yes, Chopper, that is a dragon." Dr. Koreha's gaze flickered behind her small sunglasses as she wondered what calamity this dragon might bring to the country. Yet this nation under Wapol's tyranny had already suffered greatly. All doctors had been banished, leaving her as the only physician aside from Wapol's personal doctor, Dr. 20, to tend to the people. So cool. Chopper watched the dragon fly by, his eyes brimming with envy. If only he could fly too, then he could roam the seas freely and experience the adventurous life Dr. Hiralik had spoken of. That dragon is crazier than any pirate. Dr. Koreha chuckled softly. She had already recognized the Crimson Dragon. It was not the Yonko Kaido of the beasts, but Higashino Araryu, the man who had dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. "Is that dragon really human too?" Chopper exclaimed excitedly, thinking how amazing it would be to have such a person as a companion. "Yes, he's a man who dared to challenge the entire world." Dr. Koreha's lips curled into a smile. This man was fiercer than most pirates. She hadn't seen such a wild man in years. Incredible. Chopper's eyes sparkled, the dragon's stature soaring infinitely in his mind. He too longed to become such a brave man. "Perhaps after today we won't need to hide anymore." Dr. Koreha saw black smoke rising from the snowy peak and guessed that the tyrannical king was finished. This country would welcome a new dawn. Within the royal palace of the Drum Kingdom, King Wapol fled in a panic, shielded by his ministers Jais and Kromalaman. The terrifying man's appearance had instantly shattered their will to resist. For the man transformed from the dragon was too dreadful. Wherever he went, lightning crackled, wind blades flew, and an unstoppable laser cannon pierced through everything. Wapol's cannons and Jais arrows proved utterly useless against him. "Hey, don't waste my time." Higashino Araryu fired another laser beam, blasting the trio to the ground, and strode step by step toward the user of the Baku no Mi. This man's ability could synthesize a shape memory alloy. After being defeated by the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy, he had rebuilt a kingdom in just over a year and rejoined the world government as an allied nation. This alone showed how lucrative his shape memory alloy was. Such an ability would be most effective in the hands of Dr. Vegapunk. Perhaps Vegapunk could even draw inspiration from Vinsmoke Judge's high-tech battle suits to develop new combat gear. "Stay back. I'm a king of an allied nation. If you lay a hand on me, the world government and the Marines will never forgive you." Wapol screamed in terror. His proud royal cannons were useless against this monster, leaving him weak with fear. "My lord, please don't kill us. We have money. We'll pay to ransom ourselves." The two ministers had already recognized Higashino Araryu, the crazed wanted man, and quickly begged for mercy. "I'll take the money myself, and I'm taking this guy too." Higashino Araryu kicked Jais and Kromalaman away with two swift blows and knocked out the cruel and incompetent King Wapol with a single punch. Then he began ransacking the palace for treasure, intending to return directly to Skypiea. But soon a world government order on the king's desk filled Higashino Araryu with ecstatic surprise. "Excellent. You've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep." "Jaya!" Higashino Araryu burst into wild laughter, clutching the order. It was clearly an order for the reception of a celestial dragon passing through Drum Island. This celestial dragon, named St. Charlos, was returning from the East Blue to the Holy Land Merigios. His route happened to pass through Drum Island, and he was due to arrive shortly. "Isn't this the one who shot Sabo?" Higashino Araryu looked at the name and the related documents and pictures Wapol had collected. He seemed to have a faint memory. "Who cares who he is? He'll be the first celestial dragon I kill." Higashino Araryu could hardly wait to strike at this celestial dragon. He didn't want to waste a single minute. He grabbed the unconscious Wapol and swiftly transformed into a divine dragon soaring into the sky. He had no time left to seek out Chopper or other story characters. Now Higashino Araryu only wanted to use a celestial dragon's blood to provoke the old man Saturn. At the same time, he would prove to the world that Higashino Araryu meant what he said. Higashino Araryu flew directly toward Reverse Mountain, intending to intercept the celestial dragon Hedon. On Drum Island Dr. Kureha watched the dragon depart hastily, then curled her lips and dashed toward the palace on the snowy peak with Chopper. Maybe they could scavenge enough for several years' worth of medical fees. Doctorine, are we going to act like pirates and rob Wapple now? Chopper in his beast form as a reindeer carried Dr. Kureha swiftly up the snowy peak, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Years ago, Dr. Hiralik had died in front of that very palace on the snowy peak. Chopper still remembered Wapple's despicable face. Yes, today he'll take you to play pirate and experience the thrill of looting. Dr. Kureha laughed heartily. She wanted to see if the cruel king was dead. If possible, she would even take over the palace itself. Inside the palace, the soldiers, now lacking a king, released the imprisoned captain of the guard Dalton, hoping he would lead them to maintain order in the country. Meanwhile, Higashino Araryu raced across the sea with the same urgency as when he escaped from Punk Hazard. In less than half an hour, a massive golden lionhead warship appeared on the horizon. The blood within Higashino Araryu seemed to boil. The desire for vengeance surged forth, and his left eye turned a fierce crimson. Jaiha! Higashino Araryu laughed madly as the ancient giant bloodline within him was swiftly ignited by his excitement. The crimson divine dragon swelled nearly tenfold, transforming into an ancient dragon from a primordial era. The sky began to darken and deep purplured clouds gathered overhead. When the celestial dragon and the CP agents aboard the golden warship spotted this colossal dragon, they were all seized by terror. The sky began to darken and deep purplured clouds gathered overhead. When the celestial dragon and the CP agents aboard the golden warship spotted this colossal dragon, they were all seized by terror. The sky began to darken and deep purplured clouds gathered overhead. When the celestial dragon and the CP agents aboard the golden warship spotted this colossal dragon, they were all seized by terror. The sky began to darken and deep purplured clouds gathered overhead. When the celestial dragon and the CP agents aboard the golden warship spotted this colossal dragon, they were all seized by terror. Your Holiness, St. Charlos quickly pressed the Den Mushi to summon the Marine Admiral. The celestial dragon's steward shouted in panic to his master, for the approaching enemy was no ordinary pirate, but the madman who had declared war on the celestial dragons. What are you yelling about? Do you think he would dare lay a hand on me? I am a world noble, a celestial dragon. St. Charlos, wearing a square glass bubble, roared furiously, grabbing a cannon and aiming it at the dragon in the sky. Today I, the god, shall capture a dragon. St. Charlos laughed maniacally and fired the cannon at the dragon soaring above. This spectacle made the steward break out in a cold sweat, while a host of CP agents in black suits nervously shielded St. Charlos. Bang! An explosion echoed as the cannonball struck the dragon, but the beast remained unscathed. Instead, a fiery dragon's breath nearly 20 meters thick hurtled down from the sky toward the opulent golden warship. Protect St. Charlos. The steward screamed in terror as several CP agents hoisted St. Charlos and fled frantically. Boom! The magnificent golden warship, on par with an admiral's vessel, was pierced by the colossal flame, instantly engulfed in smoke and beginning to list. I can't let you die so easily. Higashino Aragon, transformed into a half-dragon, landed on the tilting ship. He tossed aside the unconscious Wapple and charged straight at the celestial dragon, surrounded by CP agents. Kill him. St. Charlos, terrified and weeping, shrieked in panic, having never been so humiliated or so close to death. Your Highness, summon the Admiral, summon the Admiral. The bleeding steward reminded his foolish celestial dragon master to press the special Den Mushi that would call the Admiral. Right. Once the Marine Admiral arrives, hell, kill him. St. Charlos hastily pulled out a golden special Den Mushi and pressed the button. With the signal from the Den Mushi, Sengoku the Buddha and the 3 Marine Admirals at Marine headquarters received the alert. A celestial dragon was under attack. Save me. A dragon is attacking us. Come quickly. St. Charlos screamed wildly, his words jumbled and his tone shrill. This is St. Charlos warship. We are in the waters near Drum Island. Higashino Aragon has attacked us. Fortunately, the steward shouted rapidly, conveying crucial information. Higashino Aragon. Drum Island waters. Sengoku the Buddha's head throbbed. Drum Island was in the early part of the Grand Line's paradise, far from Marine headquarters, and none of the 3 admirals were there. How could they possibly rescue him in time? Kizaru, get there as fast as you can. Sengoku could only dispatch the fastest Admiral Kizaru, but he knew it was already too late. St. Charlos was likely doomed. Kizaru accepted this impossible mission with a sense of dread, knowing he would bear the blame and face reprimand from the 5 elders. Yet he could not defy Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders and swiftly set off for the waters near Drum Island. On the listing warship, Higashino Aragon was surrounded by black-red and golden lightning, his body ablaze with Lunarian flames. Wherever he passed, CP agents and celestial dragon guards were torn to pieces. Gushes of blood splattered onto his crimson dragon scales, absorbed by them, causing the scales to shift towards a deeper scarlet. Higashino Aragon let out a deranged maniacal laugh, sending a chill down the spines of every CP agent present. Driven by St. Charlos' commands and the immense pressure from Higashino Aragon, they charged with reddened eyes and desperate roars, attacking the terrifying half-dragon. Poisonous Flame Lightning Claw. The monstrous half-dragon Higashino Aragon dispatched CP agents with each swipe of his claws, killing them by electrocution, incineration, or rapid poisoning. Some elite CP agents who had withstood Higashino Aragon's initial wave of Conqueror's haki could not survive such a gruesome demise. Fear spread among the CP agents and guards, and even the arrogant St. Charlos grew increasingly terrified. Why? Why does a commoner like you not fear me? St. Charlos let out a hysterical cry of dread, having never encountered anyone who dared approach him like this. Fear. I'm going to slaughter you. Higashino Aragon's dragon horns grew more menacing and bone spurs emerged on his body. With unstoppable force, he rampaged through the ranks, leaving behind a trail of black-suited corpses. With the last CP agent and the Celestial Dragon's steward dead at his hands, he finally stood before the Celestial Dragon and punched through his glass bubble. Higashino Aragon, his dragon claws drenched in blood, seized St. Charlos by the neck. You are only the first and certainly not the last. Higashino Aragon laughed wildly, his terrifying roar whipping up massive waves around him. The purplured flame clouds in the sky sank lower, as if the heavens themselves were falling. You there? Come take photos, watch me kill him, and send them back to your news agencies. At that moment, Higashino Aragon noticed some journalists on board who were supposed to document the Celestial Dragon's visits to various countries, but were now witnessing his death. Under Higashino Aragon's terrifying dominance, the journalists tremblingly raised their camera, din mushy, aiming at the half-dragon and the Celestial Dragon St. Charlos held in his grasp. Among them, only a short old man was filled with excitement, for he was a journalist under Morgan's. They had no fear of the world government and relished the most sensational news. As the camera din mushy clicked, Higashino Aragon pierced St. Charlos' chest with his claw, killing the first Celestial Dragon. Make sure to send my picture back. Higashino Aragon laughed maniacally as he watched the journalists transmit the images via fax. Din mushy. You'd better leave quickly, little journalists. Higashino Aragon dropped St. Charlos' corpse, looted treasures from the opulent golden warship, then hoisted a large bag of spoils, and Wapple transformed back into a dragon and soared into the sky. As Higashino Aragon vanished, the oppressive clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The journalists were drenched in sweat, some even losing control of their bladders. Let's go. If you don't want to die with the Celestial Dragon, leave now. Morgan's journalists swiftly gathered valuables, found a lifeboat behind the golden warship, and departed hastily. Other journalists, snapping to their senses, scrambled for lifeboats to escape the dreadful place. They knew the seas would soon be in chaos. A demon who had slain a Celestial Dragon had emerged, and the upheaval would be immense. Higashino Aragon, feeling exhilarated, sensed his conqueror's haki had grown stronger, making it easier to control. With his spoils, he flew back to Skypiea at high altitude. Even near Jaya Island, he turned invisible to avoid detection by sharpie powerhouses who might discover his lair. With his spoils, he flew back to Skypiea at high altitude. Even near Jaya Island, he turned invisible to avoid detection by sharpie powerhouses who might discover his lair. Within the Sky Island, this man's Baku no Mi ability can fuse shape memory metals. You should experiment with alloy formulas. If you need any bizarre synthetic creations, you can seek his help. Higashi no Koryu handed Wapple over to Vegapunk, trusting that the brilliant scientist would make good use of this Baku no Mi user. Then he gave the treasures he had seized from the Celestial Dragons to Princess Mancheri and the Tontata tribe to organize. The aura of slaughter around you is exceptionally dense. Kuma appeared beside Higashi no Koryu, speaking calmly with an unreadable expression. Yet Higashi no Koryu knew this gentle man harbored a distaste for killing. I've killed dozens of CP agents and one Celestial Dragon. Does that count as avenging Jinny? Higashi no Koryu chuckled casually, though the curl of his lips sent a chill down one's spine. What? You killed a Celestial Dragon? Kuma's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled back several paces. Upon hearing this, Capone-beg's cigar dropped from his mouth. This boss had actually slain a Celestial Dragon. Check the news in a couple of days. If I weren't worried about some bizarre signal transmitter on that Celestial Dragon, I'd have brought the corpse back for you to see. Higashi no Koryu declared with utmost seriousness. He then resumed training his haki, determined to grow stronger and hunt more Celestial Dragons. Let Saturn witness the mad vengeance of his 88th experimental subject. Kuma and Beej were momentarily at a loss for words, but they knew they could never sever their ties with Higashi no Koryu. The world government would never tolerate the members of the Koryu Pirates. At the headquarters of the World Economy newspaper, when Big News Morgans received the photos of Higashi no Koryu slaying the Celestial Dragon, he was both ecstatic and briefly hesitant. But in the end, he burst into maniacal laughter and decided to rush the manuscript, publishing this world-shaking news at once. He was confident that only his newspaper would dare to print such a bombshell. Other outlets cowed by the world government and the Celestial Dragons would never report it. Thus they would become the most sought-after news. Meanwhile, as Kazaris' warship arrived in the waters near Drum Island, the Marine Admirals' expression was graver than ever before. A catastrophe had occurred. A celestial dragon had truly fallen. After witnessing the carnage aboard the golden warship, Kizaru reluctantly dialed the Den Den Mushi for Sengoku the Buddha, reporting the situation somberly. The Marines tasked with collecting the bodies of the celestial dragon and CP agents trembled in fear. This was their first encounter with the terrifying event of a celestial dragon's death. Bring back the remains of Saint Charles Marcus. Sengoku the Buddha ordered Kizaru in a low voice. He slammed his palm onto the desk, shattering it, utterly at a loss on how to report this to the five elders. The next day, a monumental news story sent shockwaves across the entire world. Extra! The world noble, a celestial dragon, has fallen. After declaring war on the celestial dragons, Higashi no Koryu has indeed killed one. This earth-shattering news stunned everyone. Pirates, Marines, and revolutionaries alike. Quick! Get Morgans to retract the story. Sengoku the Buddha roared frantically at Marine headquarters, fully aware of how this news would undermine the celestial dragon's authority. If public opinion continued to spiral, the halo of the celestial dragons as descendants of gods would be shattered. So the world nobles could be killed after all. It's too late. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, massaged her forehead in exasperation. The heinous crime committed by Higashi no Koryu was a massive headache. Worst of all, it was incredibly difficult to apprehend this vicious culprit. Garp the Fist clamped his hand over his mouth to stifle his laughter. Finally, one of those swine celestial dragons had been taken down. He also realized that the Saint Charles Marcus killed by Higashi no Koryu was the very celestial dragon who had bombed Sabo years ago. This made Garp even more pleased. On Amazon Lily, the island of women, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she read the momentous news. For the first time, she found herself intensely intrigued by a man. Higashi no Koryu had actually killed a celestial dragon. It was something she had never even dared to imagine. But this man had achieved it. He is even bolder than Fisher Tiger. Boa Hancock murmured, trembling. At this moment, she admitted she was no match for this fearsome man. I long to touch that right hand of yours, the one that slew a celestial dragon. Hancock caressed the image of Higashi no Koryu's right hand, piercing St. Charles Marcus, her entire body quivering with excitement. A flush crept across her cheeks as waves of pleasure coursed through her, numbing and tingling. Aboard the Grand Tesoro, Golden Tesla Tesoro stared at the newspaper, his wine bottle crushed in his grip. He actually did it. Ha ha ha. As Tesoro laughed, tears suddenly welled in his eyes. How he wished he were the man in that photograph. How he longed to avenge Stella. Tesoro vented his impotent fury in his room. Baccarat, find a way to get Higashi no Koryu's Den Mushi number. Finally, his voice hoarse, Tesoro emerged from his room and issued the order to his trusted subordinate. Yes, boss. A woman with long, winered, wavy hair replied softly before swaying her slender waist away. At the King's Plateau of Dressrosa. Fufufu. How amusing, utterly amusing. Doflamingo laughed wildly, gulping down wine, his mood ecstatic. There really was a foolhardy soul who had dragged the celestial dragons down from their pedestal. If he could contact Higashi no Koryu, he would gladly send 1 billion berries to encourage him. Fufufu. Let this sea descend into chaos. Doflamingo's laughter grew more unhinged, his conqueror's haki leaking uncontrollably as he vented his fury against the celestial dragons. On the white island Baltigo, he acted too rashly. This will put Kuma and Vegapunk in danger. Dragon frowned. This Higashi no Koryu never considered the consequences. Kuma and Vegapunk would surely suffer if they stayed with him. It seemed he needed to find a way to recruit Kuma and Vegapunk. In his view, during the early stages of development, one should keep a low profile. Look at him. When Jinny, the commander of the Eastern Army, was captured by the celestial dragons, he didn't act recklessly to save her. He even endured the arrests of Ivankov and Inazuma. This had allowed the Revolutionary Army to grow so much. To overthrow the world government, they must develop in the shadows and steadily accumulate strength. Until the day they could stun the world, storm the holy land of Mary Geos, and topple the world government's rule. Even the emperors and warlords of the sea finally regarded Higashi no Koryu as a true force to be reckoned with. He had at least done what they dared not. They would never provoke such a nuisance as the celestial dragons. There was no denying it. Higashi no Koryu was a true monster. He had at least done what they dared not. They would never provoke such a nuisance as the celestial dragons. There was no denying it. Higashi no Koryu was a true monster. Days later, as the news of the celestial dragon's killing spread, and fermented Higashino Aurelius bounty was also updated. His original bounty had doubled, soaring from 500 million berries to 1 billion berries. This terrifying rate and magnitude of increase surpassed even the young emperors. Nevertheless, many great pirates still believed that Higashino Aurelius' strength did not match his bounty. He had merely accomplished the monumental act of slaying a celestial dragon. Instantly, more and more bounty hunters sought to eliminate this man whose power and bounty were so mismatched. Some great pirates also aimed to kill Higashino Aurelius to spread their own fame across the world. At the same time, an increasing number of mad individuals desired to join Aurelius' crew, the Aurelius pirates, to follow this man in causing chaos on a grand scale. They craved an exciting life and wanted to follow Higashino Aurelius to strike at the world government and the celestial dragons. These fellows had also gained a thorough understanding of the devil fruit abilities of Higashino Araryu and Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The dragon fruit ability combined with the pawpaw fruit ability was the perfect combination for committing murder and arson, then making a swift getaway. Following them, one could stir up the seas without fear of being hunted and surrounded by the world government and the Marines, just like Shiki the Golden Lion's flying pirate fleet back in the day. In the new laboratory of Upper Yard Skypea, Higashino Araryu looked at the several infant clones of Vegapunk in the experiment chamber. 3 out of 4 were women. "You old lecher, do you have some special hobby?" Higashino Araryu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Vegapunk, who already had 2 robot-like clones beside him. They were Vegapunk's Thought Edison and Wisdom Pythagoras. They were once geniuses who sacrificed themselves for science. Oh, I want them to live on in another form. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Vegapunk's eyes as he spoke. His massive, ever-enlarging head had now been surgically removed by Trafalgar Law's op fruit ability. Combined with Vegapunk's own expertise in medicine and science, he had constructed a giant punk record on the massive giant beanstalk. Now his head was connected to his giant brain through an apple-shaped antenna. These pacifistas should be ready for combat in a little over a year. Higashino Araryu observed the first batch of cloned embryos, which used Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma as the cloning template. Vegapunk's technology was clearly several grades superior to Vinsmoke Judge's. The Germa 66 Army's clone soldiers took 5 years per batch, while Vegapunk's pacifistas required only a little over a year. The bloodline of the Buccaneer race is very strong. A year and a half is entirely sufficient. By then we'll have a batch of very powerful soldiers to maintain peace in this world. Vegapunk said excitedly. The name Pacifista came from Kuma's dream. The Seraphim project must also be put on the agenda. They'll find more genes from strong Paramecia ability users as soon as possible. Higashino Araryu stared intently at the clones and spoke with a serious tone, his plans expanding ever further. "I know. He'll design specialized incubation chambers for the Seraphim as quickly as possible. Also about the incomplete artificial Zoan Devil Fruits you wanted, should we build a new large-scale bloodline factor extraction device, or go to Punk Hazard and bring back the experimental equipment there to save some time and funds?" Having grasped Higashino Araryu's intentions, Vegapunk grew somewhat interested in the concept of cultivating artificial devil fruits. He had never thought of using the Tontata tribe, these green managers, to cultivate artificial devil fruit trees. "I'll go to Punk Hazard myself in a few days when I'm free and bring back everything you need." Higashino Araryu thought for a moment and said, since it could save time, it was better to use the existing experimental equipment, allowing faster extraction of ordinary animal bloodline factors for cultivating artificial devil fruits. Moreover, he wanted to return to Punk Hazard to use the entire island's poison gas to enhance his venomous powder bloodline ability. Most importantly, he would not leave the experimental equipment there for Caesar Clown and Don Quixote Doflamingo to create artificial devil fruits. He would eventually kill that bastard Caesar. That's settled. Also, there's a massive giant serpent on Upper Yard. The Scipians call it the Sky Lord. You and Kuma should capture it when you have time. I want to use it to research sea beast weapons to see if we can fully control these giant creatures. Vegapunk continued while the 2 robot clones Edison and Pythagoras rapidly recorded his various ideas and concepts. "Fine." Higashino Araryu replied casually, his tone light. A giant serpent was no challenge. By the way, that Munch Fruit user is truly remarkable. He actually managed to synthesize shape memory alloy. We're going to be rich. Just by selling this memory alloy, we could become the world's wealthiest, second only to the Golden Lord Guild Tesoro. Moreover, I want to research a batch of combat armor similar to the Vinsmoke's high-tech battle suits. Vegapunk gesticulated excitedly. To increase memory alloy production, he planned to create another Paramecia Munch Fruit user for one of the future Seraphim. Besides memory alloy, you might want to develop other alloys with different properties. Higashino Araryu said with a faint smile. It seemed capturing Wapol had been a very wise decision. The value this man would create in the future would be enormous, and the profits could rival the Golden Lord's Grand Tesoro pleasure ship. After discussing many concepts and ideas with Vegapunk, Higashino Araryu left the Skypea laboratory satisfied. From there, he went to the construction site of the Arc Maxim. The project was now under the charge of Dr. Wolf, a genius inventor who was deeply knowledgeable not only in submarine technology, but also in aircraft research. Following Higashino Araryu's suggestions, Dr. Wolf had not only added more advanced machinery to the Arc Maxim, but also incorporated numerous jet dials to create an emergency acceleration system, as well as a compressed air propulsion device similar to the Kuda burst. "Captain Araryu, you give me another month and I guarantee this golden ship will be complete," Wolf said with great excitement, having thoroughly studied the blueprints for the Arc Maxim. However, this golden ship seemed designed specifically for a Rumble Fruit user requiring vast amounts of electricity to operate. Of course, besides a Rumble Fruit user, the lightning of Higashino Araryu, a mythical Zoan dragon, could also power this golden vessel. And once he and Vegapunk developed a new energy source to replace the Rumble Fruit's ability, they could mass-produce these flying warships. "Good. I want a perfect golden ship," Higashino Araryu said with a smile. Having such talented subordinates was truly comfortable, he could act as a hands-off manager. How could those so-called elite pirate crews compare to a large organization's diverse team of talents? Higashino Araryu did not quite approve of the elite pirate crew route. Such teams had their limits, could not create more value, and could never shake the foundations of the world government. However, those pirate crews were all pursuing personal dreams and absolute freedom, not world development. Everyone's aspirations were different. They would never hold the ideal of when prosperous benefit the world. They only wanted to live freely and unrestrainedly or plunder without scruples. They would never hold the ideal of when prosperous benefit the world. They only wanted to live freely and unrestrainedly or plunder without scruples. In the training grounds of the Sky Island, Kuma was instructing La Bipo Capone Beej Lafitte Leo, Cinnamaru, and Wiper in the ways of two-color hockey. The giant was quite adept at teaching. Even Sabo of the Revolutionary Army had once been trained by him. Donya Huanglong also noticed a young girl training with fierce determination. This girl was a 9-year-old Shandian warrior named Isa. Born with the ability of mantra, known on the high seas as the observation hockey, she awakened it at birth, and her proficiency was already formidable. A prodigy truly. She had become close friends with 80-year-old Bonnie, spending each day playing with her and Princess Mancheri. Today, however, Donya Huanglong saw her in the training grounds. It turned out that this self-proclaimed Shandian warrior could not withstand even a few moves from Bonnie. Thus Isa, a year older than Bonnie, burned with a fierce desire to grow stronger, at least not to lag behind the ailing Bonnie. Otherwise, she would be unworthy to call herself a Shandian warrior. Kuma also paid close attention to this girl with innate observation hockey, hoping to nurture her as Bonnie's companion so they could support each other and grow strong together. La Lafitte, how did things go on Jaya Island? Donya Huanglong entered the training grounds, as well casually lifting a multi-ton super dumbbell while asking, "We've subdued most of the pirate crews. Those who refused were either eliminated or driven away. But new crews pass through this pirate island every day, so the turnover is high." Lafitte quickly replied, taking a momentary break from Kuma's grueling training. He couldn't endure such hardship, preferring to rely on his wits and devil fruit abilities. Penguin and Shachi are holding the fort with the heart pirates in Mock Town, which shouldn't cause any issues for now. Also, we dealt with Doflamingo's men. That spring fruit user has been handed over to Dr. Vegapunk for research. Trafalgar Law, also panting heavily, paused his intense training to answer. Recalling how he had cut down Bellamy the hyena with a bounty of 55 million berries filled him with immense satisfaction. This was his first time striking against a subordinate force of the Don Quixote family. With Donya Huanglong and Kuma the tyrant backing him, his confidence had solidified. "It's fine if we dealt with them. We'll have to go after Doflamingo sooner or later anyway. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll go to Dressrosa and destroy his lair," Donya Huanglong said nonchalantly. In a few days, when he went to Punk Hazard to move experimental equipment, he also planned to visit Green Bit to bring back some Tontata. If Chief Gansho of the Tontata was willing, Donya Huanglong wanted to relocate them all to the Sky Island. If the opportunity arose, he would also try to recruit the maid Baby 5. "Thank you, Huanglong Dono." Law revealed a smile before plunging back into his rigorous training. Even with Donya Huanglong's support, he yearned to gain the strength to face Doflamingo himself and avenge Corazon. Out on the sea, the world government and marine headquarters, unable to find any trace of Donya Huanglong, were shrouded in a heavy oppressive atmosphere. Even Garp the Fist, the carefree marine hero, seldom laughed at Marineford anymore. Fearing he might burst out laughing, he simply returned to the East Blue for a vacation. With the death of the celestial dragon, Charles, who had killed Sabo, Garp was heading back to Fusha village to joyfully beat up his grandson a few times and share the good news. In the Fleet Admiral's office, a gathering of high-ranking Marines convened. "Speak up. How do we capture this Donya Huanglong?" Sengoku the Buddha said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. These past few days had been a nightmare. The pressure from the world government and the celestial dragons was immense, nearly costing him his position as Fleet Admiral. Silence, stillness, gravity. No one spoke. They had no idea how to capture Donya Huanglong, nor even where he was. As we know, Donya Huanglong's subordinates include Kuma the Tyrant and Capone Beej the Godfather. Coincidentally, the CP agents embedded in the underworld were all killed recently. I propose annihilating the West Blue underworld to show the world the consequences of associating with Donya Huanglong. If the world government permits, I want to issue a buster call on the Sorbet Kingdom to force Kuma the Tyrant out of Donya Huanglong's Arlong pirates. Akainu Sakazuki declared coldly. As far as he knew, Subject 88, Donya Huanglong had no family or friends. Thus, the only option was to target his subordinates, driving a wedge between Kuma Capone Beej and Donya Huanglong. If Kuma left Donya Huanglong, the loss of the pawpaw fruit would severely limit Donya Huanglong's mobility. The Marine brass knew that despite his epithet as the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma had sacrificed immensely for the Sorbet Kingdom, saving countless elderly, weak, and sick. This benevolent Kuma would abandon Donya Huanglong for the sake of the Sorbet Kingdom's innocent civilians. What are you saying? You want to massacre civilians? And the Sorbet Kingdom is a member nation of the world government. Akiji Kazan's eyes turned icy at Akainu's suggestion. His freezing aura dropped the temperature in the Fleet Admiral's office by over 10 degrees. Akiji recalled the O'Hara incident 20 years ago when Sakazuki had indiscriminately attacked the escaping refugee ships. That memory gnawed at his conscience once more. It was from that day onward that he gradually shifted from burning justice to lazy justice. Ooh, how scary. Kizaru leaned back in his chair, distancing himself from these two polar opposites. As a slacker who adhered to unclear justice, he wanted no part in the Marines' Hawkdove conflict. Yet inwardly he was a bit miffed. It was the world government's own science unit that had created the monster Donya Huanglong, causing so much trouble and repeatedly making the Marines take the fall. Especially him. He had been blamed countless times lately. Unable to capture Donya Huanglong, retrieve Dr. Vegapunk, or save the celestial dragon Charlos. Time and again he, the fastest Marine Admiral, was made the scapegoat. What a perfect patsy he was. Some sacrifices are inevitable to deal with a heinous criminal like Donya Huanglong, who murdered a celestial dragon. Akainu's body exuded thick smoke as he locked horns with Akiji. A believer in absolute justice, he despised the lazy Akiji and the coasting Kizaru. These two offered no suggestions and made no effort. Yet when he proposed a plan, Akiji, that lazy coward, dared to oppose him. Is this some sacrifice? Akiji stood up, his voice icy as he shouted at Akainu, barely holding back a full outburst. An entire kingdom of innocent civilians, all to be used as leverage against Bartholomew Kuma. If they committed such cruelty, what justice would the Marines stand for? An entire kingdom of innocent civilians, all to be used as leverage against Bartholomew Kuma. If they committed such cruelty, what justice would the Marines stand for? Enough. The Buddha of the War Nation slammed his palm on the table angrily, stopping the quarrel between the two naval admirals. Do not mention the matters of the Salb Kingdom, a first deal with the Mafia. Since Capone Becky has joined the ranks of the Eastern Wild Dragon, we must completely sever their eyes within the Mafia. The Buddha of the War Nation's expression darkened as he directly disbanded the tense meeting. He knew that Akaina's plan to use the demon-slaying order against the Salb Kingdom would displease many righteous naval commanders. Some of them came from civilian backgrounds. If the Navy took action against civilians, how were they any different from those brutal pirates? They hated pirates and joined the Navy to protect the weak civilians. As many commanders left, the Buddha of the War Nation leaned back in his chair, troubled. In fact, taking action against the Mafia would not pressure the Eastern Wild Dragon, as Capone Becky, the Mafia's godfather, had also joined under duress. However, the death of CP agents within the Mafia indicated that there were still significant issues, so it was convenient to eliminate them. Destroying the Mafia also had great benefits. First, it would remove these gangrene from the West, creating a safe and peaceful environment. Second, it would prevent the Mafia from becoming an intelligence organization or a money-making tool for the Eastern Wild Dragon. Ever since Dr. Vegapunk was captured by the Eastern Wild Dragon, the Buddha of the War Nation has been very worried about what kind of terrifying weapons this world's leading scientist might produce under duress. Thus, it was essential to find a way to cut off the Eastern Wild Dragon's funding and material sources to prevent Vegapunk from developing highly dangerous new weapons. Therefore, exterminating the Mafia does make some sense. Most importantly, he wanted to keep the Navy busy achieving small victories to silence the Celestial Dragons, lest these Celestial Dragons constantly berate the Navy as useless and idle. Moreover, the Buddha of the War Nation must prevent the suggestion of using the demon-slaying order against the Tyrant Bear from spreading to avoid alerts to the Five Elders or the Celestial Dragons. If these world nobles learned of it, they would undoubtedly implement it without hesitation, because even as member states in their eyes, they were merely dispensable ants. Have you noticed that the Eastern Wild Dragon has captured 2 Paramecia users, and his 2 subordinates are also Paramecia users? The advisor Crane placed the photos of the captured Dissolver Buck and the King of Magnet Drum Island Wapple on the table, along with the wanted posters of Capone Becky and Bear. According to the backup data from the scientific team's research project, Dr. Vegapunk has already begun to study the extraction and use of Paramecia Devil Fruit abilities. Perhaps soon there will be a large number of artificial Zoan Devil Fruit users under the Eastern Wild Dragon, along with a batch of artificial Paramecia Green Blood users. The advisor Crane recalled the artificial Azure Dragon Devil Fruit user feeling a tingle of fear. If Dr. Vegapunk could mass-produce artificial mythical Zoan fruits, it would spell disaster for the world. How could they lose this world's leading scientist? Damn it, the Eastern Wild Dragon has been very purposeful in his actions. Who is providing him with information? The Buddha of the War Nation's expression also grew grave. The weak Eastern Wild Dragon was not that terrifying. What was most concerning was if this guy had established cooperative relationships with the underground dark world, a certain great pirate, or even the Revolutionary Army. Then he would become the most troublesome existence for the world government and the Navy. They would not be able to block the Eastern Wild Dragon and Vegapunk's funding and material sources. He was able to fly from Egghead Island in the New World to the West Sea, then to the North Sea, and finally appeared in the waters of Magnet Drum Island in the Grand Line. It seems that those collaborating with this experimental subject have intelligence networks spread across the world. The advisor Crane had already furrowed her brow completely. She had raised the threat level of the Eastern Wild Dragon to that of the 4 emperors, even surpassing that of the scum Don Quixote da Flamingo. Because the Eastern Wild Dragon is completely uncontrollable, daring to kill even the Celestial Dragons. Such a powerful and unrestrained madman is the most terrifying existence. I will have CP0 agents monitor intelligence from the underground dark world, and I absolutely cannot allow the Eastern Wild Dragon to develop. The Buddha of the War Nation pressed his temples and said that this monster created by the world government scientific team was truly a headache for them. West Sea Nostril Island. The strange gunman Vito and the killer Gotti commanded their loyal subordinates to move all of the Mafia's assets onto the flame tank battleship Castro. Boys, we are setting sail to follow the Godfather. Vito shouted to the sky, boarding the ship first. A few days ago, he had already received orders from Capone Becky to liquidate all Mafia assets, take all the berries and treasures, and set sail on the Castro into the Grand Line. Yes, a group of thugs wearing sunglasses and black suits shouted in unison, each holding guns, and then boarded the ship to set off. The flame tank pirates officially established and set sail. Although their captain Capone Becky was not present, Vito and Gotti strictly executed Capone Becky's distant commands. Capone Becky, the Mafia godfather, had already decided to abandon the Mafia's foundation in the West Sea once he learned that the Eastern Wild Dragon had killed a celestial dragon. It was unavoidable. Who called this new boss so ruthless, killing a world noble to provoke the world government? This forced Becky to let his subordinates set sail and escape, or else they would all be doomed. After these Mafias had been pirates for a day, the naval headquarters encirclement fleet finally arrived, once again coming up empty-handed, and the angry Navy cleared out the other gangs and pirate groups in the West Sea. This allowed the West Sea to enjoy treatment comparable to the East Sea. For a time, the security situation in the West Sea was catching up to that of the East Sea. Many pirates were caught or forced to rush directly into the Grand Line, the graveyard of pirates. Above the Sky Island, the Eastern Wild Dragon, who was not paying attention to the maritime situation, was tinkering with a memory-erasing device with Vegapunk and Bear. He planned to erase part of Enel's memories to change his arrogant personality. At the very least, he needed to erase his memories of arriving at the Sky Island or the memories of destroying his hometown Burka. This way there would still be a chance to subdue him. Combining the abilities of the rubber fruit with technology to erase memories is entirely feasible. If not for the appearance of the Eastern Wild Dragon, according to the original plot, Bear would have had his memories erased by Vegapunk and become a fighting tool for the world government. Although memory erasure is quite unethical, this self-proclaimed god is far too contemptuous of life, perhaps erasing some memories could be a good thing. Vegapunk had been scolded countless times by Enel as an ant and a lowlife, and he was also infuriated by this cruel character. This guy really has no manners, and his cruel personality does not regard people as human beings, treating them like ants that can be killed at any moment. This guy really has no manners, and his cruel personality does not regard people as human beings, treating them like ants that can be killed at any moment. Let's start by erasing roughly 6 or 7 years of memories. Higashino Koryu said to Vegapunk and Kuma. It had been 4 years since Enel had ruled Skypiea. 2 years before he came to Skypiea, he had destroyed his homeland Burka. This man's vile nature had grown even more cruel and inhumane after the destruction of Burka. He wondered if he could subdue him by force given his previous character. Alright. Vegapunk forcefully placed a special device connected to numerous tubes onto Enel's head. The pawpaw fruit can quantify conceptual memories, making it easier to pinpoint and erase specific time periods. Vegapunk explained with his tongue out, expressing admiration for Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability, which could materialize and quantify things even science couldn't comprehend. With the activation of the special machine and Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability, a bear-paw-shaped memory mass was extracted from Enel's head. The grumbling Enel immediately quieted down, but still glared at them with fierce eyes. This memory mass, once viewed by someone, will burst and vanish forever. Vegapunk and Kuma explained that this worked on the same principle as the pain and illness extracted by Kuma's ability, requiring someone to bear the burden. He'll do it. Let me see what this guy has been up to these past 6 or 7 years. Higashino Koryu reached his hand into the memory bear paw, and a flood of memories surged in. Like watching a movie, he rapidly browsed through the major events etched in Enel's memory, witnessing his destruction of Burka, the wanton havoc on the small Sky Islands near Burka, the subjugation of the 4 priests and their army, all the way to his arrival in the land of the gods. Enel easily defeated the god of the land of the gods gone fall, and became the new deity, seizing Upper Yard with its fertile land. His favorite thing was the apples that grew there. Afterward, he suppressed the Shandians and the people of Angel Island, monopolizing Upper Yard and making apples his greatest treasure. There he found the blueprints for the Ark Maxim, learned of a ship that could be forged from gold and lightning, and discovered the existence of the Endless Verth. From then on, piloting the Ark Maxim to the Endless Verth became his new dream. Not enough, extract another year. After reviewing Enel's major life events, Higashino Koryu realized that the man had accidentally eaten the Goro Goro no Mi 2 years before destroying Burka. He had spent a year or 2 developing the fruit's power to a level that could obliterate Burka. If he had subdued him right after had developed the island-destroying Regu, his combat prowess wouldn't have diminished much. Alright, Vegapunk and Kuma acted again, extracting a year's worth of Enel's memory. As those memories vanished, the contempt and anger in Enel's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of wariness and tension. At this moment Enel was also panicking. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Why had his divine power vanished? Why did he feel so weak? Damn it, he didn't even have the chance to use the powerful abilities he had recently developed. Higashino Koryu quickly scanned through this fragment of Enel's memory, gaining a bit more confidence in subduing him. If that still didn't work, the only option would be to modify Enel into a cyborg like Kuma in the original story, one who only followed orders. That way he could still use his Devil Fruit ability, but he would lose his growth potential and wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. In the original story before the Paramount War, Kuma had already been completely stripped of his memories. Yet on the battlefield at Marineford, he still managed to unleash a Ursus shock, one-shotting the ancient giant Little Ors Jr., who had a bounty of 550 million. Higashino Koryu grabbed the panicked Enel and dragged him into a secret chamber. Your homeland Burka has been destroyed. You are now our prisoner. We'll give you a chance to join us. Otherwise you can be buried along with Burka. Higashino Koryu, staring at the flustered Enel, erupted with an overwhelming aura. His hand transformed into a dragon claw crackling with lightning, and the flames of the Lunarian engulfed his body. This terrifying sight even made Enel break out in a cold sweat. You can use lightning too, and you can even wield flames. Enel nervously stared at this fearsome man who seemed 100 times more powerful than the god of Burka. This man could even command a power of flame that he himself couldn't. I know you can use lightning and are immune to weapon attacks. I'll give you one chance to fight me. Win, and I'll let you go. Lose, and you become my subordinate. Higashino Koryu directly unlocked the seastone cuffs on Enel with a key. Feeling his power return, Enel's confidence instantly rebounded. He immediately fired a lightning dragon at Higashino Koryu, transforming his own body into lightning. Yaha! Without those strange cuffs you can't catch me. With his power and speed restored, Enel was brimming with confidence. Even if he couldn't beat this man now, he could easily escape. You only have one chance. Higashino Koryu transformed into a half-dragon form and boldly intercepted Enel's lightning dragon. Then he unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki, black-red lightning that forced the elemental Enel back into his physical form bit by bit. This terrified Enel, leaving him completely at a loss. He couldn't understand why his elemental form was failing. At that moment, Higashino Koryu charged forward and landed a punch on the stunned Enel's stomach, doubling him over and sending him crashing to the ground. Remember, elemental forms are vulnerable to haki. Higashino Koryu stopped his special conqueror's haki and hoisted Enel up with armament haki. See if you can still use your lightning elemental form now, eh? Higashino Koryu said coldly. Enel, having just recovered from the suppression of conqueror's haki, found himself trapped by the black armament haki, unable to break free. This finally instilled fear in him. So the elemental form wasn't invincible after all. Not only could the black cuff seal his ability, but this man's black-red lightning and aura could suppress his elemental form, and these black arms could grab his physical body. Staring at the terrifying half-dragon form of this man, Enel once again felt the fear he had known as a child. Don't kill me. I'm willing to become your divine soldier. The Burka you destroyed is the homeland I detest. I'm relieved it's gone. Ooh, I won't be buried with it. Under Higashino Koryu's terrifying aura, Enel's psychological defenses finally crumbled. He knelt on one knee, submitting to this fearsome man. Forget being a divine soldier. From now on, you'll be one of my officers, known as the God of Thunder. Higashino Koryu had finally subdued and tamed this arrogant man. He had to admit the combination of Vegapunk and Kuma was simply perfect. God of Thunder. Then, what god are you called? Enel couldn't believe that this new god he had pledged allegiance to would bestow upon him a divine title. It was utterly astonishing. God of Thunder. Then, what god are you called? Enel couldn't believe that this new god he had pledged allegiance to would bestow upon him a divine title. It was utterly astonishing. From now on, call me boss or captain. Donya Huanglong helped the man to his feet and handed him a red apple. This apple-loving fellow in his current memories had never seen or tasted an apple before. Boss God. Captain God. Then I shall henceforth address you as Boss God and Captain God. Enel said earnestly. This deity was too formidable. Even his lightning body had been utterly overpowered without resistance. He must not have unleashed his full capabilities yet, for he had not yet employed that flame power. Grateful for Boss God's blessing, Enel accepted the apple and took a cautious bite, which made his eyes light up. It was exceedingly sweet with the crisp texture he adored, a delicacy he had never encountered before. Delicious. Thank you, Boss God. Enel expressed his gratitude once more and devoured the apple swiftly. The reason he dubbed the new deity Boss God likely stemmed from his unfamiliarity with the term boss, which seemed more exalted and enigmatic than Captain God. Seeing no pretense in Enel, Donya Huanglong proceeded to reintroduce this new subordinate to the others. Vegapunk and Kuma graciously reacquainted themselves with the reformed Goro Goro no Mi user. Capone Beach and Trafalgar Law had not anticipated that Donya Huanglong would truly subdue this lofty god. Nevertheless, the addition of a Goro Goro no Mi user would fortify their crew. In a brief meeting, Donya Huanglong outlined Enel's situation, cautioning them against bringing up past matters. Donya Huanglong also decided to keep Enel close, intending to mold him into a formidable combatant while minimizing his contact with the Scipions. Yet this fellow was inherently arrogant, showing disregard for those weaker than himself. In Enel's eyes, as the one bearing the title of Thunder God, he stood several tiers above the others. His sole duty was to heed Boss God's commands. Seeing Enel's haughty demeanor, La Beej and Lafitte chose to ignore him. However, Enel soon found someone to respect: Kuma, who taught him Busashoka Haki. He even dubbed Kuma the Bear God, placing him on par with himself, a fitting right hand to Boss God. After several days of adjustment, Enel was grudgingly integrated into the group. Time to go annoy Saturn again. Dongya Huanglong, seeing Enel had recovered most of his combat power, resolved to set out once more. This trip involved not only retrieving the Tontata tribe from Green Bit, but also transporting the lineage factor extractor from Punk Hazard to commence artificial devil fruit cultivation. Beej, you're coming with me this time. Dongya Huanglong certainly hadn't forgotten this transporter. He needed his Castletown ability for the cargo. Understood. Capone Beej, chewing on a cigar, shrugged in acceptance. He had resigned himself to the role of a cargo hold, having already traveled with Kuma to Jerma in the North Blue to haul goods. Moreover, his fire tank pirates had narrowly evaded the Marine's encirclement and safely entered the Grand Line. In a few days they would arrive at Jaya. This lifted his spirits. Princess Mancheri and the Tontata warrior Leo also wished to return, hoping to persuade the entire tribe to relocate. The plan was to first go to Greenbit, then proceed alone to Punk Hazard, as Kuma only had markers for Dressrosa and Greenbit. Enel, leaving Skypiea for the first time, wore a look of curiosity. With no memory of his conquest of the Sky Island, he had also forgotten his dream of the endless Verth, and now lacked any goal. Dongya Huanglong set him a small objective to master Busashoka Haki, and then proclaimed the Thunder God's name across the seas. Enel brimmed with confidence, vowing to make the ocean witness the power of the Thunder God. After Kuma launched Beej containing the crew with a paw strike, he remained to guard the home and protect his beloved Bonnie. Following Dongya Huanglong's departure, Law descended to Jaya, gathered his heart pirates, and set sail to explore the surrounding waters. Lafitte continued to consolidate his covert rule over Jaya. On Skypiea, only the guards Sentamaru and Wiper remained, along with little Isa diligently training. New World Greenbit Island. As a massive beer paw crater appeared on the ground, Capone Beej crawled out from within. Then Dongya Huanglong and the others emerged one by one. The elated Princess Mancheri and the Tontata warriors led by Leo excitedly dashed back to the Tontata kingdom to persuade Gancho to relocate more of their people to the peaceful Skypiea. On the Sky Island, the Tontata could live openly among the larger humans without hiding. Boss, how about we rob Doflamingo? I hear this warlord is filthy rich. Capone Beej, cigar in mouth, his eyes gleaming with avarice, wore an excited expression. Toppling a warlord and dethroning an emperor was the dream of every ambitious pirate. Once the Tontata decide, well, raise hell in Dressrosa. That underground port should hold plenty of treasures. Dongya Huanglong chuckled. Doflamingo, as an intermediary of the underworld, handled a vast array of goods daily. Perhaps among them were rare materials Vegapunk needed. Since they were here, a little plunder was in order. I love boss audacity. Capone Beej grinned, baring his teeth. This boss had even dared to kill a celestial dragon. What couldn't he do? Robbing a mere warlord was nothing. Shall we cause destruction, Boss God? I want to try my ultimate technique. Enel was equally thrilled, lightning crackling in his eyes. He had developed a devastating move meant to annihilate Burka. But he never got to use it, as Burka was already destroyed and he himself had been captured by Boss God. Then destroy that King's Plateau and announce the Thunder God's arrival to the world. Dongya Huanglong laughed heartily. In truth, he also wished to spar with Doflamingo, curious about the strength of this former celestial dragon, who wielded all three types of haki. His awakened Ito no Mi ability must be formidable, no doubt. Then I won't hold back. Enel's deadfish eyes gleamed with excitement. He was eager to test the terror of his ultimate move. At that moment atop the King's Plateau, Doflamingo was equally ecstatic. Fufufu, you actually managed to get him out. Doflamingo lounged on his throne, 3 fingers holding a den mushy, a grin spreading across his face. He has successfully escaped from the G5 fortress prison. I arranged a small boat for his getaway. A magnetic low voice came from the other end of the den mushy, its tone exceedingly steady. I won't forget your contribution, my family. Doflamingo said with a smile, his eyes already set on retrieving the world's second greatest scientist to launch his artificial devil fruit enterprise. Don't mention it, Doffy. We're family. In the kingdom of Tontata, Princess Mancheri was persuading Gancho to relocate the entire Tontata tribe to Skypiea. The primeval forest of Upper Yard could easily accommodate the entire miniature race. Meanwhile, Leo and the other Tontata warriors who had ventured out to sea were boasting about their various adventures, drawing envious and longing gazes from many of their kin. Mancheri, if we all leave, what will become of the Riku royal family? Are we to abandon Greenbit and ask the Riku family to forsake Dressrosa as well? Gancho was also deeply conflicted. Moving the Tontata tribe to Skypiea would undoubtedly ensure their safety and improve their lives. However, their allies, the Riku royal family, were being oppressed by the Don Quixote family. Princess Viola had been forced to join the Don Quixote family to serve Doflamingo, and King Riku was fighting in the Colosseum. Only Rebecca was left to fend for herself outside with a single toy to care for her. Were it not for the occasional help from the Tontata tribe, her life would have been even more difficult. I suggest we send Princess Rebecca to Skypiea as well to train alongside the other warriors. Leo said to Gansho, having witnessed the power of Kuma. With Kuma's guidance, Princess Rebecca would surely fare better than fighting in the Dressrosa Coliseum. That's right, Boss Higashino also promised Lord Law that he would overthrow the Don Quixote family within 2 years. Princess Mancheri then recounted the grudge between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo. Then I shall go and ask the opinion of Mr. Soldier, Gansho said after some thought. It seemed like a good idea to bring Rebecca and the toy soldier to Skypiea and later return with Law to strike back. With that, he prepared to go find the toy soldier and Rebecca. They had a base in the flower field of Dressrosa which served as a meeting point for the Tontata tribe and Rebecca. Then hurry, or Lord Higashino will leave Dressrosa for another island. Mancheri urged him. She had already ordered those who wished to go to Skypiea to pack their belongings and prepare for the move. Almost all the young and the children were willing to leave Green Bit for Skypiea. Only a few of the elderly, reluctant to part with their homeland, were hesitant. These elders awaited Chief Gansho's final decision. Should he decide to relocate, they would have no choice but to follow the rest. Upon hearing that the Tontata Chief Gansho was going to Dressrosa to discuss matters, Higashino Koryu and his 2 companions decided to go along, intending to explore the underground port of Dressrosa. They hoped to plunder some valuable treasures. Dressrosa Underground Port. Countless toys were laboriously moving various goods, the majority of which were weapons. Move it. This time the Kingdom of Sang must show the Kingdom of Flower our might. A general from the West Blue Kingdom of Sang shouted with all his might. Their country was now officially at war with the Kingdom of Flower. The Kingdom of Flower, a nation of pirates, maintained pirate forces like the Happo Navy, making it exceptionally powerful. Thus they were forced to purchase powerful weapons from the territory of the 4 Emperor Kaido of the Beasts through the underground broker Joker to fight the Kingdom of Flower to the bitter end. Whether it was firearms, ammunition, or poison gas bombs, they bought them, frantically determined to defeat the Kingdom of Flower. BWA haha. Brother, with so much cargo, why not hire my deep sea current fleet under the command of the Shipping King? We have a fleet heading to the West Blue right now. If it's your first time doing business with us, I can give you a 10% discount. A middle-aged man in a captain's hat with black horns shouted to the general of the Kingdom of Sang vying for his business. The journey from the New World's Dressrosa back to the West Blue was far from safe. It's safer to use our storage master's warehousing and transfer services. A tall, thin man holding a long needle over 2.5 meters in length also approached. They had just secured a large order from Doflamingo to transport goods to a certain island. But they wouldn't mind taking on a couple more jobs to earn extra money. Giberson, are you looking for death? Daring to compete with our deep-sea current fleet for business? Umid expelled 2 streams of white mist from his nose, his fierce vertical pupils glaring at his old rival. Business is about mutual consent. Are you trying to force the customer? Giberson was unafraid of this hulk. Their bosses were both underground emperors, neither would back down. Besides, this was Joker's territory. He doubted Umid would dare to start a fight in this underground port. Umid clenched his fists but held back. Joker, the underground broker emperor, wielded immense influence, operating in the shadows, the light, and the gray areas. He not only had connections with the world government and its member states, but had also established sales channels with the 4 emperors. A significant portion of the business for the Shipping King and the Storage Master now came from Joker. This man was also very tactful, maintaining good relations with all the underground emperors. He had achieved a win-win situation where everyone could profit together. Joker's connections are truly vast. He can even handle so many slaves. A masked blonde man, counting money, laughed heartily as he walked down. The masked individuals behind him, each carrying money cases with both hands, drew the attention of many. The Drago family, those crazy kidnappers. Umid and Giberson squinted at the group, bearing the symbol of a death scythe. Their boss was the Grand Mortician, Drago Picaro, who controlled the assassin industry in the New World, monopolizing most murders, kidnappings, human trafficking, and organ trades. Compared to them, the deep-sea current fleet of Shipping King, Umid, and the commodity warehousing industry of Storage Master, Giberson, were practically upstanding citizens. Although they too occasionally engaged in underhanded dealings as businessmen, they generally adhered to the rules. The arrogant Drago family, flaunting their money, boarded their Yellow Lion warship ready to leave Joker's distribution hub. Just then, with a crackle of thunder, a bare-chested man with long earrings materialized amidst a flash of lightning on the mainmast of the Yellow Lion warship. Yeehaha, so many ants here. Enel grinned, his half-lidded deadfish eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospects for violence. Whoosh! A blade of light flashed. A masked man in a yellow jumpsuit had already swung his long-handled death scythe, cleaving through the stranger who dared to board their ship. Crackle! How arrogant! Enel's upper body flew into the air, yet his face showed no fear. Instead, he glared fiercely at the masked man who had cut him in two. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. Enel's severed body parts transformed into lightning, coalescing into a Thunder Dragon that surged at lightning speed toward the masked man still in the air. A Logia user. Umid, Giberson, and the other lieutenants of the Underground Emperors stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar man. A Logia user. Umit, Giberson, and the other lieutenants of the Underground Emperors stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar man. The man in the yellow work uniform and mask screamed as he was struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning midair, the searing pain and paralysis wrenching the cry from his lips. Even his armament hockey had failed to fully withstand the dread power of the lightning. Lightning metallurgy. I too possess a modicum of armament hockey. Enel's golden staff swiftly transformed into a golden spear wreathed in a trace of armament hockey and pierced through the paralyzed body of the masked man. Ordinary armament hockey could not defend against supreme Logia abilities, especially those like lightning and magma, which possessed innate top-tier offensive power and penetrative force. Lord Netta. The masked men in work uniforms aboard the Yellow Lion threw down their money chests, drew their death scythes from their backs, and charged one after another toward Enel in the sky. Yaha! Die all of you. 30 million volt thunder serpents. Enel pulled the golden spear from the masked man's body, kicked him down, then spread his 5 fingers. 5 streaks of lightning transformed into serpentine bolts, forming a net that surged toward the ants leaping up at him. That man's strength is on par with a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Kibikin stepped back, wielding a 2.5-meter-long needle, shielding his subordinates, as he spoke, his expression grim. This lightning-wielding man reminded him of Fire Fist Ace, the new commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire and lightning were both formidable Logia abilities. Their emergence was bound to herald trouble. He actually took down that Netta guy. Yumio's slit pupils were fixed on the yellow-clad man who had been impaled by the lightning man and kicked to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. As chaos erupted in the underground port, the executives of the Don Quixote family rushed down, intent on eliminating the troublemakers. Pika, the highest-ranking executive of the Spade Army, was the first to appear on the rock wall, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he stared at the lightning man who had electrocuted the members of the Drago family. A Logia user of the Goro Goro no Mi, he decisively drew a large longsword and swiftly coated it with black armament hockey. He could only hope that this lightning man was a naive rookie who had just set sail, then he might still have a chance to slay a Logia user. Yaha! Remember, you ants. I am the god Enel, the god of lightning. Remember my name. Enel, holding his golden spear, landed atop the mast of the Yellow Lion and roared at everyone. Enel, the god of lightning. Utter arrogance. How dare he call himself a god? Isn't he afraid the celestial dragons will kill him? He truly is a Logia user of the Goro Goro no Mi. Everyone in the underground port was shocked by Enel's insolent declaration, causing trouble on Don Quixote family turf. Die. Pika detached himself from the rock wall, leaping down from a great height to strike at Enel, the Goro Goro no Mi user. What an unpleasant voice. Are you a woman? Too slow. God's judgment. Enel picked his ear with a sneer, then unleashed a blinding pillar of lightning 3 meters thick at the charging Pika. The colossal lightning pillar engulfed the massive Pika. But Pika, his entire body clad in armament hockey, gritted his teeth and persisted through the lightning, continuing his descent toward Enel. Not bad armament hockey. Enel's killing intent surged as he saw that this man's armament hockey was stronger than his own. He refused to believe that armament hockey was an absolute counter to Logia users. A more powerfully developed ability could also breach the defenses of armament hockey. With a crackle, just as Pika was about to strike, Enel vanished into lightning. When he reappeared, he was already on Pika's back. 100 million volt thunder spear. Enel, wielding his golden spear with a fierce glint in his eyes, thrust it down at Pika's hockey-clad body. An endless surge of lightning erupted, illuminating the entire underground port. Ugga! Pika gritted his teeth, desperately defending, but the power of the thunder spear forced a gush of blood from his mouth. This Goro Goro no Mi user's speed was incredible, rivaling that of Admiral Kazuru. Pika simply couldn't keep up with Enel's movements and could only suffer his attacks passively. Chaha! Looks like Doflamingo's top executives can't handle this god of lightning. Time to make myself scarce. Kibikin laughed loudly, then ceased his gawking. He hurried to secure his cargo before it was destroyed by the Goro Goro no Mi user, which would be a real problem. Kibikin, wielding his 2.5-meter-long needle, dashed toward his goods. Pop! With a sound like a balloon bursting, the crates deflated as if made of rubber. His subordinates quickly stacked the flattened goods and stuffed them into their briefcases. Kibikin, the popper cousin of the Hyder Gibson, was a Paramecia user of the Pop fruit, with a bounty of 230 berries. His ability allowed him to pop anything like a balloon. The larger the object, the more stamina it consumed, and this even applied to living beings like people and animals. His character was notoriously vile. It was said his quarters contained a collection of popped balloon people, including rare animals, beautiful women pirates, and even marines. Before leaving too. Seeing Kibikin quickly packing up his goods, Yumio decided against taking the job from the West Blues Kingdom of Sun. He swiftly ordered his men to leave the potentially dangerous port. He wondered if the Undertaker Drago Picaro would cause trouble for Doflamingo now that those madmen of the Drago family had met their end on Joker's turf. And this sudden appearance of a Goro Goro no Mi user. Was he a lone rookie or an agent of some faction? It seemed the seas would soon see another Logia user as troublesome as Fire Fist Ace. Just as the various factions were trying to move their goods away from the port, a colossal crimson divine dragon began to materialize in the air above the underground harbor. I think I see an interesting ability. Higashino Tatsuryu materialized from his transparent state, tossing Capone Beach onto the yellow lion battleship and charged straight at the tall thin man, holding the long needle. A dragon. Kaido of the beasts. No, it's Higashino Tatsuryu. What's going on? He's attacking Joker's territory. Run. This guy even kills celestial dragons. He's a monster with a bounty of 1 billion. The people in the underground port screamed in terror and fled in all directions. How had a monster like Higashino Tatsuryu found this place? The Don Quixote family executives finally began to arrive and force Gladius, the Blaster, Senor Pink, the swimmer Lao Ji, and others appeared one by one. The highest-ranking executive Diamante was overseeing the Corrida Coliseum and couldn't arrive quickly, while Treble was protecting Sugar and also failed to appear. Higashino Tatsuryu charged toward the popper with an excited grin, finding this Paramecia ability far too intriguing. Seeing Higashino Tatsuryu, the madman who had killed a celestial dragon rushing at Kibikin Yumio, actually laughed. It seemed that Pervert was finally going to get his comeuppance. Why are you chasing me? Kibikin cried out, his face turning pale as he saw the dragon charging at him. Why are you chasing me? Kibikin cried out, his face turning pale as he saw the dragon charging at him. In the heights of the royal palace, Doflamingo, having just concluded a conversation with Virgo, witnessed Monet the Snow Woman rushing frantically into his office. My lord, something terrible has happened. Someone is attacking the underground port. Monet exclaimed, her face etched with anxiety. The enemy appears to be a Logia-type user of the Goro Goro no Mi, and Tuno Eryu has also arrived. Monet's report caused Doflamingo's expression to darken, the veins on his forehead bulging and throbbing. And what a violet! With a murderous growl, Doflamingo muttered the name and then sped off toward the underground port. Just days ago, he had considered sending funds to Tuno Eryu, the ruthless individual who had slain a celestial dragon. He never imagined the man would now be storming his own doorstep. Why was that man attacking his territory? Was it for plunder? Or perhaps revenge? Doflamingo raced toward the underground port, determined to see if this so-called strongest cyborg with a bounty of 1 billion berries was truly as formidable as they claimed. Monet, notify the Marines. Tell them that Dressrosa, a member of the world government, is under attack by Tuno Eryu. They had best dispatch an admiral. Doflamingo commanded the struggling snow woman before accelerating, once more vanishing completely from her sight. At the underground port, Capone Beach, a cigar clenched between his teeth, smiled as he hurled the money chest from the Yellow Lion ship into the fortress within his body, seizing anything of value he could find. Boom. Tuno Eryu fired a rapid laser beam, sending Kaiban flying through the air. Damn it. Break. Struggling to maintain his balance, Kaiban activated his Nomi ability, his long needle, thrusting wildly toward Tuno Eryu in an attempt to pierce the great dragon. With enough hockey, no devil fruit ability is insurmountable. Tuno Eryu fearlessly swiped his claw at the man, aiming to capture this intriguing Paramecia-type user. Clang. The needle, imbued with the power of the Nomi, struck the dragon's claw, as if hitting solid steel, emitting a sharp ring before shattering entirely. Kaiban's eyes widened in sheer terror. Crack. The dragon's claw closed around his body, the immense pressure causing his bones to creak and groan. The unbearable agony forced blood to seep from Kaiban's mouth and nose, and his eyes rolled back into his head. Within 2 seconds, the man with a bounty of 233 million berries, the Piercer, was crushed into unconsciousness by Tuno Eryu, his head lolling limply on the dragon's claw. Lock him up securely. Tuno Eryu tossed Kaiban to Capone Beach and then charged toward Pika, who was being battered by Enel. This Paramecia-type user of the Ishi Nomi was also a valuable catch, perfect for a construction worker. Good thing I brought along a few divine soldiers and some sea-stone handcuffs. Capone Beach immediately ordered several long-eared divine soldiers with white wings from his inner fortress to bring out the sea-stone cuffs, securing the unconscious man before locking him away in the castle's prison. With Kaiban's defeat, his underlings were crushed by the sudden return of the massive cargo, dying a most unjust death. Seeing Tuno Eryu charging toward him, Pika, enduring Enel's lightning, scrambled and rolled onto the rocky ground, melting into it and vanishing without a trace. Boom. A furious Enel bombarded the ground where Pika had disappeared, leaving it pockmarked and cratered. He got away. Tuno Eryu transformed into a half-dragon form and landed on the ground, visibly annoyed. However, he then turned his gaze toward the Don Quixote family officers who had appeared. Feeling the predatory intensity of Tuno Eryu's stare, Senor Pink, like Pika, created waves beneath his feet and melted into the ground, disappearing instantly. Gladius, Lao Ji, and Machvice all stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down their backs as they stared at Tuno Eryu. This was the man who had killed a celestial dragon and carried a bounty of 1 billion berries, a terror incarnate. Seizing the moment while the Don Quixote family dared not act, Capone Beach grinned and plundered weapons and goods without restraint. Zap! Having vented his fury without finding Pika, Enel transformed into lightning and appeared beside Tuno Eryu. Boss God, let me handle these guys. Infuriated by Pika's escape, Enel glared murderously at the Don Quixote family officers. Go ahead. Tono Ariu said calmly, then fixed his gaze on Baby 5 the maid. Her bookie Nomi ability might prove invaluable to Vegapunk's research. 2-0-volt, Raijin. Enel rapidly swung his golden staff, striking the 4 drums on his back. A torrent of lightning surged forth. A colossal lightning giant materialized, draining the color from the faces of the Don Quixote family officers. So powerful. Where had Tono Ariu found such a formidable user of the Goro Goro Nomi? The Raijin that Enel had become hurled a fist down at the Don Quixote family members. Wherever it struck, thunder roared and lightning spread. Buffalo and Baby 5 screamed in terror as they fled, tears streaming down their faces. This lightning man was too horrifying. There was no way to withstand lightning of this magnitude. Tono Ariu charged straight toward Buffalo, who was carrying Baby 5 in his escape. Don't chase me. Baby 5 was terrified out of her wits, tears and snot flying through the air. Overheat whip. A sharp whip of thread coated in Busashoku Haki lashed out at Tono Ariu, accompanied by a wave of potent Haushika Haki. Fufufu Tono Ariu, what is the meaning of attacking my territory without so much as a greeting? Doflamingo, clad in his flamboyant pink feathered coat, charged in with a menacing aura. But Tono Ariu paid little heed to Doflamingo's attack. The flames of the Lunarian race flickered on his body as he caught the thread whip with one hand and seized Baby 5 with the other. What does it mean? It's a robbery. Tono Ariu declared, coldly, sparks flying from the captured whip. Then he unleashed an even more terrifying wave of Haushika Haki, overwhelming Doflamingo's own. Save me, my lord. Baby 5 screamed in panic within Tono Ariu's grasp. The blades her hands had become struck the dragon's arm, but could not even scratch it, only creating a few sparks. I need you to be quiet. I need you to come with me. I need you to serve me. I need you to take care of me for the rest of my life. Tono Ariu said to the frantic maid. As expected, upon hearing Tono Ariu's words, Baby 5 quickly calmed down. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with longing. This man needed her, and he needed her to take care of him for the rest of his life. Was this a proposal? Baby 5's cheeks flushed instantly. Why was he proposing to her at a time like this? Yet the feeling was truly blissful. On the other side, Doflamingo's face was utterly dark. After raising her for over a decade, Baby 5 was indeed unreliable. Her personality flaw was far too severe. When he saw the colossal Raijin that Enel had become, shock flickered in his eyes. Where did this guy come from? And why was he following Tono Ariu, the experimental subject hunted by the world government? When he saw the colossal Raijin that Enel had become, shock flickered in his eyes. Where did this guy come from? And why was he following Tono Ariu, the experimental subject hunted by the world government? The clash of the violent conquerors' Haki continued, and more people in the underground port fell with rolled-up eyes. The ground beneath Doflamingo began to transform into white waves of threads with thick, sharp spikes appearing, enveloped in a dense, dark coating of Haki. Yet he did not act immediately, for he was still searching for the shadow of the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The strength of that Zoan fruit user should not be underestimated. Donya Huanglong tyrant Bartholomew Kuma and the Thunderfruit user, these three had already posed a threat to the safety of the Don Quixote family. If possible, he did not wish to make an enemy of Donya Huanglong, a ruthless individual with whom he had no grievances or interests. He could cooperate with Tizolo, who had stolen his Gura fruit, so how could he not do the same with Donya Huanglong, a madman seeking revenge against the world government? Moreover, fighting with Donya Huanglong in the underground port would cause significant losses to the Don Quixote family. Donya Huanglong sent the love-struck Baby 5 to the side of Capone Beach, then fixed his battle-intent gaze upon Doflamingo. The Lunelia flames blazed fiercely around him, the electric arcs flickered on his menacing dragon horns, and the purple patterns on his dragon scales writhed as a wild aura swept through. Doflamingo looked at Donya Huanglong with a grave expression, recalling the experiences of being mercilessly beaten by Kaido of the Beasts. This strongest experimental subject astonishingly bore a resemblance to Kaido. In its artificial azure dragon form with the Oni bloodline and various genetic factors, it could be said that this experiment No. 88 was indeed a replica of Kaido. Ha ha ha. I acknowledge your conqueror's haki and strength, and today whatever you snatch here will be considered my gift to you. Perhaps we can become business partners. Anything you desire in the future, we can help you find. The power of this experiment No. 88 indeed deserves the bounty of 1 billion. It is not an exaggeration. Ha ha ha. Let's first test the waters with a battle. Seeing Doflamingo hesitate, Donya Huanglong sneered in his heart. This was why Doflamingo was more suited to being a businessman than becoming an emperor, for he did not possess the single-minded, fearless will and belief of Monkey D. Luffy. Perhaps Doflamingo's conqueror's haki had been educated by Kaido of the Beasts, completely stagnating and losing the potential for growth. Then let me see just how strong you, the one who dares to kill celestial dragons, really are. White wave of chaos. Doflamingo was also a proud man, seeing Donya Huanglong disrespect him, so he felt compelled to teach this newcomer a lesson. Moreover, only through battle can they truly understand each other's strengths, which would impact their future cooperation or conflict. The white waves of threads surged rapidly toward Donya Huanglong like a tsunami with massive spikes of haki densely thrusting toward the arrogant half-dragon. Night Kai Fire Dragon Emperor. Donya Huanglong rushed towards Doflamingo at high speed, his lunalia flames surging as fire rapidly formed a purpler dragon, head bursting forth with sparks and lightning charging straight at the waves and spikes. Boom. Doflamingo's haki-infused spikes were directly shattered by Donya Huanglong's fiery dragon head. This scene turned Doflamingo's expression ashen. How could this experiment know? 88 be so powerful? Thread White Shield. Doflamingo swung his hands fiercely, causing several massive columns of threads to shoot up from the ground, forcibly blocking Donya Huanglong's violent assault, while he rapidly stepped onto the threads and flew into the sky. Seeing his awakened thread shield again destroyed by Donya Huanglong's Fire Dragon Emperor, Doflamingo's brows furrowed deeply and the veins on his forehead bulged. How could a newcomer be so strong? 1,000 arrows through the heart feather strike, threads. Doflamingo's fingers spread wide, and with all his strength, he swung his arms, causing thousands of entwined haki-infused spikes to rise rapidly from the ground surrounding Donya Huanglong in the shape of flamingo wings, aiming to pierce him through with a rain of arrows. To be pushed to this extent, Donya Huanglong, this experimental subject and newcomer, could already be proud. Thunder Fire Dragon Breakthrough. Donya Huanglong transformed into a half-dragon empowered by thunder and fire, his purpler dragon scales shining, charging fearlessly into Doflamingo's dense haki-infused spikes. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous metallic impacts rang out amidst the explosive bursts, sending shockwaves violently spreading outward. Amidst the terrifying shockwaves, a large number of goods and minions were sent flying. Even Capone Beach found a cover to hide behind. Is this the horrifying battle of the warlords of the sea? What terrifying scenes would emerge when those legendary emperors clash? As the shockwaves from this round of attacks slowly subsided, Doflamingo's chest rose and fell rapidly, slightly panting. He had continuously unleashed his awakened abilities to try and annihilate Donya Huanglong. If he could capture this guy, he might just acquire another bargaining chip for negotiations with the world government. Huh. The haki of the old warlords of the sea is indeed formidable. Donya Huanglong appeared amidst the smoke, his wounds rapidly writhing in the lunalia flames. His dragon scales had been successfully breached by Doflamingo's high-intensity haki, but he still could not defeat him. Ha ha ha. Your defensive power truly astonishes me, as if I see the shadow of the strongest creature of land, sea, and air, Kaido of the beasts. Doflamingo's Kinbunchika haki sensed Donya Huanglong's aura, discovering that this guy's presence and strength remained as formidable as ever. What kind of monstrous physique is this? I know you have one last trump card, so unleash it. Donya Huanglong grinned widely. After fighting with Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma so many times, he already had an idea of where the strength of the top warlords of the sea lay. Ha ha ha, why bother? We are not enemies, we should be great partners. Doflamingo laughed as well. He did not want to reveal his trump card, and he sensed that he could not kill this monster Donya Huanglong today. Furthermore, none of his subordinates had managed to take down that lightning guy. Thinking of the possibility of encountering Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, he now had to put an end to this battle. Otherwise, if things got serious, the Don Quixote family would only end up in a mutually destructive battle with the Huanglong crew. If Donya Huanglong didn't show him respect, then he would have to test whether he could truly keep this guy around. Hearing that the Navy was also on its way, Higashino Araryu calmed down a bit. Today his goal was to take the Tontada tribe and do some looting on the side, with no intention of waging full-scale war against Doflamingo. Otherwise, he would have brought Bartholomew Kuma and Law along. Now he needed time to take the Tontada tribe away. Continuing the fight held little meaning. He wondered who from the Navy was coming, which made the situation dangerous. Then I can take the maid, right? Also give me a few devil fruits. Higashino Araryu restrained his berserk aura. Although he had no time to entangle with Doflamingo now, that didn't stop him from seizing more benefits. I can sell you a few devil fruits, but that maid is my family. Doflamingo, hearing that this madman was willing to cooperate, curled his lips into a grin. He had confidence that every client he cooperated with would become part of his network, continually bringing him profit. After all, the Don Quixote family service was renowned, spanning businesses of all shades across the world. Sell, I said give. And today I'm taking her with me. Let's see if you dare to stop me. Higashino Arariu's conqueror's haki erupted once more, his demeanor that of a madman who feared nothing. He was the heinous rogue who had killed a celestial dragon, and this image needed to be known to the world. Yugi. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, staring dangerously at this crazed godslayer. Fufufu, then ill let baby 5 serve you well. As for the devil fruits, I'll give you 2 as a gift to befriend you. Sensing Higashino Arariu's frenzied attitude, Doflamingo immediately changed his tune, deciding to sponsor these items to him. Aha, then thank you for the gifts. Higashino Arariu laughed in satisfaction. If this flamingo knew that Law was now under his command, and that he intended to take the Tontada tribe, he wondered if the Underworld Emperor would flip his lid on the spot. Friend, if you ever need anything, feel free to come to us. But next time ITLL be business. Doflamingo swallowed his anger at the loss and laughed wildly at this madman who had slain a celestial dragon. Then I want stand on ceremony. We're not exactly short on money either. Higashino Arariu laughed heartily, then called out to Enel and Capone Beach to prepare to leave. Baby 5 also rushed over excitedly hugging Higashino Ararius' arm with the shy demeanor of a little bride. Seeing that her fiancé and the young master hadn't completely fallen out, her mood lifted slightly, and her guilt eased a bit after all the Don Quixote family had raised her for over a decade. Feel free to come find us. Doflamingo tossed a den mushi to Higashino Arariu, thus establishing a preliminary cooperation with this madman. Perhaps he could even use Higashino Arariu to do things he himself dared not attempt, like attacking certain Navy and world government bases. Doflamingo, give me the contact information of the other underworld emperors, especially those two big news Morgans and Golden Tesoro. Before leaving, Higashino Arariu suddenly addressed this underworld broker emperor, his tone carrying a sense of entitlement. Fine, Doflamingo said with a forced smile, then had his secretary Monet, who had caught up, give Higashino Arariu the private contact numbers of the major underworld emperors. He also immediately summoned 2 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits from the family treasury. Oh, and let me tell you some good news. I know accurate information about the pure gold. After securing his gains, Higashino Arariu transformed into a divine dragon, taking Enel Beach and Baby 5 with him as he flew away from the underground port. But before leaving, he dropped another tempting smoke bomb to pacify Doflamingo, pushing the man's limits ever lower. From then on, even if Higashino Arariu did something more outrageous, this former celestial dragon, who yearned for immortality, would grit his teeth and endure any loss. Pure gold. Doflamingo stared intently at the departing dragon, a glint of greed and longing in his eyes. Could this experiment know? 88 really know accurate information about the pure gold? Was he bluffing or trying to gain more benefits? Still, it at least planted a seed of hope and desire. As the king of Dressrosa, a warlord of the sea, and an underworld emperor, his influence had nearly reached its peak, and he was not short of money. Besides growing stronger and toppling the celestial dragon's immortality was another dream he pursued. Young master, are you really giving Baby 5 away like that? The fat buffalo looked at Doflamingo pitifully. He had grown up with Baby 5 as family and partner for years, and he found it hard to accept her leaving. Baby 5 is an ungrateful wretch. The young master has cleaned up so many of her messes, yet she dared to assassinate him multiple times. Now she openly betrays him. I will not allow her back into the Don Quixote family, Gladius said coldly. Although they all knew Baby 5 had personality flaws, her turning her blade on Doflamingo had long been something they couldn't stomach. Forget it. Consider it finding a new master for Baby 5. I hope she can take good care of Higashino Arariu, Doflamingo said with a faint smile. Given Baby 5's personality, she might even cause Higashino Arariu a bit of trouble. Moreover, they were well aware of her character flaws. In the future, they could use Baby 5 to gather intelligence on Higashino Arariu and locate the Arariu pirates' hideout. What about the losses of the Draggle family and Kibyagon? Pika, his voice sharp, looked grim. These people had been attacked on their turf, and the Don Quixote family bore some responsibility. Compensate them a little for their losses and tell them the truth directly. Let them settle accounts with that madman Higashino Arariu themselves. Doflamingo sneered. He too wanted to see Higashino Arariu cause trouble for the other underworld emperors. If Higashino Arariu, this madman who dared kill a celestial dragon, managed to take down an underworld emperor, the Don Quixote family could snatch a huge piece of the pie. He had long coveted the businesses of other underworld emperors. If Higashino Arariu, this fierce dragon crossing the river, could shake up the underworld, he too could seize a share. Doflamingo ordered his men to quickly tally the losses at the underground port, restore order, and continue their business. Meanwhile, Higashino Arariu left the underground port and returned to the Tontada kingdom on Greenbit. But he hadn't expected to see several unexpected figures. Higashino, please take the Riku family with you too. Princess Mancheri jumped onto Higashino Arariu's shoulder and clasped her hands in request. After some persuasion and analysis of interests, Gancho and Kairos agreed to temporarily leave Dressrosa. Moreover, after learning of this plan, Violet, using her Glare Fruit ability, had witnessed Higashino Ararius rampage at the underground port. Taking advantage of Diamante's absence from the Colosseum, she used her identity as a Don Quixote family executive to successfully take the hidden King Riku from among the gladiators and rendezvous with the Tontada tribe, Rebecca and the others. She used her identity as a Don Quixote family executive to successfully take the hidden King Riku from among the gladiators and rendezvous with the Tontada tribe, Rebecca and the others. Violet and Rebecca watched Higashino Koryu with bated breath. It was their trust in the Tontada tribe that had emboldened them to risk an escape from Dressrosa. Under the constant surveillance of the Don Quixote family, they had long deemed it nearly impossible to flee the kingdom. Moreover, they had never wished to abandon Dressrosa or its people. Their sole desire was to overthrow the Don Quixote family and restore peace to the land. Yet upon hearing Higashino Koryu's claim that he could confront Doflamingo within 2 years, they agreed to temporarily leave Dressrosa, seeking strength to one day return and reclaim their home. It's settled, but the user of the Glare Fruit must serve us. Higashino Koryu spoke casually, indifferent to the affairs of the Riku family. They were kind-hearted, yes, but lacked the cunning to rule. Handing Dressrosa to them might well reduce the prosperous kingdom to its former impoverished state. Whether a dark prosperity or a peaceful poverty was preferable, only the people of Dressrosa could decide. Thank you, Lord Koryu. Violet expressed her gratitude at once. Finally, they could escape Doflamingo's grasp and glimpse a new hope. I trust your Glare fruit abilities will prove useful to us. Higashino Koryu remarked indifferently, then instructed Mancheri and Gansho to swiftly move the Tontata tribe into Capone Beg's castle. It was time to leave Greenbit. Higashino Koryu was uncertain which naval officer Doflamingo had referred to as leading the fleet. If it were merely a vice admiral, he had little to fear, but a marine admiral would spell trouble. Under the urging of Higashino Koryu and Princess Mancheri, the Tontata tribe quickly entered the castle. Enel, with nothing better to do, decided to blow up the massive iron bridge connecting Greenbit and Dressrosa, leaving his mark on the world. The terrifying thunderstorm sent panic through the citizens of Dressrosa. Doflamingo wondered what Higashino Koryu intended. Was this a threat? But soon news reached him that Violet had fled with King Riku and Rebecca had vanished. His expression darkened instantly. Could Higashino Koryu be taking the Riku royal family and the Tontata tribe? That wench Violet dares to betray us. They haven't given up on reclaiming the throne. Doflamingo stood atop the king's plateau, watching the collapse of the sea bridge. Now the Don Quixote family's forces would find it difficult to search Greenbit. Higashino Koryu, what exactly are you playing at? Doflamingo snarled in frustration. This madman had taken advantage of him and now twisted the knife by using the Riku royal family as a warning. He detested such unpredictable individuals as troublesome as Kaido of the Beasts. Meanwhile, the marine fleet from G5 was rapidly approaching Dressrosa. Admiral Akainu had also crossed the red line, heading straight for the kingdom. Sengoku the Buddha was troubled. How had Higashino Koryu ended up in the New World again? What was his purpose in invading Dressrosa? To boost his reputation by taking down a warlord or to raid Doflamingo's cargo for Vegapunk's research? In any case, Higashino Koryu was a disruptive force stirring chaos across the seas. According to intelligence from the Don Quixote family, one of Higashino Koryu's subordinates seems to be a Logia user of the Rumble fruit. Tsuru, the staff officer, frowned as she reviewed the message from Dressrosa, requesting Marine support, the lines on her face deepening. A Rumble fruit user. Sengoku massaged his temples. The tyrant Bartholomew Kuma was already a headache. Adding a top-tier Logia user made the Koryu crew a rapidly escalating threat. Netahu, the executioner of the Draggle family, was reportedly defeated in an instant by this Rumble fruit user, Tsuru said gravely. This newcomer's combat prowess seemed immense. This is getting more complicated. I feel Higashino Koryu will soon build a force rivaling the Revolutionary Army, Sengoku lamented. A mere experiment had become such a colossal pressure. Even the plan to eliminate the West Blue Mafia had failed. Lately the Marines seemed to achieve nothing, utterly unable to contain Higashino Koryu. We must locate Higashino Koryu's stronghold quickly. Once Vegapunk is settled, their power will grow exponentially. Tsuru's expression was stern. Each of Higashino Koryu's recent appearances involved theft, and his intentions were clear. He was helping Dr. Vegapunk establish laboratories and conduct research. If it comes to that Sakazuki suggestion. Sengoku hesitated. If it meant dealing with Higashino Koryu, using the allied kingdom of Sorbet to threaten Bartholomew Kuma might be acceptable, however vile and cruel the means. Years ago, under the orders of the Five Elders, he had issued the Buster Call that destroyed O'Hara. After becoming Fleet Admiral, he had also cleaned up numerous messes for the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons' triennial native elimination tournament alone had exposed him to endless darkness. But Sorbet was an allied kingdom, while those hosting the tournaments were non-allied islands. Under world government law, the people of non-allied nations were not entitled to human rights. Sengoku, don't let our remaining sense of justice be tarnished. Tsuru looked at him solemnly. Ensuring the safety of all allied kingdom citizens was the Marines' bottom line. If that justice were sullied, what right did they have to call themselves a righteous force? Both she and Sengoku longed to change the Celestial Dragon's habit of hunting humans, to stop treating non-allied people as mere insects. But it was futile, utterly futile. They were powerless to alter this depraved custom of the world nobles. It was for this very reason that Garp had always refused to become an admiral, refusing to protect the Celestial Dragons. Having witnessed so much darkness, the Marine High Command could only hold on to their positions and protect the people of allied nations, ensuring the safety of the majority. I'm sorry. I envy that old fool Garp more and more. Sengoku sighed. The ideal of the Marines ruling supreme felt increasingly hollow. With the Celestial Dragons around, the Marines were destined to be a blade stained with darkness. The previous year's native elimination tournament was still vivid in his mind. Which poor island would be chosen for the next 1-2 years from now? The sins of the Celestial Dragons were endless. On Greenbit Island, the Tontata and the Riku family had already entered the castle within Capone Beg's body. Donya Huanglong transformed into a dragon, and carrying Enel and Capone Beach headed straight for Punk Hazard. Inside the castle within the body, Violet gazed at Baby 5. She never expected that this female executive of the Don Quixote family would betray Doflamingo and join Doña Huanglong's ranks. Don't look at me like that. You betrayed the young master too. Baby 5 retorted, seeing the hostile looks from Violet and Rebecca. She had followed her fiancé, and even Doflamingo had personally agreed to it. I was forced to join the Don Quixote family, Violet said coldly. Back then she had traded her loyalty to spare King Ricka's life. Although the Riku family was burdened with unforgivable crimes, at least Rebecca would no longer be hunted by the Don Quixote family and was given a chance to live. I'm no longer an executive of the Don Quixote family. From now on I am Lord Huanglong's personal maid. He needs me to serve him like a wife. Baby 5 didn't want to dwell on past grievances with Violet. From now on she was Doña Huanglong's little woman, and all she had to do was obey him. Thinking of a blissful life with Doña Huanglong, Baby 5's cheeks flushed again. She wondered if Lord Huanglong would hold a grand wedding for her. Violet looked at the infatuated woman and ceased her hostility. Having spent many years in Dressrosa, she knew of Baby 5's character flaw. Doflamingo had killed many who sought to take advantage of her, and Baby 5 herself had repeatedly tried to cut him down. In the Don Quixote family, Baby 5 was the only one who dared to lay hands on Doflamingo, outside in the sky. It's truly an honor to ride on the boss dragon form. Capone Beach held his cigar, glowing in the gale as he watched the receding sea with exhilaration. This was far more thrilling than riding in Kuma's paw bubbles. This blue sea is even more magnificent than the white sea. Enel gazed at the endless ocean, suddenly feeling that his past perspective on Burka had been far too shallow. Holding the eternal pose provided by Vegapunk, Doña Huanglong flew toward the poisonous island of Punk Hazard. At present the island should still be contaminated, abandoned by the world government. I wonder if that bastard Caesar has escaped. Doña Huanglong once again thought of the mad scientist who had killed him once. Although Caesar had given him the venom factor and the clear factor and had blown up Punk Hazard with gas bombs to allow his escape, revenge was still necessary. However, before killing Caesar, he intended to squeeze every last bit of compensation from him. The man's Logia-type Gasagasu no Mi was also a rare devil fruit ability. But Vegapunk's research had yet to produce artificial Logia abilities, and the technology for devil fruit retrieval was still in the theoretical stage. Forget it'll find a way to torment him later. Doña Huanglong continued flying, but soon they passed a violent island crackling with lightning. Both Doña Huanglong and Enel were filled with delight. It's Raijin Island, one of the 3 initial islands of the New World. Capone Beach said in shock. The name alone revealed what the island was famous for: ceaseless violent lightning. This island was also the most dangerous of the 3 initial islands. Among the log poses of the New World, its magnetic needle was the most unstable, and the island's magnetic field was extremely erratic. After leaving Fishman Island, the log pose recorded 3 islands: Raijin Island, Bristle Island, and Mysteria Island. Raijin Island. That's the same as my title. Enel's eyes burned with desire. He felt this island was made for him, a place where he could grow stronger. Let's go take a look. Doña Huanglong also sensed the restlessness of his own lightning power, which would likely attract Enel, the user of the Goro Goro no Mi, even more. As the dragon landed on the shore of Raijin Island, several bolts of lightning struck them immediately. This terrified Capone Beach, who had no intention of venturing deeper into the island's dense lightning storm. Beach, throw out Giberson. Wait here for a moment. Enel used gold to make some lightning rods for Beach. Reverting to human form, Doña Huanglong crackled with electricity. He and Enel had just taken several lightning strikes, which felt both painful and exhilarating. But the benefits were substantial. They felt they could train better here. Captain Huanglong, my brother, is Giberson, the underworld emperor, known as the Stasher. He's very influential on the seas. If you release me, I guarantee you'll receive a satisfactory reward. As soon as Giberson was thrown out, he spoke to Doña Huanglong with deference. If anyone else had laid hands on him, he would have cursed and threatened them with his brother's name. But facing this man who dared to kill a celestial dragon, he didn't dare utter a single threatening word. He feared that trying would mean death. Behave yourself, and maybe you'll be released after a while. Doña Huanglong dragged Giberson into Raijin Island, with Enel following closely, even transforming into lightning and soaring into the sky to absorb the bolts and replenish his 4 lightning drums. Lord Huanglong, ill obey, I swear. Don't take me into the lightning. Giberson screamed in terror as a bolt struck him, leaving him smoking and convulsing. The low to mid-purity sea stone handcuffs on his wrists prevented him from using armament hockey, leaving him to endure the lightning with his bare body. Remember, behave. Don't do anything unnecessary, don't say anything unnecessary, or he'll leave you on Raijin Island. As another lightning bolt struck Giberson, Doña Huanglong said with a faint smile, first intimidating the man. Once they reached Punk Hazard, it would be easier to move the massive experimental equipment. Yes, I will absolutely obey any of your orders. Numbed and charred, Giberson agreed to all of Doña Huanglong's demands to survive. Excellent. Doña Huanglong tossed Giberson back into Capone Beg's golden lightning rod formation, then set off with Enel to explore Raijin Island and train their lightning powers. Meanwhile, a flamingo-shaped pirate ship from Dressrosa successfully retrieved Caesar Clown, who had escaped from the New World's marine prison in a certain sea area. After a bargaining session of threats and inducements from Doflamingo, the mad scientist Caesar Clown formally allied with him, pledging allegiance to this underworld emperor. Since Doflamingo wanted artificial devil fruits, Caesar chose Punk Hazard an island with complete experimental equipment as his base. Thus Doflamingo sent Monet the Snow Woman and a few subordinates to secretly accompany Caesar to Punk Hazard, beginning the task of clearing the toxic gas. On Rhygiene Island, Donya Huanglong transformed into a colossal dragon soared through the thunderclouds, tempering his body with lightning and honing his electrical abilities. Thunder Dragon Great Torch. Emulating Kaido of the Beast's Flame Dragon Great Torch, Donya Huanglong cloaked his draconic form in a shroud of lightning, manifesting a gargantuan thunder dragon. The sheer terror of this spectacle made Kibikin and Capone Beej gulp in awe. Those within the castle inside Beg's body were rendered speechless by the sight of the lightning dragon. With such formidable power, why fear Doflamingo? Just strike him down. 200 million volt Thor. Enel also transformed into a lightning giant 30 or 40 meters tall, yet before Donya Huanglong's 1,000-meter thunder dragon, he seemed no more than an ant. Boss is terrifyingly powerful. Enel gazed at the dragon, which seemed more like a true god of thunder than himself, a deep longing stirring within him. Enel frantically absorbed the lightning of Rhygiene Island, recklessly pushing his body beyond its limits. 500 million volt Thor. The lightning giant swelled to a towering 100 meters. Though still minuscule before the thunder dragon, it was enough to make Beej and his men tremble in fear. What a formidable Goro Goro no Mi user. Kibikin felt that this newcomer Enel was in no way inferior to the new 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. His bounty was surely worth 500 million berries. It was terrifying. The Huanglong pirates had produced another powerhouse on the level of a warlord of the sea. With Bartholomew Kuma and Enel as his right and left hands, Donya Huanglong could now crush any single warlord. If he gained one more strong officer, this would be the very image of the Beast's pirates' early days, bearing the potential of an emperor. Haha, Kibikin, why not join our boss? Better yet, bring your brother Kibison along. Capone Beej grinned. Following the godslayer Donya Huanglong, he had no way back. He would continue to trail this madman, watching him ascend step by step to the position of an emperor. Shanks, the new emperor of the sea, had only held that title for 2 or 3 years. There was every chance to dethrone him. Kibikin had no desire to entertain Capone Beej. His underground dark forces were a gray entity operating between the black and white worlds, doing business with the world government, its affiliated nations, the Marines, pirates, and even mountain bandits. The great pirates changed with every era. Roxd, Zebek, the 3 legendary pirates, the Pirate King, the 4 emperors. These top-tier pirates came and went. Yet the underground emperors of darkness had families that passed down their legacies for centuries. The Du family of the underworld controlled the financial and currency sectors, owning numerous black and white banks and loan-sharking operations. The Umei family dominated deep-sea shipping routes across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. The Drug family of the underworld controlled the assassin trade, including human trafficking, organ sales, and kidnappings. Kibikin's family was an old power second only to these 3 major houses, controlling the commodities and warehousing sector. As for the Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, the Underground Emperor Joker, and Big News Morgans. These were newer underground emperors still expanding their influence and territories, waiting to complete their monopolies. Donya Huanglong and Enel lost track of time in their cultivation, wholly immersed in the process of gaining power. Capone Beej and the others could only wait in bitter patience. This wait stretched on for nearly 10 days. Meanwhile, Caesar Clown, accompanied by Monet the Snow Woman and a squad from the Don Quixote family, secretly returned to Punk Hazard. Caesar, who called himself the world's 2nd greatest scientist, was indeed somewhat capable. He had partially mastered the technique of incorporating Zoan Devil Fruit abilities into objects. With the support of the Don Quixote family, he obtained a Zoan-type salamander fruit and fused it with concentrated poison gas, creating a purple venom slime. He guided the venom slime to begin devouring the toxic gas of Punk Hazard, purifying the island's poison mist, prioritizing the clearing of the laboratory's atmosphere. Upon returning to his long-abandoned lab, he discovered some experimental prisoners who had not yet succumbed to the poison. However, most of the prisoners in the lab had their legs paralyzed from inhaling the gas. Through a bout of clever deception, Caesar inadvertently triggered a stroke of luck similar to Buggy's. These surviving prisoners saw him as their messianic savior and swore to follow him unto death. Caesar accepted these new underlings without hesitation, equipping the paralyzed prisoners with remote-control balloons to aid their movement, setting them to guard Punk Hazard. Urged on by Doflamingo and watched over by Monet, Caesar quickly commenced his research on artificial devil fruits, using the intact laboratory equipment to produce sad animal bloodline factors. On the shore of Rhygiene Island, Viola, the user of the Gyro no Mi, and Capone Beg's group intercepted a passing news coup, securing the newspapers for the day. A wanted poster caught their attention. It featured a new face with a bounty of 300 million berries. Caesar Clown, former second-in-command of the World Government Science Division, expert in weapons of mass destruction, user of the Gasu, know me, extremely dangerous. When Dongya Huanglong rested and saw Caesar's wanted poster, he laughed. He hadn't known which prison Caesar was in, but now the fool had come out to die on his own. Let's go. We're heading to Punk Hazard. Dongya Huanglong called out to Enel, preparing to leave Raijin Island. He didn't know where Caesar was now, but he knew the man would surely go to Punk Hazard. If they went now, there was a good chance of catching him. He wondered if they would run into Doflamingo or the Don Quixote family. This would be interesting. Doflamingo still wanted to do business with Dongya Huanglong. That was impossible. With a dragon's roar, Dongya Huanglong took Enel and Capone Beach into the sky, racing towards Punk Hazard. Back on Punk Hazard, Caesar excitedly organized his personal laboratory. From now on, this vast research institute would be his domain alone. With Doflamingo's protection from the outside and a host of new underlings to command within, he vowed to be the premier scientist of Punk Hazard. As the venom slime grew larger, the poison gas on Punk Hazard diminished. In time, it would completely purify the island's air, all while becoming a dangerous monster of toxic gas itself. Sure, Aurora. Vegapunk, I will surpass you. Caesar fired up the machinery, beginning to produce the raw materials for artificial devil fruits. The success of Subject 88 showed him a path to mass-produce powerful subordinates. In the future, he would be no less than Queen the Plague or Vinsmoke Judge. He too would command a mighty army. A green-haired snow woman named Monet, wearing glasses, became Caesar's secretary, responsible for supervising and urging him to complete Doflamingo's tasks. The ability to fuse animal-type devil fruit powers with objects opened her eyes wide. However, looking at the somewhat foolish venom slime, this technology seemed rather impractical. Creating a weapon with low intelligence from a devil fruit worth over 100 million seemed like a loss. After all, a moderately talented human would unleash far greater combat power after consuming a devil fruit than a devil fruit weapon would. Of course, if the artificial devil fruit was successful, they would no longer be lacking in devil fruits and could use them freely. Caesar was adept at researching large-scale chemical weapons, but under Vegapunk's influence, he also understood that there were certain flaws in the technology for artificial devil fruits. However, for now, they needed to prepare the raw materials, extracting the bloodline factors from animals first, as they would use these sad animal bloodline factors to cultivate the devil fruits later. No one knew how many months it would take for the first artificial devil fruit to grow. It would be even better if there were a large number of animal-type devil fruit users. Perhaps he could create an even more perfect artificial devil fruit, as strong as the artificial azure dragon fruit from Experiment No. 88. This guy Caesar knew that the gas bomb that destroyed Punk Hazard was incredibly powerful, and he prepared to restart his chemical bomb research project, calling it the Death Kingdom Plan, while helping Doflamingo create artificial devil fruits. On the sea, Dongya Huanglong gazed at the approaching Punk Hazard, recalling unpleasant memories, a hint of brutality flashing in his eyes. Boss, stay calm. Capone Beach shouted, sensing the terrifying aura of brutality, fearing that he would be knocked unconscious and fall into the sea. Dongya Huanglong restrained his aura, accelerated, and continued charging towards Punk Hazard. I hope you're already there. As Caesar was commanding the members of the Don Quixote family, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. What's going on? Caesar looked around, seeking the source of his unease, until he finally turned his gaze to Monet. Doflamingo's influence was truly vast, sending a nature-type snow fruit user over. Beautiful lady called Doflamingo and asked him to capture some animal-type users as soon as possible. Caesar dismissed other thoughts and spoke to the beautiful secretary, but the next moment he felt an aura that terrified him, leaving him in a state of panic. At this moment, high above Punk Hazard, Dongya Huanglong excitedly watched the island where the poisonous gas was dissipating. Caesar, you dog, you've returned here. Dongya Huanglong quickly descended, his purple patterns writhing, absorbing the surrounding poisonous gas, creating a safe air environment. However, Capone Beach, the mafia boss, was still very cautious and put on the gas mask prepared by Vegapunk. Boss, there are many humans on the island, more than 100. Enel's electromagnetic waves rapidly covered the island, sensing the creatures on it. Let's go take them out. Without a moment's hesitation, Dongya Huanglong charged, and Enel transformed into lightning and chased after him, while Capone Beach and the people inside the castle remained on the shore for now. Along the way, upon seeing the members of the Don Quixote family, they directly used lightning to eliminate them, giving them no chance to signal. Punk Hazard had not yet established a complete surveillance system, and Caesar and Monet could not escape in advance. As the screams of the prisoner patrols and Don Quixote family members echoed from outside the laboratory, Caesar and Monet finally realized the enemy's invasion. When Dongya Huanglong kicked down the laboratory door, Caesar's face turned pale. It's him. How could it be him? Why is it Experiment No. 88? Caesar shouted in panic, immediately transforming into gas and fleeing in a hurry. Monet, seeing Dongya Huanglong's appearance, was also stunned. They had unexpectedly met again so soon after leaving Dressrosa. Caesar, you can't escape. Dongya Huanglong grinned, his brutal conqueror's haki erupting violently, black-red, lightning rapidly spreading, forcing the gaseous Caesar out, a laser swiftly piercing through Caesar's thigh, blood splattering. Don't kill me. Huanglong, aren't you still alive? You've even gained poisonous and transparent factors. You should be thanking me. Caesar cried out in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face as he shouted in terror, feeling immense fear from Donya Huanglong's killing intent. Moreover, these guys' armament hockey was even more terrifying than Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey, capable of forcing him out of his elemental form. Monet was about to speak when a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared before her, an eye that seemed to look down on ants, causing her to stumble back several steps. Nature types can be immune to physical attacks, but they cannot be immune to lightning elemental attacks. That's true. I still need to thank you for blowing up Punk Hazard, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. However, one thing is one thing, that does not affect my desire to eliminate you. After all, you killed me once. Donya Huanglong stepped closer to Caesar, looking down at him with a sinister smile. Back then it was Caesar who looked down on Donya Huanglong, playing with him like a lab rat. But now the roles had reversed, and it was Caesar who like an ant knelt before Donya Huanglong, begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Ooh, I can transplant the bloodline factors of Spark Red and Thunder Blue onto you. You are the perfect experimental subject. You will definitely succeed again. I can make you the strongest creature, surpassing Kaido. Moreover, I have already reached an agreement with Doflamingo. If you kill me, you will offend him. Caesar grasped at any chance to survive like a drowning duck. Doflamingo, I just robbed his territory a few days ago. He can't save you. Donya Huanglong laughed and punched Caesar in the stomach, silencing him instantly, bending him like a cooked shrimp, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Lord Huanglong, I beg you, for the sake of our young master, spare Caesar. We are willing to pay to buy back Caesar's life with devil fruits. Monet, seeing Caesar nearly beaten to death, forced herself to suppress her fear and trembled as she shouted. This scientist Caesar was an important task assigned to her by Doflamingo, and she had to find a way to save his life. For Doflamingo's sake. Now you are also my spoils of war. What will you use to exchange for you and Caesar, both nature-type users? Donya Huanglong looked at the green-haired beauty with a graceful figure, mocking with a smile. Sorry, Doflamingo, I have to snatch another female officer from you. Donya Huanglong looked at the green-haired beauty with a graceful figure, mocking with a smile. Sorry, Doflamingo, I have to snatch another female officer from you. Within the Research Institute of Punk Hazard. Under the terrifying pressure of Donya Huanglong, Kibin, the puncture man, obediently activated his puncture fruit ability, puncturing each piece of experimental equipment one by one, transforming them into deflated balloon-like shapes. He then folded and organized them, storing them within Capone Beg's castle body. Originally in the plan scheme, Vegapunk and the scientists had drafted various lists abandoning large equipment that was inconvenient to move. But now with Kibin the puncture man, Donya Huanglong intended to take everything movable away. Meanwhile, Caesar, beaten black and blue with both legs broken, was shackled with seastone cuffs and discarded like a tattered rag nearby. Having vented his anger, Donya Huanglong did not immediately kill this man, for his Logia Gasu no Mi still held value for research or retrieval. Killing him now would only allow this Logia ability to randomly reincarnate somewhere in the world. Monet the Snow Woman and Logia Yuki no Mi user also became Donya Huanglong's captive, bound with seastone cuffs and imprisoned. Donya Huanglong dispatched Enel to hunt down all surviving prisoners and members of the Don Quixote family on the island, while he himself dealt with the purple salamander, Slime, a creature born of toxic gas. Under Donya Huanglong's threat of death, Caesar had already handed over the simple command authority of this venomous devil fruit monster to him. Gazing at the venomous salamander, Donya Huanglong recklessly plunged his dragon claws into its concentrated venom body, the purple toxin patterns on his own body writhing rapidly as he frantically absorbed the monster's venom. This saves me quite some time. This venomous salamander had been absorbing the purple toxic mist on Punk Hazard for 7 or 8 days, gathering most of the island's poison into concentrated venom and transforming into a colossal slime salamander. Now Donya Huanglong seized the fruits of the venomous salamander's labor, strengthening his own toxic abilities. As Donya Huanglong absorbed it, the venomous salamander gradually shrank from dozens of meters to just a few, taking on a hint of a slime pet's demeanor. This kind of devil fruit weapon was easier to tame than the artificial dragon created by Vegapunk. Like Mr. Four's Dachshund Cannon or Spandam's Elephant Sword Funkfried, these devil fruit weapons were created and then sold to various owners. These devil fruit weapons would then obey their new masters. Now that Donya Huanglong had become the new master of this venomous salamander, it allowed him to mold and shape it without resistance, obediently following any command. Of course, with the simple instinctive consciousness of such devil fruit weapons, they could only comprehend basic commands. The emergence of these devil fruit weapons, along with the rebellious consciousness of artificial devil fruit users, proved that Zoan devil fruits indeed possessed a certain biological will. The wills of mythical Zoan devil fruits were even stronger. Legend had it that the sun god Nika fruit even evaded the world government searches. That was somewhat absurd. Donya Huanglong amusingly led this venomous salamander around the island, continuing to absorb the toxic gas. Yet in the end, he did not completely cleanse this island of poison, lest it be reoccupied by the world government or become the dueling ground for Akainu and Akiji. From now on, both Punk Hazard the island of poison gas and Raijin Island the island of lightning would become Dongya Huanglong's territory. He observed the venomous salamander which could split its body into numerous small toxic slimes, its gas liquid composition granting immunity to physical attacks, leaving him highly satisfied with his new pet. Moreover, it was highly venomous, capable of easily poisoning ordinary foes, and the smaller slimes it split into could explode upon contact with fire, enhancing their lethality. This truly rivaled Big Mom Charlotte Linland's advanced homies. Come slime, Dongya Huanglong commanded, and the group of small slime splits which had been absorbing the toxic gas gradually coalesced back into a slightly larger venomous salamander, following its new master like an eager dog. The appearance of this toxic monster slightly diminished Dongya Huanglong's murderous intent toward Caesar. He wondered if this man could continue creating elemental devil fruit weapon creatures, like thunderclouds, flames, swamp mud, or snowflakes. If possible, Dongya Huanglong could craft low-tier versions of Zeus the Thundercloud or Prometheus, the sun, replicating the power of the Soul Fruit. Indeed, the path of combining science with devil fruit abilities was worth further exploration. When Dongya Huanglong returned to the research institute, Kibin was lying on the ground, exhausted with his tongue out. In a single day, he had punctured nearly an entire institute's worth of equipment, far exceeding his previous workload. Thanks to the diligent relocation efforts of the Tontata tribe, almost the entire institute had been emptied, even scattered research documents had been gathered. Boss, we can leave now. Capone Beej, looking at the worn-out Kibin, reported to Dongya Huanglong with a smile. With this puncture man, everything had become much more convenient. This time, they had also captured 2 Logia users. If both could be subdued along with Inel the Goro Nomi user, they would possess 3 Logia users. Mancheri, treat that dead dog, don't let him die. Dongya Huanglong, for the sake of his plan for elemental devil fruit weapon creatures, had decided to spare this man's life to extract greater value from him. He would beat him whenever he displeased him, but he couldn't let him die just yet. Alright. Princess Mancheri sprinkled a healing dandelion over the critically injured Caesar, restoring his broken legs and significantly reducing the swelling on his battered face. I hope you can create a few more devil fruit weapon creatures like the slime. Otherwise, if you're of no use to me, it'll give you a thorough beating. Dongya Huanglong grinned at Caesar, his mortal enemy, the chill in his tone causing Caesar to tremble in fear and nod frantically through tears. As each person returned to Capone Beg's castle body, Dongya Huanglong transformed back into a divine dragon carrying Beej and Inel as he flew directly away from Punk Hazard, heading back to Skypea. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, a relatively cheerful Doflamingo was dispatching large quantities of supplies to Punk Hazard, urging Caesar to produce the raw materials for artificial devil fruits as soon as possible. Were those Tontata truly all taken away? As his subordinates returned from exploring Green Bit, Doflamingo's expression darkened. He had intended to capture some Tontata to cultivate artificial devil fruits, but after Inel destroyed the bridge to Green Bit, the entire Tontata tribe had vanished without a trace. Dongya Huanglong had gone too far. Now he would have to assign ordinary people to cultivate the devil fruits, which would undoubtedly reduce efficiency. When he attempted to contact Monet at Punk Hazard to check on progress, the unanswered din mushy caused Doflamingo's face to darken even further. When he attempted to contact Monet at Punk Hazard to check on progress, the unanswered din mushy caused Doflamingo's face to darken even further. When he attempted to contact Monet at Punk Hazard to check on progress, the unanswered din mushy caused Doflamingo's face to darken even further. Realizing the situation had gone awry, Doflamingo, without a second thought, personally led his men and stormed toward Punk Hazard in a fury. When he landed on the island the next day and entered the empty laboratory, his conqueror's hockey rampaged wildly across the island. Who in the hell did this? Doflamingo roared in rage. He had only just rescued Caesar not long ago, and now both Caesar and Monet had been captured, and the laboratory was completely stripped bare. Who possessed such capability and speed? He had hoped the artificial devil fruits would bolster the Don Quixote family's strength and expand business with Kaido of the Beasts, but now, just as it began, it had utterly collapsed. He had also lost Snow Woman Monet and a salamander fruit. Young Master, the bodies left behind seemed to have been killed by lightning. Young Master, there are some small footprints here, possibly from the Tontata tribe. There are no traces of equipment being moved to the port on the island. They might have flown away. As each clue was reported, Doflamingo immediately thought of that bastard Dongya Huanglong, the Tontata tribe god Enel the Flying Dragon. Dongya Huanglong had not only attacked his underground port and extorted him once, but now he had also cut off a major business venture. It seemed Dongya Huanglong had set his sights on the artificial devil fruits as well. The Tontata tribe skilled in cultivation and the experimental equipment from Punk Hazard. Dongya Huanglong, I swear I'll kill you. Doflamingo had lost all desire to cooperate with Dongya Huanglong. He now only wanted to eliminate this subject 88 and reclaim Caesar and the Tontata tribe. That day at the underground port, Dongya Huanglong captured Kibikan. He probably played a major role in moving everything here. Gladius continued his analysis. The laboratory had been emptied too thoroughly, making the reason easy to guess. Let's go back and discuss with Giberson and Pakata how to deal with Dongya Huanglong. With a grim face, Doflamingo left Punk Hazard. Though he didn't know if Donya Huanglong had returned for the equipment and coincidentally stumbled upon Caesar and Monet. But since Donya Huanglong knew Monet was his subordinate and still captured her, there was little room for negotiation. Donya Huanglong was now making a move against the Don Quixote family. Kibikan, brother of Giberson, was captured by Donya Huanglong, and Nethahu, subordinate of Draco Picado, was killed by him. Doflamingo planned to ally with these two underground emperors to deal with the arrogant Donya Huanglong. He had originally intended to pit Donya Huanglong against them, but now he himself had suffered a great loss. Thus, he would mobilize the power of the underworld along with the world government's forces to jointly destroy this experiment that obstructed his path to wealth. Furious, Doflamingo returned to Dressrosa and began devising plans against Donya Huanglong. He even had Virgo report the incident of Donya Huanglong stripping Punk Hazard to the higher-ups. He aimed to have the world government and the Navy tighten their material blockade on Donya Huanglong. A few days later, Donya Huanglong and his group safely returned to Skypiea. The Tontata tribe cheerfully moved into the primeval forest of Upper Yard, establishing their second home. Among the 4 members of the Riku family, King Riku was assigned to assist Gonfall in managing Skypiea, while Violet joined the Huanglong crew responsible for visual security and intelligence gathering in the sky. Soldier Kairos and Rebecca joined Kuma's training team. Kairos served as a swordsmanship instructor, while Rebecca trained alongside Bonnie Isa and the others to grow stronger. The experimental equipment from Punk Hazard was restored under Kibikan's ability and quickly set up in Skypiea. Vegapunk and the scientists were very satisfied with the familiar apparatus. You captured Caesar too. Vegapunk looked with disdain at this familiar figure cuffed in sea stone. Vegapunk, you escaped from the world government. Caesar was equally shocked to see Vegapunk, never imagining he could slip through the world government's fingers. This guy created this. Don't worry, he'll make sure he's properly disciplined. Donya Huanglong led his new pet, the gas slime, and revealed the plan for elemental devil fruit weaponized organisms to Vegapunk. Sai then leave the weapon type experiments to him from now on. They'll focus on researching new energy sources for giant robots. Vegapunk sighed, unwilling to see Caesar a scum who should be locked and impelled down any longer. Whom'll surpass you? Caesar shouted angrily at Vegapunk's demeanor, but the next moment a massive fist slammed into his stomach. Less talk, do your work, and behave. Donya Huanglong glared coldly at this worthless scum who forgot the pain after the wound healed. Yes, I'll obey and research everything you want. Caesar immediately wilted, no longer daring to bluster or boast. Subsequently, Caesar was fitted with a pair of low-purity seastone explosive handcuffs, which suppressed his Logia gas abilities without draining his strength, also preventing any escape attempt. Neither Kibikan nor Monet had anticipated that Donya Huanglong's territory was in Skypiea. Knowing this secret, how could they ever escape? Kibikan grew increasingly agitated, realizing he might never return to his family. Donya Huanglong showed no intention of releasing him, drawing his blood and fitting him with low-purity seastone cuffs. It seemed he would be working for Donya Huanglong from now on. Baby 5 moved into Donya Huanglong's temple, becoming his personal maid. Snow Woman Monet was imprisoned in the laboratory, treated similarly to Bach the Melt Man. She temporarily served as a research subject for Logia types. This woman was fiercely loyal to Doflamingo and hard to subdue. As Sugar's sister with Sugar in the Don Quixote family, she would never betray Doflamingo. If necessary, Donya Huanglong would deal with her as he did with Enel, having Vegapunk and Kuma erase her memories. It all depended on how much use she still had. Here, take these 2 devil fruits too. They seem to be the Zoan-type frog fruit and sheep fruit. Donya Huanglong handed over the ordinary Zoan-type fruits obtained from Doflamingo to Vegapunk and his scientists for research. These weaker devil fruits held little interest for Donya Huanglong. With projects like the Pacifista Seraphim artificial devil fruits and devil fruit weaponized organisms all underway, Donya Huanglong harbored grand ambitions for the future. Once these scientific forces matured, overpowering the 4 emperors and storming the Holy Land would be no dream. Before initiating the next phase, Donya Huanglong trained relentlessly, striving to fully surpass Bartholomew Kuma in strength. Only then would he be qualified to contend with the 4 emperors and the 5 elders. In the underworld of the New World, the clandestine news that Doflamingo, Giberson, and Dragal Picaro were joining forces to take on Donya Huanglong sent ripples of shock through the criminal underbelly. However, Du Feld, the king of loans, and Umit, the shipping magnate, merely wished to watch the spectacle unfold with no intention of getting involved. They were businessmen who believed in peace and prosperity and had no desire to provoke a madman like Donya Huanglong, who dared to slay even the celestial dragons. Moreover, he led a group of ruthless individuals capable of appearing before you at any moment using the pawpaw fruit's power. In a lively neon-lit pleasure district within a luxurious secret chamber, a woman with a lattice hat and short golden hair lit a slim cigarette and gently blew out a smoke ring. So the doctor is working under a madman like this. Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, murmured softly, a hint of helpless resignation in her tone. As a triple agent also serving as a CP0 operative, she now had to both shield Vegapunk and carry out the world government's mission to deal with Donya Huanglong. These past 2 days, the 5 elders had instructed her to assist Doflamingo in orchestrating this underworld coalition against Donya Huanglong. The goal was to completely cut off Donya Huanglong's channels for purchasing rare resources in the underworld, thereby indirectly slowing down Vegapunk's research progress. Let's see how to strike a balance. Stussie's delicate lips curled into a faint smile. She was determined to prioritize the interests of her creator Vegapunk while handling the Five Elders assignment. If I can help the doctor successfully break free from the world government's control, I hope to meet you soon. Stussie lightly discarded Donya Huanglong's wanted poster. As a clone, she too wished to see this ultimate test subject. Aboard the Grand Tesoro in a secret room, a man swirled a glass of red wine, his legs crossed, holding a Din Din Mushy in one hand, with another white anti-eavesdropping Din Din Mushy nearby. I was planning to find you, but it seems you've come to me yourself. Guild Tesoro grinned with keen interest. He admired this man who had killed a celestial dragon. But for now, he wouldn't abandon the Grand Tesoro to wage war against the world government and the celestial dragons. That path led only to ruin, and he currently relished his status of supreme wealth and power. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to fund Donya Huanglong's efforts to harass the celestial dragons. Tesoro, let's be direct. I know about the mark on your back and about Stella. You are destined to cooperate only with me to overthrow the celestial dragons. Donya Huanglong's voice slowly emanated from the Din Din Mushy, instantly silencing Tesoro. A murderous intent filled Tesoro's face. He hadn't expected Donya Huanglong to know the secrets buried deep in his heart. Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to expose your secrets. Perhaps we can start with a covert collaboration. You provide us with funds and gather various resources. When we have enough power, you can decide whether to personally take revenge on the celestial dragons. Donya Huanglong stated calmly, but his words had completely ensnared Tesoro. This former celestial dragon slave had no other choice. If the celestial dragons ever learned that Tesoro was once their slave, they would strip him of everything. They wouldn't, as they did now, grant him the status of a king of an allied nation and a modicum of respect for the sake of his money. How do you know this? Tesoro asked, coldly recalling how he had even killed the underling who had removed the slave brand from his back. Logically, no one should know. If he could, he would love to eliminate Donya Huanglong, this keeper of his secrets. I can see a glimpse of the past. You have no secrets from me, Tesoro. Stop your wild thoughts. Donya Huanglong chuckled softly. Through his recent constant sparring with Kuma, he knew his strength was no less than that of awakened ability users like Doflamingo and Tesoro. He possessed the power to speak with Tesoro on equal footing, hence this conversation. Fine, tell me how much you want. Tesoro suppressed his displeasure and said coldly. He suddenly found himself hoping Doflamingo's alliance would eliminate Donya Huanglong, removing one more threat. I'm not short of money, either do I have plenty of gold. As I said, I need you to gather rare materials and capture devil fruit users for me. When necessary, you'll also help me eliminate certain individuals. Donya Huanglong said with a smile. He knew Tesoro was wealthy and often executed wanted criminals as entertainment on the Grand Tesoro. It would be a waste to execute devil fruit users like that. It would be far better to send them to Vegapunk as test subjects. Zoan-type users would have their lineage factors extracted to create perfect artificial Zoan devil fruits. Paramecia-type users would have theirs extracted to create the Paramecia green blood for the Seraphim. As for Logia types, there weren't many in this sea. Fine. Don't bother me unless necessary, and don't you dare threaten me. Tesoro's tone was frigid. He had initially admired this man who killed a celestial dragon, but now Donya Huanglong knew he was a former celestial dragon slave and was blackmailing him into cooperation. This stirred a killing intent in Tesoro. However, since even the world government couldn't find Donya Huanglong's whereabouts, he had no choice but to cooperate. Relax, I consider you an ally. Perhaps one day you'll thank me for giving you the opportunity and the courage to kill the celestial dragons. Donya Huanglong grinned, speaking to this ambitious man who had forgotten his original purpose. He aimed to rekindle Tesoro's shame from his days as a slave and the hatred over Stella's death. Even though Tesoro was now the world's richest man enjoying privileges akin to a celestial dragon, those past experiences and hatred would never fade. Most importantly, Donya Huanglong had his eye on Tesoro's Paramecia gold fruit ability and the Paramecia luck fruit ability. He needed to acquire these two abilities. His army of Seraphim couldn't be without them. Doflamingo is forming an alliance with other underworld emperors to deal with you. Be damn careful when you come to pick up the goods. Tesoro said coldly. He couldn't afford to reveal his cooperation with Donya Huanglong, as it would be as damaging as exposing his identity as a former celestial dragon slave. After all, Donya Huanglong's act of killing a celestial dragon was an extreme crime, and the world government was scouring the world for him. I know. He'll deal with Doflamingo soon. When I do, you can also take a bite, seizing his territory and business. Donya Huanglong said dismissively. Doflamingo would eventually fall into his hands. He could let him strut around for a few more days. For now, that guy was probably planning to use the world government and Marine Admirals against him. So it was best to stay away from Dressrosa for now. In a few months, when things had cooled down, he would launch a surprise attack on Dressrosa. He would make Doflamingo realize that he had truly provoked a madman. Months later, at the sinking Sun Island on the Grand Line. Roar. Boom. A half-dragon man was slammed violently into the ground, sending waves of earth several meters high surging outward from his point of impact. Countless plumes of dust billowed up and the entire island trembled. 2. Tono Arariu crawled out of the massive crater, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with fervor. So this is Conqueror's Haki infusion. It really packs a punch. His tough dragon scales had already cracked, but his spirits soared higher as he yearned to master this terrifying power. Your body is incredibly tough. You're practically a monster. Monkey D, dragon-clad in a green robe, looked somewhat astonished. He knew Tono Arariu, the ultimate experiment, was strong, but he hadn't expected him to withstand a blow infused with Conqueror's Haki. Stop dawdling. Keep going. I paid my tuition. The half-dragon, burning with Lunarian flames, charged once more at Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army. The two plunged into a dizzying high-speed battle, their fight growing ever more intense. Enel watched with a pounding heart, but his own fighting spirit was ignited as he turned his gaze toward the revolutionary army's Northern Army commander Karasu. This man was a Logia-type soot fruit user, immensely powerful. Enel was determined to defeat this veteran powerhouse to prove his own strength. It turned out that Bartholomew Kuma had been subtly fostering cooperation between the Arariu pirates and the revolutionary army. Combined with Tono Ararius' intense desire to learn Conqueror's Haki infusion, a meeting between him and Dragon became inevitable. The vast amounts of gold in Tono Ararius' possession were a tempting prospect for Dragon, who was desperately short of funds. Now Dragon was teaching Tono Arariu Conqueror's Haki infusion, even setting an exorbitant fee of 100 million berries per day. Yet Tono Arariu agreed, without batting an eye. The revolutionary army, accustomed to poverty, was utterly astounded. Today they were determined to bleed this nouveau riche dry. Meanwhile, Capone Beej was negotiating other collaborations with the revolutionary army's Eastern Army commander Bello Betty on behalf of the Arariu pirates. The Arariu pirates offered vast quantities of gold, some of Vegapunk's technology, and a batch of dial weapons, but the revolutionary army had to dig deep into its own reserves just to stay at the negotiating table. Commander Betty, we're not interested in the usual items you offer. Would like to trade for devil fruits or rare materials. Capone Beej, the short, stout gangster, bit down on his cigar, wearing a shrewd merchant smirk as he dismissively scanned the revolutionary army's list of goods. However, the Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu from Fishman Island, along with the 99 attack cuisine vitality menu from the Kamabaka Kingdom, caught his interest. They held some value. We barely have enough of those for ourselves. If that's the case, our negotiations are going nowhere. Bello Betty, a cigarette dangling from her lips, spoke with a cocky air. Her blouse was unbuttoned, revealing a generous expanse of cleavage, giving her the demeanor of a hardened female gang leader. Their Southern Army commander Lindbergh was an inventor, and most of the materials they collected were used for their own projects. If the Arariu pirates turned their noses up at what the revolutionary army had to offer, Bello Betty figured she'd just let their leader Dragon squeeze more funds out of Tono Arariu to cover expenses. Alright, for now, we'll take the Fishman Karate and Jiu-Jitsu, those vitality menus, and that Lindbergh-type freeze gun. Not bad. With deep pockets, Capone Beej held the upper hand in the trade. After some selective bargaining, he secured everything Tono Arariu had requested, along with a few items he fancied himself. Now in the Arariu pirates, this former West Sea Mafia Don had become something of a quartermaster, keeping the crew running smoothly. Kuma, we're not going to fight, are we? Morley, the Western Army commander, spoke to Bartholomew Kuma in a soft, almost effeminate tone, his voice a stark contrast to his giant stature. He eyed the members of the Arariu pirates, some gloomy, some sardonic, and one long-lobed man practically vibrating with barely restrained violence. Seeing the expressions on Trafalgar Law, Lafitte, and Enel, as if they were ready to start a war with the revolutionary army at any moment, made him feel a little scared. Don't worry, it'll be nothing more than a friendly spar at most. Kuma, wearing his rimless glasses, spoke gently, his face radiating warmth and contentment. On his shoulder sat an excited, squealing, pink-haired little girl. After months of treatment by Vegapunk, Mancheri and Law, Bonnie had finally undergone a successful stem cell transplant. Though not fully recovered, she could now move about in the sunlight. This friendly exchange with the revolutionary army was Bonnie's first glimpse of the world's grandeur. Her very first adventure began aboard a magnificent golden ship setting sail from the beautiful Skypea, an experience she would cherish forever. The golden ship, the Ark Maxim, had been built under the direction of the inventor Wolf, working overtime until its completion just a few days ago. This voyage was its maiden journey, a momentous occasion. Kuma, will you ever come back to the revolutionary army? Youngsters like Sabo and Koala looked at the gentle Kuma with longing, missing their former instructor. No, he's not coming back. We're part of the Arariu pirates, now living in a beautiful country. Before Kuma could answer, Bonnie blurted out. She now loved life on Skypea and adored people like Vegapunk and Mancheri. Back when Kuma was with the revolutionary army, he was always terribly busy, often leaving the church on Sorbet Kingdom and returning every time covered in wounds and exhaustion. This had left Bonnie with a bit of a grudge. But after joining Tono Arariu, Kuma was always by her side, and the crew had even cured her illness. So Bonnie had also requested to join the Arariu pirates, becoming the youngest member of the crew. She now felt a strong sense of belonging to the Araryu pirates in Skypiea, and she wouldn't let Kuma return to the Revolutionary Army. Bonnie's right. I probably won't go back, but it'll ensure Captain Araryu and Dragon reach an agreement. We'll still have chances to work together in the future, Kuma said softly. This was his promise to Tono Araryu, who had not only cured Bonnie but had even vowed to kill a celestial dragon to avenge Ginny. It had deeply moved his heart. During the 2 years Ginny was captured by the celestial dragons, Dragon had not only been wary of them himself, but had also urged Kuma to act with restraint, which had stolen Kuma's courage to rescue her. Tono Araryu was indeed more reckless than Dragon, but he was also truly brave. He was the first to declare war on the celestial dragons, and even killed one of them. This shattered the absolute fear Kuma and the world held for the celestial dragons. Though following Tono Araryu might be more dangerous, life would never be stifling. Take life lightly and fight back against any injustice. Kuma, Bonnie, Law, and the others all felt that the Araryu pirates' motto was powerful and unyielding. Take life lightly and fight back against any injustice. Kuma, Bonnie, Law, and the others all felt that the Araryu pirates' motto was powerful and unyielding. Sabo, Koala, and Morley felt deeply disheartened upon hearing Kuma's words. Kuma possessed not only a gentle nature but also a strong sense of responsibility. His devil fruit ability allowed him to heal and teleport swiftly, and his combat prowess was immense. Without Kuma, the Revolutionary Army had lost one of its pillars. Hey, the Wild Dragon Pirate's reputation is no less than yours. Our captain killed a celestial dragon and has a bounty of 1 billion berry. He's a real tough guy. Bonnie stood on Kuma's shoulder, hands on her hips, shouting proudly. Now that her father Kuma's bounty was only 296 million berry, she felt her big brother Wild Dragon was incredibly strong and cool. She also wanted a bounty of her own, at least over 100 million berry. Lately she had been training hard in her adult form. She could even hold her own against Lafitte. Her current goal was to defeat the hard castleman Capone Beach. If she could surpass this West Sea Mafia Don, she would be stronger than most pirates in the West Sea. That would prove she had the makings of a supernova. Kuma had mentioned that a young man named Sabo was very talented. Bonnie added Sabo to her target list, determined to defeat this youth, who often earned Kuma's praise. As the battle between Higashino Koryu and Dragon grew more intense, Enel couldn't resist wanting to fight Karasu. Hey, long-beaked crow, want to have a match? Enel shouted at the sharp-eyed crow, feeling immense pressure from this Northern Army commander. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, not much weaker than Kuma. 50 million berry a day. Just as the Revolutionary Army expected Karasu to refuse, he suddenly spoke. The soot swirling around him transformed into black crows as hard and dark as if coated in armament hockey, seemingly challenging Enel. No one expected Karasu to also want to make money off these wealthy individuals like Dragon. I don't know how much 50 million berry is. Take this gold. Enel scowled, using his lightning to melt and shape gold, tossing a lump weighing nearly 10 jin to the Revolutionary Army. Whoa, that's worth tens of millions of berry. Southern Army Commander Lindbergh cheerfully picked up the gold, surprised that the aloof Karasu had learned to use provocation and money-making tricks. Seeing the Revolutionary Army accept the gold, Enel transformed into lightning without a word and launched an attack on Karasu. The two Logia users instantly erupted into a fierce battle. However, their fight still paled in comparison to the clash between Higashino Koryu and Dragon. Bello Betty's eyes lit up at the prospect of making money. It seemed a shame not to fleece the wealthy today. She quickly scanned the Wild Dragon Pirates, looking for a target. The cunning Trafalgar Law, the devious Lafitte, and the seasoned Beej were all hard to fool. They certainly wouldn't pay for a sparring match. After all, they could just fight directly without needing to follow the rules like a fool such as Enel. But soon Bello Betty grinned. Morley, you spar with Kuma. 50 million berry per session. Kuma, you don't want the Revolutionary Army to stay poor, do you? And Sabo, you spar with Bonnie and teach her a thing or two. Kuma, look at Bonnie's eyes. You wouldn't want to refuse her, would you? Sabo only charges 5 million berry. This Eastern Army commander knew exactly which buttons to push. She was determined to squeeze some money out of these wealthy folks. The Revolutionary Army was simply too poor, every bit helped. Capone Beej watched Bello Betty with a dark scowl, labeling her a profiteer. Who the hell charges for a fight? Paying for the captain to learn Conqueror's hockey infusion was one thing, but how dare the others charge? Just go and fight them directly. Kuma was speechless at Bello Betty, who would even swindle her own comrades. It was he who had approved Betty to succeed Ginny as the Eastern Army commander. However, seeing Bonnie's eager expression and Bello Betty's pitiful fake face, he had no choice but to contribute his secret savings to the Revolutionary Army. After all, he had no use for money on Skypiea. Seeing Kuma nod, Bonnie and Betty burst into laughter, while Beej, Law, and other Wild Dragon pirates wore expressionless black faces. Little Bonnie charged excitedly at Sabo, eager to beat him up, while Kuma and Morley went through the motions, demonstrating their respective strengths. Bonnie, even though you're a girl, I won't go easy on you. Sabo grinned, clenching his fists. He genuinely liked Kuma's daughter, but once in battle, he became intensely serious. Koala beside him, recalling her own swollen head from a previous encounter with Sabo, jumped up and gave him a sharp knock on the head. Be gentle with girls, especially your own comrades. Don't be too rough with Bonnie. Koala transformed into a sharp-toothed reedy tigress, pointing at Sabo and scolding him. She was exasperated with Sabo's dense nature. Did he really want to beat up Master Kuma's precious daughter? I understand. Sabo whimpered, holding the lump on his head. I don't need any of you to go easy on me. The next moment Bonnie shouted loudly, transforming into an adult woman, her arm swelling into a giant's fist that sent Sabo flying with a single punch. Seeing petite Bonnie suddenly change, Koala's jaw dropped in disbelief. Hee, I'm really strong. Bonnie laughed, triumphantly determined to become a big shot with a bounty over 100 million berry. Since Bonnie is so strong, I won't hold back either. Sabo stood up from the crater, looking seriously at Bonnie with a smile. His right hand transformed into a three-fingered dragon claw as he swiftly attacked her. The two immediately clashed while Kuma, who was merely sparring with Morley, kept a watchful eye on their fight to prevent any accidents. Hee Capone Beej wanna have a match. Let's bet 100 million berry. Bello Betty smiled this time, proposing a gambling match rather than a one-sided sparring fee. Winner takes all. Boring. Capone Beej refused without hesitation. Such a fight was meaningless. But the next moment, he'll do it. Trafalgar Law stepped forward, shouldering his Nodachi. He also wanted to test his strength against this Eastern Army commander. If he won, he'd earn 100 million berry. Even if he lost, he could afford it. Indeed, the wild dragon pirates were that wealthy. Suit yourself. Capone Beej shrugged, biting his cigar. He admitted Law was slightly stronger, and the Gnome abilities were bizarre. Perhaps Law had a chance to win. Whoa, handsome, go easy on me. Bello Betty hoisted her red banner, grinning as if she had already secured victory over the young Trafalgar Law. Whoa, handsome, go easy on me. Bello Betty hoisted her red banner, grinning as if she had already secured victory over the young Trafalgar Law. The sparring between the members of the Wild Dragon Group and the Revolutionary Army allowed both sides to witness each other's formidable strength. For the Revolutionary Army, which had been developing for 10 or 20 years, the Wild Dragon Group's strength, though not yet comparable, was growing at an astonishing pace. In just half a year, so many powerful individuals had joined their ranks. Even the combined might of Donya Huanglong, Bartholomew Kuma, and Enel could rival any warlord of the Seas faction. Not even Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, could withstand the assault of these three, let alone the other warlords. Your Conqueror's Haki possesses a unique ability. Dragon, enveloped in black and red lightning, continuously instructed Donya Huanglong on the application of Conqueror's Haki infusion. He knew that some forms of observation Haki had mutated into special abilities rarer even than Conqueror's Haki itself. Yet he never anticipated that Donya Huanglong's Conqueror's Haki would be a special variant akin to a unique observation Haki. He had never heard of such a phenomenon from the likes of Whitebeard or Kaido of the Beasts. Perhaps Shank's Conqueror's Haki was also a special, extraordinarily potent type. It's still not working. It seems my Conqueror's Haki hasn't yet reached the level for infusion, though I understand the theory now. Donya Huanglong suffered blow after blow, but the quantity and quality of his Conqueror's Haki had not yet undergone the necessary transformation. He couldn't grasp Conqueror's Haki infusion just yet. It seemed he would need to slay a few more great pirates and celestial dragons to elevate his spirit. Your growth rate is already remarkable. Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of the world in just a few years? Dragon retorted with exasperation. Every Yonko had walked the path to supremacy through decades of battle, Dragon himself included. And why not? Donya Huanglong declared, his ambition burning fiercely. His presence grew ever more imposing. Some are born to shatter the rules. If something as extraordinary as reincarnation could happen, then anything was possible. Enough. But I advise you to develop quietly. Don't drag Kuma and Vegapunk towards ruin. Dragon sought to caution Donya Huanglong. Having seized Vegapunk and slain a celestial dragon, he should consolidate his gains and avoid drawing undue attention. Expand slowly, recruit fewer people, and meticulously vet each member to prevent the world government from finding an opportunity to destroy your stronghold. Don't worry about that. Donya Huanglong chuckled. With the Tantata Shandia and Scipion tribes, he had no need for ordinary combatants. Infiltrating his ranks with spies was virtually impossible for the world government. Every future recruit would be carefully selected by Donya Huanglong, and with Vegapunk and Kuma's memory racing duo overseeing the process, no issues would arise. The Flower Country and the Song Country on the West Blue are now in an all-out war. Interested? The Hashikai's Hashoken is excellent, and the Song Country boasts many fine swords. I've heard the Hashikai also possesses a great glacial treasure. Dragon spoke while relentlessly pummeling Donya Huanglong. He held no fondness for raiding groups like the Hashikai, which resembled pirates. However, both the Flower Country and the Song Country were pirate nations and legal member states of the world government. Like the warlords of the sea, they had the right to legally plunder non-member nations and islands. Dragon deeply resented the system where paying exorbitant tributes guaranteed membership. A pirate nation like Song Country could even request the navy to deal with other great pirates. It was utterly despicable. Nevertheless, the world government rarely intervened in wars between member states, at most offering mediation. Some weaker member states struggling to meet their tribute were forced to continuously plunder other islands or ruthlessly exploit their own citizens. Kaido's homeland, the Vodka Kingdom, was a prime example. A member state that waged constant wars of plunder just to pay the tribute. Any devil fruit users among them? Donya Huanglong was not particularly interested. He had plenty of targets to capture or recruit, and had no time for the squabbles of nations, not even the lure of Chinjeo's great treasure. Unless he nearly exhausted the gold of Shandora, he wouldn't bother seizing the Hashikai's glacial treasure. The Song country's guardian general is said to be a mythical Zoan user. Even Chinjo has suffered losses at his hands. Moreover, the Song country has acquired many powerful weapons from somewhere, and it seems the Flower country is now at a slight disadvantage. Dragon continued, knowing that a mythical Zoan user would pique Donya Huanglong's interest. Vegapunk's experiments required various powerful ability users. Meanwhile, Dragon could seize the opportunity to ally with the Wild Dragon group intervening in the war between Flower Country and Song Country to develop the Revolutionary Army, inspiring the oppressed people there to rise up and overthrow both pirate nations. Beyond the Song Country's weapons and the Flower Country's glacial treasure, Dragon aimed to bind the Wild Dragon group's appearance with the Revolutionary Army, making the world government aware of their alliance. Donya Huanglong, having slain a celestial dragon, enjoyed great fame among the common people. If he could truly be tied to the Revolutionary Army, it would be immensely beneficial. In short, Donya Huanglong would bear the risks and draw the world government's fire, while the Revolutionary Army would bask in his fame and claim the territories and resources he didn't need. Alright, give me a time. Donya Huanglong was indeed intrigued by this mythical Zoan general. Capturing him and extracting his lineage factor would allow Vegapunk to create an artificial mythical Zoan devil fruit, much like the artificial Azure Dragon. He'll notify you when the time comes. Dragon said with a light chuckle, then resumed his relentless assault on Donya Huanglong. With the Wild Dragon group's existence, the pressure from the world government was significantly alleviated. The Revolutionary Army no longer had to hide as desperately as before. Most of the Cypher Pole agents were now hunting Donya Huanglong, the villain who had killed a celestial dragon. I will master Conqueror's Haki infusion and surpass you. Donya Huanglong, battered and bruised, declared with resentment. His monstrous physique and incredible regenerative abilities were the only reasons he could withstand Dragon's infusion attacks. Mastering infusion isn't easy. You should practice for a few more years. Dragon was paid for his services. At a rate of 100 million berries per day, he intended to teach Donya Huanglong, thoroughly beating him until he comprehended deeper Haki. Enduring more blows would benefit all three types of Haki. Even if it didn't immediately help with Conqueror's Haki infusion, it would still train his armament and observation Haki. Someone who failed to teach for 2 years is a poor teacher. You say a few years, seems like you're just as mediocre. Donya Huanglong grinned, even as he was beaten. He was determined to fully master Conqueror's Haki infusion, within 2 years becoming the most fearsome powerhouse capable of defeating Navy Admirals and Yonko. Donya Huanglong grinned, even as he was beaten. He was determined to fully master Conqueror's Haki infusion, within 2 years becoming the most fearsome powerhouse capable of defeating Navy Admirals and Yonko. Above a certain expanse of the Grand Line sky, a golden airship sailed through the heavens. Aboard, the young girls Bonnie Yesei and Mancherry scampered about the deck, chattering and playing noisily. Aragaki, Enel, and Trafalgar Law were all swathed in bandages, having refused Mancherry's complete healing. The lingering pain served as a constant reminder of the gap that still existed between them and the Revolutionary Army's fighters. It was only natural that Aragaki was injured after being brutally struck by Dragon's Conqueror's Haki. Enel too had been wounded by Karasis' armament Haki, yet thanks to the speed granted by his Goro Goro, Nomi Karasu ultimately failed to defeat him. Knowing full well your physical techniques and armament Haki are inferior to Karasis, you still charged into close-quarters combat with him. Weren't you just asking to be beaten? Capone Beej remarked, eyeing Enel, that reckless youth who had been swindled out of his money. Pitting one's weakness against an enemy's strength was a complete waste of the Goro Goro, no misadvantages. What do you know, you short fat man? Your god is training his shortcomings. Enel retorted, sparks of lightning crackling across his body as he cast a disdainful glance at Beej, the coward who had refused to fight. I do hope you actually managed to hone your physical techniques and Haki, Aragaki said, flatly, arms crossed. He suspected Enel had been a bit too impulsive, allowing Karasu to gain the upper hand. Earlier, Enel had abandoned the advantage of his Goro Goro no Mi to engage Karasu in close combat. Whether it was due to sheer arrogance or, as he claimed, a deliberate effort to train his physical techniques and Haki, no one could be certain. Still, Enel wasn't wrong. Only by strengthening one's weaknesses could one grow mightier. I will definitely surpass that crow, Enel declared with utmost confidence. Once he mastered Haki and physical combat, combined with the superiority of his Goro Goro no Mi, he could utterly thrash Karasu, the North Army commander of the Revolutionary Army. Bello Betty is strong, Trafalgar Law said coldly as the others looked his way, though a shadow of grimness lingered on his face. Indeed, he had lost to the East Army commander. He had been defeated by having his stamina completely drained. Don't sell yourself short, Law. You're still young. Don't let Betty being a woman fool you. She has the highest bounty among the 4 army commanders. Bartholomew Kuma offered gentle reassurance. Betty's Paramecia type Kobu Kobu no Mi could grant her, and those within her range powerful buffs to strength, speed, and willpower. Given Betty's considerable proficiency in both types of hockey, it was only normal for Law to be outlasted in a battle of attrition. Moreover, Law's Nomi required him to activate Rune before using any other techniques in combat, a process that drained immense stamina, making prolonged battles impossible. You need more rigorous physical training, Aragaki said, not reproaching Law for his defeat through exhaustion, but rather helping him see the path to greater strength. I understand. Law replied, maintaining his aloof demeanor, yet a blazing fire ignited within him. If he couldn't even defeat a woman like Betty, how could he hope to face Doflamingo, a master of all three types of hockey? As for the fight between Bonnie and Sabo, it was merely a sparring match with no real animosity. It quickly ended with Kuma's intervention. An 8 or 9-year-old Bonnie naturally couldn't best the adult Sabo. Captain, where are we heading now? To find the celestial dragons. Lafitte asked with a hint of anticipation and fervor, knowing that Aragaki's next objective was to join the Revolutionary Army in attacking the Flower Country and the country of Sang in the West Blue. But they would only depart for the West Blue once the Revolutionary Army's main forces had entered. The Aragaki pirates had no obligation to transport troops for the revolutionaries. Lafitte, the former sheriff of the West Blue, was eager to see chaos erupt there, hoping for a chance to slay the kings of a few allied nations who had exiled him. Capturing people, Aragaki said casually. He needed to secure enough Paramecia-type ability users to bestow powerful Paramecia abilities upon his Seraphim forces. Who's caught the boss eye? Capone Beach asked, curiously pulling out the latest wanted posters to see which pirates were active on the Grand Line. A few have squandered their abilities. Aragaki replied, studying a Grand Line navigation chart obtained from Vegapunk's lab as he planned their capture route. Once they made a move, the world government and Marine headquarters would likely detect them quickly, so they had to complete the mission as fast as possible. For the final step of the captures, he also intended to stir up some major trouble. Thus, the order of operations was crucial. The Aragaki pirates had also obtained some eternal poses from the Revolutionary Army, greatly facilitating their journey. Once they marked the islands Kuma hadn't already visited, they could go wherever they pleased. Well, today marks my first expedition. I'm going to make a name for myself. Little Bonnie happily transformed into her adult form, beginning to fashion her appearance and attire for her debut. Kuma looked on with a hint of helplessness, but he didn't stop Bonnie from wanting to earn a bounty. As long as Bonnie grew up healthy and happy, that was enough. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line's Long Ring Long Land. On one of the islets of Long Ring Long Land, a pirate Davy back fight was underway. Through this competition, crews could win crew members from opposing ships, and even the Captain Jolly Roger and the ship itself were all up for grabs. It was a brutal game that gambled with comrades and pride. Rumors held that this game originated from the pirate paradise Beehive Island. I've heard that great figures like Whitebeard, Newgate, Big Mom, Charlotte, Lean, Captain John, and former captains of the Kuja Pirates were all forced to join the Rocks Pirates through the Davy back fight. Whether it's true or not remains uncertain. Bartholomew Kuma murmured softly, observing the intense competition on the island below from the Ark Maxim. Speaking of the Rocks Pirates brought to mind the God Valley incident over 30 years ago. Had it not been for the Rocks Pirates' appearance, Ivankov and Ginny would have perished at the hands of Saturn of the Five Elders. During that native elimination contest, Kuma had witnessed Big Mom Charlotte Linland's brief clash with Saturn, and also saw that none of the Rocks Pirates' formidable officers had come to the aid of their Captain Rocks. As he watched Rocks being besieged by Garp and Roger, Kuma even heard Whitebeard Newgate loudly denounce Rocks as a fool, refusing to acknowledge him as his captain. Great pirates like Golden Lion Shiki and Captain John were too busy plundering the Celestial Dragon's treasures and devil fruits, leaving it a chaotic melee where everyone fought for themselves with no cooperation whatsoever. It was precisely this chaos that gave Kuma the chance to escape, with Ivankov and Ginny even managing to save 500 slaves and natives by sending them flying to other islands. There's such a rumor. Aragaki stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was true that in their early days at sea, Whitebeard Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Linland had both commanded their own crews, but no one knew exactly how they had joined the Rocks Pirates. There's such a rumor. Aragaki stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was true that in their early days at sea, Whitebeard Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Linland had both commanded their own crews, but no one knew exactly how they had joined the Rocks Pirates. There's such a rumor. Aragaki stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was true that in their early days at sea, Whitebeard Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Linland had both commanded their own crews, but no one knew exactly how they had joined the Rocks Pirates. There's such a rumor. Aragaki stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was true that in their early days at sea, Whitebeard Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Linland had both commanded their own crews, but no one knew exactly how they had joined the Rocks Pirates. After all, Charlotte Linland and Kaido had said Rocks is untrustworthy, and Whitebeard had indeed called Rocks an idiot, refusing to acknowledge him as captain. It seemed that the Rocks Pirates, despite their formidable lineup, were nothing more than a band of scattered sand. No wonder in the Battle of God Valley, as Rocks fell, the entire crew disintegrated instantly, yet few of the officers perished. This game, known as the Davy back fight, was also called Crew Snatching Battle, its purpose being to seize the finest crew members from other pirate crews. The loser must immediately swear an oath of lifelong loyalty to the victor. And if the flag or the captain is wagered once the pirate flag is seized, it can never be hoisted again. Those who violate the game's rules will be deemed a disgrace among pirates and may even be slain by the victor on the spot. With Rock's overwhelming power, it was highly plausible that he had forcefully subdued great pirates like Whitebeard, Big Mom Shiki, Captain John Silveraxe, and Wang Ji, bringing them under his command. It remained uncertain which officer was Rock's original crew member. It might well be Wang Ji, the great pirate who inherited Beehive Island. During the Battle of God Valley, these formidable officers of the Rock's pirates might have all wished for Rock's downfall, so they could leave the crew without breaking their oaths and regain their freedom. Pirates must also uphold their principles. Donya Huanglong suddenly recalled the famous words of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. She had set sail with Longbread since childhood, leading her own crew, and would certainly be unwilling to join another's. She must have been forced to join the Rock's pirates through some means. Perhaps she lost that game or was directly overpowered by Rock's and compelled to join. Capture that slow fruit user, then we'll move on to the next place. Huanglong waved his hand casually with no intention of acting personally, letting his underlings demonstrate their prowess. This was the first full appearance of the Huanglong pirates, and the first time the Huanglong Crimson Blood flag was hoisted on the Ark Maxim, revealing its existence to the world. Leave that 24 million bounty guy to me. As the Ark Maxim descended rapidly under the astonished gazes of the pirates on the island, the adult version of Bonnie charged down from the golden ship, heading straight for Foxy, the silver fox, her face brimming with excitement and thrill. Enel stood on the deck railing, looking disdainfully at the pirates below. He waved his right hand, and a pillar of lightning struck down upon the most densely packed crowd. In an instant, dozens, or even hundreds of pirates fell. Chaos erupted across the entire island as pirates fled in terror. La Beige and Lafitte also rushed down to clean up the unruly pirates and cover for the willful young Lady Bonnie. Their ship can fly. Foxy the Silver Fox and all the pirates were stunned, their eyes filled with fear, curiosity, and greed, all fixed upon the golden vessel. Could it be the legendary Shiki, the Golden Lion? Some older pirates trembled in terror. A flying pirate ship. What else could it be but the flying fleet of the great pirate Golden Lion? Move aside. Don't block me from taking down that wanted criminal. The beautiful Bonnie charged fiercely toward Foxy. Wherever she passed, anyone she touched with her hands either turned into a 2- or 3-year-old child or a 70- or 80-year-old geezer collapsing to the ground. For a moment, the cries of children and the groans of old men filled the air. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? What is happening? Both those struck and those untouched panicked, staring in horror at the pink-haired beauty. Who are you? Slow beam. Seeing someone rushing at him, Foxy the Silver Fox shouted, quickly activating his ability to block this hostile woman. A pink halo. He'll dodge that. The swiftly running Bonnie suddenly reverted to her original size, nimbly evading Foxy's slow beam, and then charged at him again. Nine-tailed assault. Seeing Bonnie turn into a child, Foxy wildly swung his fists at her. He refused to believe he couldn't beat a little girl. Take this, old lady. Bonnie transformed back into her adult form as she neared Foxy, enlarging her fist to an immense size and smashing it into Foxy's flurry of punches. Boom. Foxy was sent flying by Bonnie, crashing into a massive crater. Woo. I knocked down a 24 million bounty pirate. I can become a notorious wanted criminal too. Bonnie screamed in excitement, but the next second slow beams shot toward her as she waved her arms. Don't let your guard down until the enemy is completely defeated. A massive figure appeared before Bonnie, gently picking her up and speaking softly, then casually swatting out a paw-shaped bubble. This pink bubble actually deflected Foxy's slow beams back, hitting Foxy himself. This amazed even Donya Huanglong. Truly, the pawpaw fruit was a so-called bug-level ability. It could deflect Zoro's slashes and Usopp's fire stars. These energy attacks were one thing, but now it even deflected devil fruit abilities like the slow beam. It seemed it could even swat away Perona's negative ghosts. Was there anything this guy couldn't repel? Foxy, a devil fruit user, was also affected when hit by his own slow beam, and now he was frozen in a state of paralysis. Suddenly I realized this slow ability isn't so invincible after all. Huanglong noticed that this slow beam was not only slow in attack speed, but could also be reflected by mirrors, and now repelled by the pawpaw fruit. A sufficiently dense armament hockey could also block it. Of course, it was also possible that Foxy was simply too weak and hadn't unlocked the true potential of the slow fruit. If the attack speed and power of the slow beam were enhanced to the point where even users of observation hockey and armament hockey couldn't defend against it, then it would truly live up to its domineering time-based attribute. Here, let me go. Bonnie quickly struggled out of Kuma's arms and charged at the immobilized Foxy, beating him up. After the 30-second duration of the slow beam passed, the accumulated damage from Foxy's beating erupted all at once, leaving him bruised and swollen, collapsed on the ground. Bonnie stepped on Foxy, looking triumphantly at the crowd of pirates. I took him down. My bounty has to be higher than his. Bonnie shouted at the trembling pirates, ignoring Kuma's intervention. Take that guy, let's go. Huanglong, ignoring the fleeing pirates, directly addressed his crew. Hearing Huanglong's command, Kuma walked over, hoisted Bonnie onto his shoulder, then picked up Foxy and vanished on the spot, reappearing on the Ark Maxim. Law, Beej, and Lafitte, uninterested in the low-level pirates, also returned to the ship. Under the terrified gazes of the many pirates on Long Ring Long Land, the golden ship departed, but the Huanglong crimson blood flag was forever etched into their minds. Under the terrified gazes of the many pirates on Long Ring Long Land, the golden ship departed, but the Huanglong crimson blood flag was forever etched into their minds. Grand Line Winter Island Flag Archipelago. Captain, is that man truly that formidable, capable of defeating a pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries? Bonnie, now brimming with battle fervor, having vanquished Silver Fox Foxy with a bounty of 24 million berries, urgently sought to defeat other strong opponents to prove her worth. You are no match for him now. Law, Beej, go and test him. Aramaki addressed the group. This Don Achino possessed the Paramecia type heat fruit capable of altering his body temperature from 1 degree to 10,000 degrees, an immensely formidable power for pirates in the paradise of the Grand Line. Even a supernova with a bounty over 100 million who had retreated from the New World back to paradise had fallen to his searing heat. Law and Beej supernovas who had left the North Blue and West Blue a year or two early now faced the question of whether they could overcome this veteran heat fruit user who had roamed the Grand Line for years. Understood. Law and Beg's expressions turned serious, for they saw that the very ground where Don Achino stood had transformed into magma, a testament to his terrifying temperature. To hold a foothold in the latter part of the Grand Line's paradise, the Achino family indeed possessed considerable strength. As the golden airship descended, the Achino family tensed up, gazing uneasily at this sudden aerial vessel. Don Achino had 3 sons, 2 daughters, and a son-in-law, each possessing formidable combat prowess, earning the Achino bounty hunter clan a fearsome reputation across these seas. Every year, numerous pirate crews fell to their hands, their Jolly Rogers becoming trophies in the clan's collection. Then I'll take on those guys. Bonnie, eyeing the red-hot Don Achino, swallowed nervously, then turned her gaze to the other members of the Achino family. These foes looked formidable, likely capable of taking on pirates with bounties of 30 to 50 million berries. Perfect opponents for her. Lafitte was also assigned to deal with the Achino children. I'd love to strike them down with a single thunderbolt. Enel, finding no worthy opponent, sat coldly on the deck railing and declared, "Yet such was the dignity befitting him, boss Aramaki and Kuma the bear god. Opponents of this caliber were beneath the notice of the 3 gods of the wild dragon pirates. The scoundrel who slew a celestial dragon with a bounty of 1 billion berries, Higashino Aramaki, Bartholomew Kuma the tyrant, and Enel the thunder god of the underworld shadows." Don Achino, patriarch of this bounty hunter family, wore an expression of grave seriousness. These 3 ruthless figures intended to stand idly by and let newcomers do the fighting. This was an insult to him, Achino the Scorching. Yet they seemed to have the confidence to back it up. Lilalub, you 2 go first. Don Achino addressed his 2 daughters, resolved to hold off the wild dragon pirates with his 3 sons and son-in-law, buying them a chance to escape. Father! Lil and Alub cried out in distress, unwilling to abandon their family in such a perilous moment. Room shambles. But Law, a man of few words and swift action, refused them any time for sentiment, launching his attack immediately. A horizontal slash sent Don Achino scrambling to dodge as he raised his body temperature to its maximum, hoping to melt Law's cursed blade Kikoku. Castle Blast. Capone Beej fired with a submachine gun, while his loyal mafia subordinates reassembled within his castle body, unleashed a torrent of cannon and gunfire upon Don Achino. The ensuing barrage of explosions tore the area around Achino to shreds. Meanwhile, Bonnie sent Achino's son-in-law Salgo flying with a single punch, then eagerly engaged his 3rd son, Don Hokuro. Lafitte on his own took on the twin brothers Don Kambakino and Don Brandy, who possessed magnetic resonance abilities. Enel, do you see the magnetic force pulling those 2 together? Electricity and magnetism are inseparable. Someday go to Dr. Vegapunk and learn about these things. It can help you develop even more powerful techniques. Aramaki, observing the twin brothers exchanging blows with Lafitte, spoke to the haughty Enel. If Kid could develop a powerful electromagnetic cannon from his magnet fruit, there was no reason Enel's rumble fruit couldn't do the same. Electromagnetic force. Enel said, puzzled. This was beyond his knowledge, as he had never heard such terms on Burka. Yet considering he could master multiple powers like Aramaki, he decided that upon returning to Skypiea, he would seek out that brainless old man to learn about developing such abilities. Aramaki could control lightning, flames, poison. These powers. Then he too would master another force, electromagnetism. Yes, study hard, and you'll grow stronger. Aramaki said with a faint smile, then turned his attention back to Lafitte's fight. This man had yet to reveal his full beast form, relying solely on the speed of his white wings and a noble's sword to toy with the twin brothers. This guy is keeping his secrets well. He still hasn't shown his devil fruit ability. Aramaki chuckled, still unaware of the name of Lafitte's devil fruit. Lafitte never spoke of it, and he never asked. Such was their peculiar dynamic. Soon Bonnie defeated her opponent, taking down Achino's son-in-law and 3rd son, displaying strength far beyond a normal 8 or 9-year-old child. Lafitte quickly reduced the twin brothers to a battered state, his strikes drawing blood with every cut, but never fatal. A brutal, bloody display, as if he were a cat toying with mice. Boom. A wave of magma erupted, forcing Law and Beej to retreat as the enraged Don Achino unleashed his most powerful technique. All of you get off my territory. Achino, standing upon the magma, saw his sons fall and roared in fury. His temperature soared with his rage, waves of heat bursting from his body as torrents of magma surged toward the two. Sweat beaded on Law and Beg's foreheads as they continued to retreat. The heat was indeed formidable, making them wary of contact. Useless. Before Law could devise a strategy against Achino, a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly as he stood in the magma. Crackle. Enel transformed into lightning, vanishing from the railing and reappearing above Achino, whose skin was now charred black. 100 million volts discharge. Enel unleashed a massive electrical discharge at close range, completely electrocuting Achino. Sizzle. Enel's golden spear pierced through Achino's shoulder, hoisting him from the magma and flinging him before Law and Beej. Under their displeased gazes, Enel let out a mocking laugh, then vanished once more into lightning, reappearing on the deck of the Ark Maxim. He looked down at the two on the island with an arrogant expression. This is the gap between a god and mere mortals. Enel smirked, his deadfish eyes narrowing, so infuriating Law that he nearly drew his sword to teleport and cut him in two. He looked down at the two on the island with an arrogant expression. This is the gap between a god and mere mortals. Enel smirked, his deadfish eyes narrowing, so infuriating Law that he nearly drew his sword to teleport and cut him in two. In the sky, the Ark Verdict soared through the heavens with two prisoners who possessed Paramecia-type abilities now aboard. Huang Long believed that his Seraphim squad would better unleash the formidable powers of the heat fruit and the slow fruit. In truth, Don Achino was not entirely without merit, but Foxy's innate talent was abysmally poor, truly squandering the potential of this devil fruit. Huang Long felt that the slow fruit's capabilities could be developed even further. He studied the map, heading toward his next target, the most crucial objective of this expedition. Kuma has the Revolutionary Army found out which island hosted the Celestial Dragon's native purge competition last year? Huang Long asked casually, though he wondered if this would stir painful memories of the God Valley incident in Kuma's heart. The Celestial Dragon's triennial hunting competition is usually organized by the world government, the Holy Knights, and CP organizations. Apart from the Fleet Admiral and the Admiral's few Marine officers know the target island. The world government's secrecy is impeccable, such matters never leak across the seas. Kuma spoke gently. In the past, Dragon had shared a bit with him about the native purge competition. In fact, even Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, when heading to God Valley, was unaware of the Celestial Dragon's hunting competition. He had merely been ordered to confront the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates and protect the Celestial Dragons. However, the Celestial Dragon's murderous games filled Garp with utter disgust. From then on, he harbored a deep aversion to them, even refusing promotions to Admiral multiple times, unwilling to become their ever-obedient lackey. Dragon learned certain things from Garp, and combined with the darkness he witnessed within the Marines, it solidified his resolve to leave their ranks. Nevertheless, we can investigate the vanished non-affiliate islands to trace their whereabouts. Kuma continued. Every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons selected a resource-rich non-affiliate island as their target. Islands with names containing characters like God or Holy were prioritized for eradication. After completing the native purge competition, the island would become a private territory of the Celestial Dragons, serving as their personal playground, or be left to ruin once they lost interest. They would also erase all records of the island from world maps, causing it to vanish from public knowledge entirely. Back in God Valley, had it not been for the Den Mushy expert Ginny broadcasting intelligence about the island's abundance of devil fruits and treasures, powerful crews like the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates would never have been drawn there. I want to find the target of the next purge. A hint of madness gleamed in Donya Huang Long's eyes. The next native purge competition was scheduled for the very year Monkey D. Luffy set sail. Unbelievable. Just a month or two before Luffy's departure, a brutal and inhumane purge was taking place on some non-affiliate island in the world. The year Port Gas D. A set sail also witnessed a bloody purge, though the world remained oblivious. Over 8 centuries, countless non-affiliate islands had been erased or occupied by the Celestial Dragons. Islands like Rizikana, where Luffy trained for 2 years, once housed a kingdom. The Bird Kingdom, where Chopper trained previously, had the Torino Kingdom, which left behind vast libraries and medical texts, but now lies completely abandoned. Even Karaigana Island, claimed by Dracula Mihawk, once belonged to the vanished Shikaru Kingdom, leaving only ruins and a derelict castle, with its native inhabitants completely gone. No one knows whether these islands, nations, or peoples perished in the Great War 800 years ago, or were lost to subsequent conflicts or natural disasters. No one knows. You still intend to strike at the Celestial Dragons? Kuma's eyes widened as he stared at Donya Huang Long. This captain was so eager to target the very beings even the Revolutionary Army and the 4 emperors avoided like vipers. A place gathering so many Celestial Dragons. Shouldn't we cause a massive uproar? Huang Long grinned. If Rocks dared to do it, why shouldn't he? And he planned to go even further in his madness. Mary Geos, the celestial dragon's stronghold, was guarded by Im and the five elders, even protected by Uranus, making it extremely perilous. But when a large number of celestial dragons ventured out for their native purge competition, Huanglong would have the chance to make a major move. Come to think of it, when Roger and Garp teamed up against Rox, they inadvertently helped the celestial dragons. Rox D, Zebek, Joel D, Roger Monkey D, Garp. This three-way internal war among the enemies of the gods might have made the five elders and Im laugh. A fragmented, warring, and self-destructive D clan, in their eyes, no better than a troop of monkeys. This will be extremely difficult to uncover. Kuma was silent for a long time before speaking in a low voice. Matters concerning the celestial dragon's top-secret intelligence were hard to obtain even for the Revolutionary Army, which had been developing for nearly 2 decades. I wonder if the CP0 agents will know the exact name and location of the island. Huanglong squinted, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes as he thought of the double agent under Vegapunk, the clone Stussy. She was not only the queen of the pleasure district in the underworld, but also a CP0 agent under the world government. If Stussy could learn the location of the next purged island, Huanglong would carefully plan his move. CP0 might know, but the Holy Knights will certainly be informed in advance. Kuma could only answer honestly, seeing Huanglong's demeanor, feeling that he truly intended to orchestrate an event even more explosive than the God Valley incident. Capone Beej, eavesdropping nearby, had his cigar, trembling slightly. Damn, this boss not only wanted to attack the celestial dragons, but also aimed to wipe out a large group of them in one go. This was no longer just poking a hornet's nest, it was striking at the very lifeblood of the world nobles. From then on, it would be an unending war. The seas would boil, and the entire world would erupt. Trafalgar Law and Lafitte were equally stunned by Huanglong's audacity, their expressions shifting with a mix of emotions. Only Enel was raring to go, lightning crackling around him in excitement. He had heard that those celestial dragons called themselves gods, and he was eager to see just how powerful those gods truly were. We have over a year, well, investigate slowly. Dongya Huanglong flashed a wild grin. Dragon, it's not that I don't want to lay low and develop. It's that without madness, there's no true vitality. The crazier and more fearless one becomes the stronger, and more monstrous the conqueror's hockey grows. Amidst the laughter of Bonnie and Mancheri, the Ark Verdict arrived at a bustling island. On the sea, countless pirate ships, merchant vessels, and warships streamed toward its 7 entrances. This was a world-renowned shipbuilding sanctuary. The legendary Pluton was forged on this very island. The water city of 7 waters on the Grand Line. In the sky, the group, led by the Wild Dragon, gazed at this city resembling a fountain pyramid. Each upward waterway can utilize complex hydraulic transport elevators to allow guest ships to reach various levels. Target. The owner of the bar on the central street of the Water City is Bruno, an agent of CP9. The leader of the Frankie House is Iron Man Frankie, and CP9 agents, the Cat Fruit user known as the Onsine Thunderdire's genius Rob Lucci, and CP9 agent Kaku. The Water City has the Gold Exchange and the Big Bank. Dongya Wild Dragon arranged some tasks. He would personally look for Frankie and Bruno, while Kuma and Enel would capture Lucci, the Zoan-type ability user. This guy has great talent. His bloodline factor can serve as a clone for the Seraphim. As for Rob and Becky, they would go rob the bank and the Gold Exchange. As a famous shipbuilding island on the Grand Line, how many pirate crews have chosen to build new ships here? And where does the money for these pirates come from? Isn't it from the stolen gold treasures exchanged for cash in the underground Gold Exchange and underground banks here? Even the legitimate exchanges and banks under the world government will also accept these pirates' ill-gotten gains. The Straw Hat crew exchanged the gold they obtained from Sky Island for berries in the Water City and used it to buy Adam wood, crafting the Thousand Sunny. The Gold Exchange here is notorious for being dark, exploiting rookie pirates who urgently need money and are unaware of the market, driving the gold purchase prices to the lowest. If it weren't for Nami, that greedy cat who understands the market a bit, the berries exchanged would probably suffer a huge loss. Moreover, outside the Gold Exchange and banks, there are countless bounty hunters, gang members, and pirates lurking, always ready for a black market deal. Frankie's little brothers also take on this kind of robbery as a side job. This robbery task is indeed quite suitable for me, said Capone Becky, the mafia boss, as he bit down on his cigar and adjusted his striped black suit. Finally, a relatively normal task. It's not easy. How can I quickly make a name for myself? I want a bounty notice. I want to raise my reward. Bonnie shouted, impatiently determined to obtain her own bounty notice during this action. The story of her defeating the Silver Fox Foxy on Long Ring Island just a few days ago still hadn't spread. It was infuriating. Follow me to rob the bank and fight the Navy. We will definitely make a name for ourselves quickly. Becky tempted Bonnie. With this little princess around, it's like having the tyrant Kuma as a bodyguard. If they encountered any powerful Navy or pirates, it's likely that Wild Dragon and Enel wouldn't come to rescue him right away. Okay, let's go fight the Navy. Bonnie exclaimed excitedly, while Dongya Wild Dragon had already vanished invisibly from the spot, rushing towards the central street bar of the Water City. As long as he deals with this Logia-type door fruit user, an easily escapable little rat, everything else will be manageable. Shipyard No. 1 Foreman Lucci. Enel murmured as the electromagnetic heart network spread out, continually searching for this legendary genius agent. Today he was aiming to confront this rare genius of 800 years. With a crack, Enel transformed into lightning and disappeared from the Arc Maxim. The others also used their abilities to leave the golden flying ship. Trafalgar Law opened a massive room space and instantly teleported away while Lafitte smiled and spread his white wings flying down. Kuma, give us a hand. Becky saw Bonnie sit on Kuma's shoulder preparing to leave and quickly shouted. The Arc Maxim was hovering so high, wasn't it unfair to Capone Galdino Becky, who couldn't fly? This is too unfair. Once Dr. Vegapunk finishes the memory metal battlesuit, Becky will be able to fly using technology like the Vinsmoke family. Thinking about how he could also transform with a battlesuit in the future, for some reason, he felt a bit excited. He wondered what color would look the coolest for his exclusive battlesuit, and whether he should design a powerful and cool transformation action. Kuma smiled slightly and effortlessly slapped Capone Becky down to the Water City, following closely behind him with Bonnie. Bruno's bar on the central street of the Water City. Bruno, with a pair of black horns on his head, was earnestly polishing a glass, looking quite dedicated. Their CP9 team received orders from the world government to infiltrate the Water City to gather intelligence on the design plans of the Pluto. Captain Lucci and Kaku had become one of the 5 foremen at the Carterra Company, and Khalifa had also become the secretary of the iceberg. Yet they found nothing and worked as laborers for 4 to 5 years in vain. But how many 5-year spans does life have? One wonders when this quiet and comfortable lazy life will come to an end. Suddenly a strange airflow appeared, causing Bruno to look up, seemingly not seeing anyone. Bang! Bruno's eyes bulged, bending over as the glass in his hand fell. A sharp pain rushed through his stomach. He was under an unknown attack. He desperately activated the Devour fruit ability in his hand, trying to escape from here. It's truly a waste of your devil fruit ability to be polishing glasses here. You might as well stay in Iceberg's house and watch him every day. Donya Wild Dragon appeared invisibly, one large hand gripping Bruno's head, while the other hand, filled with armed hockey, delivered a fierce punch, causing blood to spray from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolling back. Bruno had already opened a spatial door with his right hand, which went completely limp. Got one. Wild Dragon swiftly dealt with this escape artist, then carelessly walked out of Bruno's bar holding him. The guests inside the bar and the pirates outside were terrified looking at this suddenly appearing great pirate. It's Donya Wild Dragon with a bounty of 1 billion. The most notorious criminal who killed the celestial dragons. Run! Amidst the crowd's clamor, Donya Wild Dragon, holding Bruno, transformed into a giant dragon and flew into the sky. At that moment, everyone in the Water City witnessed the appearance of this crimson divine dragon, falling into panic. Members of the Wild Dragon crew saw their captain reveal his dragon form without hesitation, and they began to complete their tasks recklessly. A massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, striking Rob Lucci, who was hammering away at a ship. Yahaha! I heard you were the strongest killing machine in CP9's history. Let me see your strength. Enel laughed maniacally, then transformed into lightning and disappeared, charging toward Rob Lucci. The ship workers of the Carterra Company were stunned by Enel's words. Lucci is a CP agent. Kaku, the long-nosed CP9 agent, also changed his expression dramatically, realizing they had been exposed. The ship workers of the Carterra Company were stunned by Enel's words. Lucci is a CP agent. Kaku, the long-nosed CP9 agent, also changed his expression dramatically, realizing they had been exposed. Roar! A leopard half-beastman burst forth from the thunder pit, shrouded in blue smoke, his eyes filled with sharpness and fury. But in the next moment a golden staff came crashing down upon his head. 6 styles paper drawing. Sensing danger once again, Rob Lucci's fur bristled, heightening his instinct to evade. He dodged the mighty blow of the golden staff like a soft sheet of paper, following the direction of its striking airflow. Too slow. Lightning metallurgy. Enel anticipated Lucci's dodge, and the golden staff morphed into a spear, directly slicing across Lucci's shoulder. Iron block. With no escape, Lucci could only forcefully block the blow. Meanwhile, Kaku drew his long sword and slashed at Enel, attempting to surround him and force him to defend. Pucci. Enel's golden spear cleaved a gruesome wound into Lucci's shoulder, while Kaku's long sword also bisected Enel. Ants without armed hockey cannot harm me. Enel coldly gazed at Kaku as his severed upper and lower halves instantly transformed into lightning elements flashing above Kaku. 30 million volts Thunderbird. A dazzling golden white Thunderbird pierced through Kaku's body, leaving this CP9 elite rolling his eyes in shock. The long sword in Kaku's hands crackled with electricity, generating intense heat, turning bright red, and even cooking his flesh. Kaku. Lightning foot leopard tail. Rob Lucci's tail whipped rapidly, unleashing spiraling slashes towards Enel in midair. I told you, too slow. With a crack, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished once more, while Lucci's spiral attack cleaved a nearby pirate ship in two. This left the shipwrights and foremen of the Carrera Company wide-eyed, astonished at Lucci's strength. In Lucci's furious leopard eyes, Enel with dead fish-like eyes suddenly appeared upside down above him, their gazes locking. So-called geniuses cannot compare to gods. 30 million volts Great Veda Thunder. Enel's right hand reached towards Lucci's forehead. A deafening explosion of thunder erupted, surging directly into Lucci's body. Oh! The half-leopard Lucci convulsed and screamed amidst the lightning as blue smoke billowed. He rolled his eyes and knelt on one knee. He trembled violently, his strong willpower keeping him from completely collapsing. Boss was right, you possess the potential of a strong warrior. Enel looked at the still-standing Rob Lucci with admiration in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kaku, who had not yet consumed the giraffe devil fruit, could not withstand even a single thunderbird from Enel and had already collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. But now it's time for you to fall. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Enel swung his golden spear once more, unleashing a terrifying lightning dragon that completely brought Lucci down. Kneeling on one knee, Lucci finally lost consciousness, reverting to his human form as he fell. Still so boring. Enel walked over and picked up Lucci, the Zoan-type devil fruit user, leaving without a second glance at Kaku, the ordinary CP agent. The foreman Barry Pipley and Tailstone of the Carrera Company were completely frightened, lacking the courage to stop Enel from taking Lucci. Are Lucci and Kaku really CP agents of the world government? Barry trembled as he lit another cigar, having dropped the previous one out of fright, glancing at the unconscious Kaku. Quickly report to President Iceberg. Pipley rushed towards Iceberg's office. Iceberg was not only the president of Carrera Company, but also the mayor of Water 7. Such matters could only be handled by him. Meanwhile, the Crimson Dragon, transformed from the Wild Dragon, was flying towards Frankie's disassembly house located at the lowest point of Water 7. Inside the disassembly house, the Frankie family, dismantling the wrecked pirate ships, looked on in terror as the giant dragon drew nearer. Boss Frankie, that giant dragon seems to be flying towards us. Kiwi and Mozu, the Block sisters, shouted, while Frankie's little brothers Zanbai and Egg dropped their tools and ran behind Frankie, their expressions filled with fear. It should just be passing by. The Iron Man Frankie forced himself to remain calm, swallowing hard. After all, he was a man who had seen the Pirate King Roger. How could he be afraid of a mere dragon? Boss, it really seems to be coming this way. Boss, why don't we hurry and escape? Upon seeing the giant dragon heading straight for them, they were utterly terrified. What are you waiting for? Run. With a heavy secret on his shoulders, Frankie turned and dashed into the chaotic disassembly house. Several little brothers crawled and rolled to keep up with their unreliable boss. Buzz. A terrifying conqueror's hockey pressed down, causing Kiwi and Mozu to roll their eyes and collapse first, while Zanbai and Egg, along with Frankie's little brothers, fell one after another. Kiwi, Mozu, Zanbai, Egg. Frankie turned back to see his fallen little brothers and sisters, instantly shouting in anger and worry. A man who always prioritized loyalty, Frankie could never abandon his little brothers. He immediately turned back, determined to save everyone. Crack. A bolt of void lightning struck Iron Man Frankie, hitting him hard, causing his mechanical body to emit a series of cracking sounds. Let us handle what you can't understand. The Eastern Wild Dragon transformed into human form, landing before Frankie and the others, speaking indifferently. The design blueprint for Pluton was written in ancient script which Frankie could not comprehend. Understanding even a few design patterns was already a stroke of luck. The Sunny should have a fragment of the Pluton battleship's design blueprint. And Vegapunk, well-versed in ancient scripts, needed to take the Pluton design blueprint back, even if he was currently unwilling to create deadly weapons. Upon hearing the Eastern Wild Dragon's words, Frankie instantly realized that this man had come to steal his Pluton design blueprint. But did this man know where he had hidden the blueprint? Should he quickly take out the design blueprint from his stomach and burn it? Just as Frankie hesitated for a second or two, the Wild Dragon had already approached Frankie and knocked him out with a single kick. Keeping it with you is a waste. The Wild Dragon squatted down forcefully, prying open Frankie's cybernetic abdomen, searching inside. As a stack of aged yellow papers appeared in the Wild Dragon's hand, he chuckled lightly, flipped through a few pages, then tucked it away, and took Bruno, transforming into a giant dragon, to leave and rejoin his subordinates. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Water 7, Capone Beach led a group of mafia members in an assault on the Water 7 bank, which was under the world government. The strongmen stationed at the bank and the Navy branch of Water 7 were knocked away by Kuma's palm, not knowing where they were sent flying. Bonnie excitedly took down a Navy colonel, turning a bunch of sailors into children and old men, gaining quite a notorious reputation. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Urgent calls from the city of Water 7 flooded the communications division. A signal officer sprinted breathlessly toward the Fleet Admiral's office on the top floor, clutching the latest intelligence. Reporting, Fleet Admiral. Dongya Huanglong and his band of outlaws have invaded Water 7. Mayor Iceberg has formally requested marine reinforcement. The signal officer recited the alert with practiced speed, a trace of anxiety flickering across his face. Since Iceberg consolidated the 7 most prestigious shipbuilding companies in Water 7 and assumed the mayoral office, he had forged a formal alliance with the world government, elevating Carrier Shipwrights to its official naval contractor. Numerous warships and battle vessels deployed by the world government and Marine Headquarters were constructed by Carrier Company. Should Water 7 fall into chaos, both institutions would suffer significant strategic repercussions. Precisely because of Iceberg's critical importance, even CP agents operatives directly under the world government, dared not openly coerce him into revealing the poneglyph blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. Instead, they resorted to embedding spies within his inner circle for covert surveillance. Immediately mobilize every Marine Admiral station near Water 7's maritime zone. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face hardened into grim steel. Dongye Huanglong had lain dormant for only a few months. How dare he re-emerge now sowing chaos once more? Dispatch Kizaru as well. Sengoku decided in a single decisive moment. Sakazuki, the Black Leg, was currently stationed in the New World following the Dressrosa incident, stabilizing the allegiance of newly joined nations. Kizaru, renowned for his unparalleled speed, typically remained at Marine headquarters, overseeing operations and monitoring the Celestial Dragon's frequent visits to the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, Akiji patrolled the Grand Line, projecting strategic deterrence against pirate factions while relentlessly hunting for Dongye Huanglong's hidden stronghold. Lately, Akiji had been drifting near the sea train route between Spring Queen City and Eni's Lobby, close enough to Water 7 that with haste he might yet arrive in time. Mamie Foss, Saint of the Divine Knight Order, has personally descended from Mary Geos with 3 CP-0 squads and has requested Kizaru's accompaniment in the operation against Dongye Huanglong. At that moment, Chief Strategist Thru entered the Fleet Admiral's office, her din-din mushy clutched tightly in hand. She had just received an urgent transmission from the Celestial Dragons themselves. Evidently, the world government had already been alerted by CP operatives, faster even than Iceboge's distress call. Then let Kizaru join them, Sengoku replied. His expression darkened. The Divine Knight Order rarely left Mary Geos for such matters. This confirmed how deeply enraged the Celestial Dragons were by Dongye Huanglong's assassination of Saint Charmako. The Divine Knight Order wielded supreme judicial authority over the Celestial Dragons, their elite vanguard standing far above ordinary saints in rank and power. They executed guilty Celestial Dragons with the same chilling finality as commoners. Their commander Figarin Garling's saint held authority rivaling even that of the Five Elders. To the world, Celestial Dragons appeared cruel, decadent, and grotesquely weak, like pampered swine. Yet among their 19 noble bloodlines dwelled numerous formidable figures. Even the Five Elders, each a mythical Zoan user, possessed strength on par with Marine Admirals capable of challenging the 4 Emperors themselves. The collective might of the Divine Knight Order was feared even by the Revolutionary Army. Should the entire Divine Knight Order ever deploy en masse, the Revolutionary Army would be forced into total war. The world government's 8th century reign was never sustained by its idle aristocracy, but by these elite saints. The Celestial Dragons' triennial indigenous purge games served not only as brutal sport and spectacle, but also as a sacred rite through which their elite honed ferocity and preserved martial supremacy. Yes, many Celestial Dragons were inept, but many others were extraordinary. In truth, their spectrum of ability mirrored that of any other race, strong, weak, and everything between. Witness the power of those who strayed beyond Mary Geos, proof enough of their unparalleled bloodline potency. Shanks, the Red Emperor of the Four, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, former warlord of the sea, both masters of all 3 forms of hockey, stood among the ocean's absolute apex. Descendants of the 20 kings inherited exceptional potential and the innate capacity to awaken the king's hockey, shaped and refined by the crucible of their environment. Meanwhile, atop Water 7, Dongye Huanglong had reunited with his crew. Bruno, the Door fruit user, was shackled in seastone cuffs and imprisoned within Capone Beach's fortress-like body. Rob Lucci, grievously wounded by Enel, suffered the same fate. Shortly thereafter, Trafalgar Law and Lafitte returned from the auction house, shouldering massive sacks of gold and treasure. With Bartholomew Kuma's assistance, Bede's mafia underlings had stormed the world government-affiliated Water 7 Central Bank, and now looted vast quantities of belly cash. Captain, if I burn the world government's flag, just like you, I'll become legendary. Adult form Bonnie, radiant with exhilaration, tore down the world government's banner from the bank's highest spire and dashed triumphantly to Huanglong's side. Kuma's lips twitched faintly. This daughter was no easy burden. Do it, burn it. Tomorrow the Grand Line will hail you as its newest prodigy. Huanglong ignored Kuma's scowl, smiling lightly. Without unfettered self-expression, how could Bonnie evolve into the second Nika? Kuma, scion of the Bacania tribe, still clung too tightly to restraint. Then I'm burning it. Where are the reporters? Are there journalists here? Grinning wildly, Bonnie scanned the rooftops, searching eagerly for photographers to immortalize her defiant blaze. Amid Kuma's laws and Bede's shared grimaces, Bonnie climbed high and laughed aloud as she set the world government's sacred standard ablaze. That spectacle stunned Water 7 citizens and sent shivers through every pirate watching. Madman. Every member of the Huanglong crew was utterly unhinged. Lafitte watched Bonnie tremble, not with fear, but with feverish longing. His fingers twitched involuntarily, his eyes burned with raw, unvarnished desire to taste that same intoxicating thrill. This was open declaration of war upon the world government, a defiance few dared utter, let alone enact. Woo! Exhilarating. I hope my bounty poster hits the press tomorrow, with a price tag exceeding 100 million. Bonnie leapt exuberantly from the rooftop. Kuma instinctively reached out, only for her to vault gleefully into Huanglong's arms, laughing uncontrollably. Kuma's suspended hands slowly clenched into fists. Sensing his quiet despair, Beej hastily stepped several paces back, terrified this gentle father might finally descend into darkness. Clank, clank, clank. A rapid, thunderous drumbeat of military boots echoed across the cobblestones, as a Marine Rear Admiral cloaked in the crimson mantle of justice surged forward with over 200 soldiers. Open fire. Paramecia, the first admiral to reach Water 7, launched his assault without hesitation or fear. Admiral Paramecia, infamous for his iron-fisted discipline. A Zoan user, dog fruit Dalmatian model. Lafitte, the Devil Sheriff, eyed the admiral whose aura radiated raw brutality. Instantly, white wings unfurled from his back as he soared skyward, evading gunfire and scanning the horizon for reinforcements. Lafitte, the Devil Sheriff, eyed the admiral whose aura radiated raw brutality. Instantly, white wings unfurled from his back as he soared skyward, evading gunfire and scanning the horizon for reinforcements.